Hello everybody, good morning and welcome to Snetterton, the 300 circuit for this second day of the race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. I'll say we're on the 300 circuit this weekend for 3-mile layout, and we've just come to the end of our final qualifying session of this Sunday morning ahead of a very busy programme of 12 races that we're going to have for you during the course of the day. My name's Ian Soman, and alongside me in the commentary box today we'll have Josh Barrett. We'll also hear from Matt Suckling on duty down in Parc Ferme in the pit lane gathering interviews during the course of the day. A reminder then of the layout that we're on the 300 circuit at Snetterton, which includes the tight and twisty infield section alongside the longer established outer route. Forecast today is that we think it's going to stay dry for most of the day's racing. There is a band of rain coming in, but we're hoping that's only going to arrive after racing is finished. A bit cooler than yesterday, bit of a breeze as well, but it looks like it is going to be fair, at least for most of the day's racing. And we have no fewer than 12 races for you during the course of the day, including 5 before the lunch break. The Swallow Hill and Holmes F1000 Championship will come up first, then the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, the Martins Group Formula V Championship and the Yokohama Low Cost Championship, all before lunch. And don't forget, you can find the digital programme if you want to download that, whether you're here at the circuit or watching the live stream brought to you by Alpha Live. That's at the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. You'll find the download available there, and also a link to the live timing as well, should you need to access that and find that helps your enjoyment and appreciation of the day's racing. I say Josh Barrett is alongside me. Josh, we had a tremendous day's racing yesterday.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and Snetterton is, although it's a long, difficult circuit, it is good for racing, particularly with 750 Motor Club racing, I think, with tight grids, good slipstreaming opportunities, and we saw that yesterday, lots of overtaking. Last lap drama as well, last corner drama on one occasion, so we look forward to hopefully more of the same today. We've a lot of categories returning from yesterday, and we've had a few qualifying sessions this morning to set the grid for those who were not here yesterday. It's a bit windier than yesterday, so that I guess may help in some instances the slipstreaming opportunities, but could be tricky in other ways, and perhaps not quite as nice if you're spectating today as it was yesterday. But it's not raining, so that's one good thing.
It's not, and that wind is sort of blowing cars down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle and Nelson, given the direction it's going at the moment. It's a headwind then on the Senna Straight, which is the start and finish straight. So final preparations are just being made. Vehicles, rescue units and so forth are just getting into their appropriate positions before we have the cars out onto circuit for the first race of the day. As mentioned, 5 races before lunch. The other categories that we didn't see yesterday that we've got today are the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the Gazshocks 116 Trophy and the PD Extinguishers Toyota MR2 Championship. We'll see those in action during the course of this afternoon. But first up, we are going to have the first of 2 races today, second and third races of the weekend for the Swallow Hill Holmes F1000 Championship. So yes, we had a race yesterday for the Swallow Hill Holmes F1000 Championship, and that was won by Matthew Higginson, his second victory of the season. Dan Gore was second and Craig Pollard was third, but there was particular drama for one of the championship contenders, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Tom Gadd, who come into the weekend as the championship leader, was involved in an incident, had a big spin into the rector cell barriers, damaged the wheel hub. He managed to somehow squeeze out of the rector cell. We found that a bit tricky, but then he came back through the field and was able to score good points and keep him in championship contention. And we'll talk more about the championship in a moment. Let's take a look at our first grid of the day, Ian.
Yes, indeed, as the cars are just starting to assemble on the grid now. We've got this grid which is basically partially reversed from yesterday's race. So the driver that finished 10th yesterday, David Williams, is on pole position in car number 88, and alongside him is number 14, which is Adam Walker. On the second row, it's number 17, Chaz Heighton, and 12 is Tom Gadd. On the third row, it's 19, Sam Satchwell, and 96, Ben Huntley. On to row 4, number 1, Rob Wellham, the reigning champion. He finished in 4th place yesterday, but running a spare engine after problems with his race engine in testing. Next to him on row 4 is number 92, Craig Pollard. On the 5th row, it's number 80, Dan Gore, and 83, Matthew Higginson. On row 6, it's number 7, Gunnlaugur Jonasson, and 95, David Tagg. Then on row 7, 9 is Ryan Thomas, and 26, Murphy Aldrich, who was involved in that incident with Tom Gadd yesterday, but he failed to finish. And then it's number 22, Peter Robinson. So 15 cars we should have on the grid for this 15-minute race, which will shortly be heading on to its green flag lap. But Josh, I think you've been looking at what the situation now is in the championship after yesterday's race.
Yeah, we saw a win yesterday for Matt Higginson, a second victory of the year, which puts him into the championship lead, but only by 2 points over Tom Gadd, who led the championship coming into the weekend. But he, as you mentioned there, managed to work his way back up to 7th, score good points, and actually put himself on a good grid position for this race. So it's not the end of the world. It could have been a DNF, it could have been a damaged car, it could have been a big accident as well with what happened. So he is not as disappointed as he may have been, but he's there in second in the championship, 2 points off Higginson. He's had a couple of wins too. Then a further 4 points back is Dan Gore, who again on two wins this season. Higginson and Gadd have both had 7 podiums, where Gore has just had the 5, but the 3 of them separated by just 6 points. But for Higginson, who won yesterday, and Gore, who was second, they'll be coming from further back on the grid. Then a bit further back in the championship now, after those engine problems, is Rob Wellham in 4th, just ahead of Craig Pollard and Murphy Aldridge. But Higginson, Gadd and Gore, the 3 main championship contenders, with Rob Wellham sort of on the outside trying to cling on. But an interesting racing prospect, particularly the first lap, I think, Ian, with a slightly smaller grid this weekend means that perhaps those who wouldn't normally be on pole position on this reverse grid are, which means there's a bigger differential, I think, between the fastest cars and those who are starting at the front today than sometimes we have seen, which means they should get through a bit quicker, but it means it could be a little bit more chaotic on those first couple of corners.
Yeah, we'll see how things pan out. We're speaking to Ben Huntley after racing yesterday evening. He was very pleased with his best result in the championship so far. He secured 5th place yesterday. It's a somewhat lonely race for him, but pleased to get a good result as he continues to learn the car. He switched over from compact Cup racing and working with his dad to run the car as a privateer, and yeah, still learning all the time. Had some issues, had some problems at Croft in the last meeting, was involved in an accident on his only second quarter in F1000 racing at Silverstone in the opening meeting of the season, but things going much better now for the financial analyst from Westbury, who was telling me actually that he was also giving some support yesterday to Jasmine Norman, who went so well in the Armed Forces Race Challenge in her first race, because they're both from the same part of the world, and they've done some karting together in the past as well.
It's good. That is sort of the ethos of the 750 Motor Club paddock in general, isn't it? Where people help each other out, whether they're in the same category or not. And it's the friendly club, isn't it? The 750 Motor Club, and it's why the paddock is so full. Everyone enjoyed racing here.
Absolutely right. Very full paddock, as we can see as we look out from our commentary position. As cars continue their way round on this green flag warming up lap, a chance to get some heat into the slick tyres that these Jedi single-seaters use. They use Avon control tyres on these cars, which are powered by 1000cc superbike engines, majority of which are Suzuki's, some Yamahas in there as well, though, for example, in the case of Adam Walker.
I was thinking about this yesterday. You mentioned that the tyres, there must be very few tyres made in this size, isn't there?
Yes.
Because they're much smaller than any sort of other racing car, particularly they run on slip tyres as well.
That's right, and as a general point in motorsport, finding tyre suppliers is because tyre manufacturers is increasingly more of a challenge as the tyre manufacturing business is consolidated. So cars heading back round through Murray's and onto the centre straight, start and finish line ahead of this 15-minute race Yesterday we got 8 laps out of that, didn't we? It was actually just slightly under 15 minutes in there because we're a little bit short of time towards the end of yesterday's racing, so we might squeeze 9 out of this if we go the full distance today. You can see the number 88 car of David Williams then lining up on pole position alongside number 14 Adam Walker, who's been a long time competitor in this championship. It's Williams from Leicester in the black car that lines up on pole position, row 2. You have on the inside number 17 Chaz Height in the pale blue car, and Tom Gadd, who will be looking to go well here from the second row. Championship contender in that white and blue car on the outside of row 2. Last couple of cars just going into position. There's one slightly out of place at the back. I can see some marshals dashing to the scene now, but it looks like the race is going to get underway. The red lights go on and they go out. Away we go then. Not a particularly good start from the pole position man, but Adam Walker's got away nicely, so too has Tom Gadd, up into second place then as they head down towards Rich's corner for the first time. Is that Ben Huntley up to third place as well as they sweep through Rich's for the first time? It looks like it is Tom Gadd that's actually got the lead of the race, has he? Yes, he has. He's got ahead of Adam Walker down the inside into the Wilson hairpin for the first time. That's 26 Murphy Aldridge, who started towards the back after his incident yesterday, so he's looking to try and make up places up the order. He's already ahead of the pole position man David Williams. Yeah,
that's absolutely right. But if you mentioned Ben Huntley made a great start up into third, possibly second, not quite actually. He's still there behind Adam Walker, one of the more experienced drivers. To the outside is Sam Satchwell. That's Matt Higginson, yesterday's winner, alongside them already. So he's made the best start of the front runners from yesterday as Tom Gadd scampers off into the distance. Higginson's into third. So this is a brilliant start for Matt Higginson. He's going to be second before much longer, because for Gore and for Pollard and Wellham, they're not that far up yet.
No, they're not. We will keep an eye on them, of course, but it's still Tom Gadd leading, and of course this is a great opportunity for him to put some daylight between himself and the pack. We saw how quick he was yesterday, even despite that damage to the car. That was a minor miracle that he managed to even complete the race. There's been a spin for number 95 David Tagg, who started on row 6, as Matt Higginson makes a move here on Adam Walker up the inside into Brundle. Walker has the line though for Nelson, but in the end Higginson can go around the outside. That's compromised Walker as well, and he's losing 2, possibly even 3 more places as a result of that.
Yeah, into third now is Craig Pollard. Sam Satchwell is fourth, and I think Dan Gore's going to go fifth by the looks of it. So they're making their way through, but Gadd has got away. That's what he needed to do on that opening lap, and he could turn what could have been a bad weekend into a pretty good one potentially here. So he crosses the line as the leader at the end of one lap. There he is as the rest of the field blast past in the Superbike, the litre engines powering them up the straight, and it's 2.2 seconds, the gap between Gadd and Higginson to look out for. Craig Pollard is third. Sam Satchwell made a pretty good opening lap there. He's in fourth position ahead of Dan Gore. Then Ben Huntley, who initially made a good start, he's dropped back there into sixth, just ahead of last year's champion Rob Wellham. And behind them, we can see the battle there between David Williams and
that's the
17, was it? Chaz Heighton,
yeah, it was. So we've got the cars coming down towards Agostini hairpin as well. That's Sam Satchwell going well in fourth place at the moment. Gore's going to lose a place to Rob Wellham then, who threw one up the inside at Agostini as he got the line for Hamilton as well. They're still more or less side by side. No, Gore manages to sim off there in car number 80 in fifth position. Wellham, last year's champion, as we've said, is right with them though. I suspect Sam Satchwell possibly just not quite as quick as these two behind him. We're backing them all up into one another. They've got, I think, Murphy Aldridge now just behind Rob Wellham as well, up into 7th place at the expense of Adam Walker. So he also, a quick driver, had a couple of podiums at Croft at the last event. Gadd it is that still continues to lead. Hard to tell whether that's still 2.2 seconds. I suspect, though, Josh, it's not. There's now this gap that's opened up as well to the new 4th place man, which is Dan Gore, having made that move at Brundle.
Yeah, he's just got past the much less experienced Sam Satchwell, who only started racing last season. So he's there down to 5th. Joining in now is Murphy Aldridge, I think, at the back of this group. So he's made a great start from the back. Wellham dives down the inside of Satchwell through Coram, which is pretty impressive stuff. So he's gone up to 5th, which has dropped Satchwell to 6th, which is the same position I think he finished in yesterday, which equals his season best. So the lead gap has been half pretty much on that first lap. The Higginson's on a charge. He said yesterday how he is now really starting to get to grips with this car. He's enjoying it much like he enjoyed winning in RGB all those years ago. But Craig Pollard going with him, standing the fastest lap of the race. 1:48.9 for Pollard, impressively.
Yeah, very good indeed. So 1.24 seconds first to second. Murphy Aldridge and number 19 Sam Satchwell going side by side for sixth position. I think Aldridge in the red, white and blue car is going to get that done. Yes, he does. And he goes up into sixth position there for Ben Huntley, who was briefly in third and is now back to eighth place. He is challenging as well, so he's looking to get back into the kind of positions he was occupying yesterday. Finished fifth yesterday, his best result so far in the championship. So this is Satchwell versus Huntley through Hamilton down towards the very tight right-hander at Oggies. Then they head to Williams and then they're back onto the Bentley Straight once again. 10 minutes of this race left to go.
Yeah, so Higginson's pace suggests that he should be able to catch guard, but we'll see on just lap 3 of the race. There they are. It doesn't seem to come down to perhaps as much as it did a lap ago, or maybe not quite as significantly. Rob Wellham under threat from Murphy Aldridge. You can just see he's got so much more power, so Wellham is struggling, and this is really going to hurt his championship chances. I think he couldn't afford any more poor races. Okay, he may get to the end of these races, Ian, but he hasn't got the pace, certainly not in a straight line, where Murphy Aldridge blasted past with ease.
He did indeed, so still that battle for sixth goes on behind as Murphy Aldridge now through. He's got a little bit of time to make up to try and get on terms with Dan Gore, though, as the top three have gone through. The gap's come down another 0.4 of a second to 0.84 seconds now. Yesterday's fastest lap was a 1:45.5, was it? 1:48.5, beg your pardon. We're to 1:48.47 now for Higginson, so he's gone through, and a 1:48.39 for Pollard. Yeah,
Craig Pollard's done 2 fastest laps on the trot, and only a couple of attempts outside the lap record, and Higginson's with Gadd. So Tom Gadd has been caught by Matt Higginson, so we've got a battle for the lead. A very different type of race starting to develop compared to yesterday. So Gadd, Higginson, they're separated by 2 points in the championship. Craig Pollard, who's not really in the championship hunt, in P5. He's third in the race. He'd desperately like a win in F1000 over the course of the season. Higginson had a huge twitch there through Hamilton, but Pollard has a chance here with a battle developing up front. You've got then the Sellers run car of Gadd ahead of the Mattel run car of Higginson, and then Craig Pollard, who runs the car with assistance, I think, from Graham Gaunt, the former Formula V champion, as Craig Pollard is himself. And Higginson, that twitch has just dropped him back a little bit from Gadd, and very much is putting him under pressure. And Pollard, who's so close to the back of Higginson, you can't see his car until he pulls out the toe on the left-hand side of the circuit. That move would be probably more possible in Formula V than it is in one of these cars, Ian.
Yeah, so Pollard there really pushing on here. He's got the fastest lap to his name in this race so far. Ex-Ben Powney car that he's in. He's turning his way through Coram now. Higginson's put a bit more daylight between himself and Pollard in that sort of sequence of bends through the bomb hole and Coram, though. They're going to come through and end the lap once again. This is the end of lap 4, so we're getting towards half distance in this race now. Gap first to second was 0.84, it's now 0.57 as the cars just flash past the line at tremendous speed. We've got a car that stopped out on circuit, though. Is that the 9 car of Ryan Thomas, I think? Yeah.
That is on the inside of Oggies, so there'll be a yellow flag there for a lap or so, I should think. So a shame there for Ryan Thomas, who's a newcomer this season from Cumbria, but Gadd the leader. Higginson second, Pollard third. Now they are battling the lap time to go out into the 49s. Dan Gore, who's 5 seconds behind them, is quicker, but they've quite a gap to catch. And Murphy Aldridge and Rob Wellham complete the top 6. And Wellham perhaps struggling for pace more than yesterday because he has Sam Satchwell and Ben Huntley chasing him at this stage. But these are the leaders heading down into that yellow flag zone at Oggies. But then they were coming into the green zone. And we saw how close Pollard got to Higginson here a lap ago. Again, Higginson takes a wide sideways line through Williams, trying to carry the speed through, but you could think much opposite lock might hurt him if that happens. On the 5th lap, the 3 of them in a chase back. Again, Pollard gets closer by the end of the straight in the toe after Higginson's slightly lurid line at the previous corner, but it's not enough for Pollard to challenge it.
No, and we're coming to a part of the circuit where it seems that Higginson is possibly a little bit quicker as well. So these three are a long way clear of the rest. Dan Gore is more than 5 seconds adrift now in 4th place. Murphy Aldridge is in 5th, not really catching Gore, and Rob Wellham is 6th and lapping a couple of seconds slower at the moment. And then it's Satchwell Huntley, Walker and David Williams rounding out the top 10 as we're coming through to complete lap 5.
Yeah, Higginson hopped over the curves like a touring car, which probably is not particularly advisable in these single-seater racing cars. But nevertheless, he closed in on the tail of Tom Gadd, just 4/10 of a second between them. Just saw their flash through our shot across the line. Rob Wellham, Sam Satchwell and Ben Huntley involved in a battle for 6th position. But the leaders turning their way down towards Palmer. But Gadd has held on despite Higginson getting that good run a moment ago. Then Pollard behind, the 3 of them down towards Agostini on lap 6.
Yeah, heading towards this left-handed hairpin. Gadd, the American football enthusiast, continues to lead the way here from Matt Higginson in 2nd and Craig Pollard's in 3rd. 3 750 Motor Club champions doing battle here together. Higginson yesterday said he was starting to sort of feel how he did in the RGB days when he was so successful in that category, winning lots of races and championships, just getting that much more comfortable in the car now than he has been over the first sort of year and a half of racing it, where he's still been learning it against some very competitive opposition. Won yesterday, of course, currently in 2nd today, behind Tom Gadd, who just scraped a 7th place result yesterday after starting at the back. And again, Pollard, through that part of the circuit, has gained on Higginson. Higginson losing out to Gadd, but that might well change over the next few moments again. Let's see if that is the case. They go through the bomb hole now towards the long right-hander at Coram. This time you sense that Pollard is able to keep the pressure on Higginson a little bit more. Heading up to Murray's. Let's see if he uses the curb again. We won't, in fact, because we're getting the view from the pit wall camera here as the cars are about to flash through to complete lap number 6.
Fastest lap for the leader. Tom Gadd, a 1:48.31. He didn't have the pace on oh, it's Higginson's off. Higginson, a big wide moment over the grass. Where has he ended up? Well, he's ended up back on the track, but he has lost 2nd position. That could have been a big moment. Well, it was a big moment. It could have been a big off for Matt Higginson there, all over the grass. So Craig Pollard into 2nd then, after that mistake from Higginson, just after Tom Gadd set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:48.31. Craig Pollard into 2nd, but back under pressure from Higginson. Dirty tyres or not, he has so much pace coming out of Palmer. He's gone around the outside of Pollard here into the hairpin, but he breaks wide on those dirty tyres on the wide line. But he's still there. They're side by side now for 3 corners, basically. And Higginson on the outside through Hamilton. Does it? He stays in front. The title line for Pollard was not the one to be on. He ran out wide. So Higginson holds on to 2nd in all of that, Ian. But to that, we've had a big incident behind. I'm afraid that's into Agostini, I think. But up front, it's Gadd with a big lead now over Higginson and Pollard. Yeah,
we've had one of the cars, I'm afraid, off into the barriers. Just taken the rear wing off. I don't think it's as bad as all that. But that was seriously impressive from Matt Higginson to go wide over the grass. It looked like it could have been a very big off. As Josh says, it was a big off, but he got back onto the circuit. And not only that, but he then immediately challenged and got 2nd place back away from Craig Pollard. So that's serious commitment from Matt Higginson. There's some more commitment because he was sideways there through Nelson. That's allowed Pollard to challenge through the bomb hole, and Pollard in car number 92 goes back through to 2nd place, all of which is allowing Tom Gadd to make a bit of an escape.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a couple of minutes on the clock. But we've got that car off the circuit up at Agostini. There's driving standards flags going out as well. There's Gadd. He's got a huge lead over Pollard now. Some 5 seconds. That's quite remarkable, isn't it? Over Pollard and then Higginson after those couple of moments.
And the race being stopped, red flags are out and red lights are on, and that will be because of that incident, I would think.
And we'll give Higginson 2nd back.
Yes, it will, because the results will go back to the end of lap 6, I would think. Because not everyone had completed lap 7 at the time the red flags were shown, and at that point, before his big moment at Riches, Higginson was still in 2nd place ahead of Craig Pollard. So Matt Suckling can sort that out in part Ferme afterwards. I think they will miss the turn in for part Ferme this time. Will they? No, they will not. They are managing to get them in. So Tom Gadd it is that takes the win then from in second place Matthew Higginson and third place Craig Pollard. Tom Gadd can't quite get into Parc Fermé because one of the cars that's already arrived there is rather in his way. And we'll bring you news of what's happened as a result of that incident just as soon as we can. Some of the drivers have made their way down the pit lane having seen the red flag. Some have made their way into Parc Fermé, but this is the order at the end of 7 laps, but we'll go back a lap I think for the classified results. That'd be number 12 the race winner Tom Gadd. We think that number 83 Matt Higginson in second, Craig Pollard number 92 third, Dan Gore number 80 in fourth, 26 Murphy Aldridge in fifth, and Rob Wellham number 1 in sixth. And what we've not got is a lap chart to tell us exactly what the order was at the end of lap 6, but there you can see the positions at the end of lap 7. Yes, so we can tell you that it was some such, well, it was 7th across the line at the end of lap 6 ahead of Ben Huntley, Adam Walker, David Williams. So that brings to an end, sadly a little bit early, our first race of the day, the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, but worry not, there is another race for those cars later on. It's race number 19 on the programmes, and it'll be off at around about 2 this afternoon, so 3.5 hours or so for teams and drivers to prepare their cars for the race a little bit later on this afternoon. Undoubtedly, because of this incident, there will be a little bit of a hiatus before the next race today, which is due to the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and we have 3 more races to go before lunch as well, also featuring the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, the Martins Group Formula V Championship, and the Yokohama Low Cost Championship as well. So I can see Matt Suckling down in the Parc Fermé. What we don't yet have, though, is some drivers for him. So Josh, some more thoughts from you on that race?
Well, I think that Craig Pollard towards the end of that race, that felt to me like the most convincing we've seen out of him in F1000, because he was seemingly one of the quickest drivers, if not the quickest driver on the track, challenging championship leader Matt Higginson, getting past him. Okay, there were flags come out, so it may not end up like that. But the only time we saw him on the podium before yesterday was that reverse grid race at Brands Hatch, where he sort of clung on, didn't he, with challenges from behind. But this weekend, it feels like there's more pace, and it feels like he's right there where he needs to be long term in the championship. So that was really impressive stuff. But Tom Gadd, he did exactly what he needed to, didn't he? Although it looked like on the second lap he might not when he came under a lot of pressure. But then as the race went on, he was able to fight back. And if anything, he actually got the fastest lap, didn't he, right before the end, Tom Gadd, just outside the lap record from many years ago in the hands of Richard Mitchum. So we're still seeing some of the quickest lap times we've seen in the championship in the past, and the championship will get just as tight. So Gadd will reclaim the championship lead by probably about 3 points going into the later race.
And Tom Gadd has just taken matters into his own hands, and he's poshed the car that was blocking his way into Parc Fermé out of the way of Peter Robinson. I think he is now going to drive down into Parc Fermé himself, so hopefully that will mean that he will grab an interview with Matt Suckling, our colleague down there in Parc Fermé today. And we're also seeing Craig Pollard and Matt Higginson wheel their cars down there in that order, second and third. But of course, when the result goes back to the end of lap 6, they will be switched around, and Higginson will be second and Pollard in third place. And so we will get them there very shortly. You can see Tom Gadd has won the race to Matt Suckling. He's out of his car, and although Tom yet doesn't have his garland or his cap, we'll hear from him with Matt Suckling now.
Yeah, thanks Ian, down here at a blustery Snetterton once again on this second day of action from the 750 Motor Club, and we have a winner from what was a great start to the day with the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. James Winstanley gives out the garland and the winner's hat to Tom Gadd for today. Tom, it was a bit of a hard day yesterday, but you've recovered really well.
Yeah, it was unfortunate what happened yesterday. It put us a bit on the back foot, but yeah, I knew I had to keep focused to try and get the good reverse grid, and it, managed to get a good start. I knew I had to get out of the way first. I knew Matt would be coming through. I didn't expect him to come through as quick as he did. Seeing that flash of green behind me after the first lap was a bit concerning, but yeah, managed to hold him off. It's a shame it ended under red flag. I hope whatever's happened, I hope they're all right. Big thanks to marshals for getting it sorted.
So you've recovered on the points after yesterday, as we said. What do you expect to do for race 3?
We'll see where we start from. I don't know how good of a lap I got in, but we'll see. It's going to be a good race. We'll have all the quick boys at the front. and yeah, we'll just see what we can do.
Good stuff. Well done, Tom. Good start for the day for you. Let's have a quick chat, if we can, with Matt Higginson, who's just over in the distance, just having a quick chat to all of his fans who supported him yesterday. And Matt, you did a tremendous job there, because we've got second place today. You stormed through the field really, really quickly, so you must be proud of how you got off the line.
Yeah, I did. I mean, obviously it's tight starting from 10th here on this grid, and you can't plan anything, so turn up at turn 1 on the outside as usual, and it seemed to open up. Everyone was crowded on the inside, and I managed to get, I think, into 3rd by turn 2. So yeah, best start I could have done, really. Chasing Tom, and just couldn't make any advance in the right places. He sort of had me covered off, so yeah. And then towards the end, my radiator blew and sent me off the track, and held up Craig, and yeah, just good race with Craig towards the end as well.
So even though the radiator blew, you still tried to fight back and get to second place, so you can't be too disgruntled with that, considering the damage you've done.
Yeah, well, it felt like initially I got a flat tyre, and then I thought something must have broken, and then until I got back in the pits, after the race, Craig said it was oil coming onto his visor, so and I think he had a bit of a problem with his diffuser, so at the end we were like wounded soldiers, so yeah, we're just happy to finish that race, to be honest.
So you've limited the damage, because Tom Gadd, of course, won that one. You gained some points yesterday on him in the championship, so it's looking really close. As we said yesterday, it's going to be a great end to the year.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, Tom was fast today, so yeah, have to see what we can do in the next race.
And that problem all fixable for race 3?
Yeah, it's a spare radiator, I presume, hopefully.
Good stuff. Well, Matt, congratulations on second place, and we'll head over here and grab a quick word with Craig Pollard, who finished in 3rd place. Craig, back on the podium for day 2 for the second race there. Good little scrap with not just Matt, but also trying to get past Tom as well.
Yeah, not bad, 2 on the bounce, to get another podium is great, but Matt got ahead a little bit, and it just took lap after lap after lap to keep chipping away, but these guys don't make mistakes, and coming from Formula V into this is such a big step up. The driver's benchmark is just that bit higher, and when I got back onto the back of Matt there, he was just spitting a bit of oil out, and it was just slipping and sliding, and I wasn't going to take any risks. I can't afford the damage, so bring it home. Podium is good for me.
Well, it's gone well so far, as we said. 2 podiums. You're now kind of hoping for a win for the final race, because this car and yourself looking good around Snetterton.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I bought a new left rear and a new left front, because it's the left-hand side of the car that's really taken a beating, and that seemed to work a lot better from the first race. So they look good for the 3rd race, and see what we can do.
Good stuff. Well done, Craig. Congratulations on 2 podiums so far this weekend. We've got more, of course, from the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship a little bit later on this afternoon, but happy boys down here with Craig Pollard in 3rd place. 2nd place for that of Matt Higginson, and the win for the first time this weekend for Tom Gadd, but that now takes him to 3 for the season. So more from them a little bit later on. On the way very shortly, though, here at Snetterton, we're looking forward to the second race of the weekend for the 5 Club MX5 Cup.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. There's one of the cars being recovered from the F1000 race. That was the car that stopped at Oggies of number 9, Ryan Thomas. But as Matt says, as soon as the circuit is clear and the recovery work is done, then we'll have cars released out for the second race of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. And this one doesn't have a green flag lap, so we'll be straight into racing just as soon as the cars are released. Yesterday's race saw a win for Ben Short from George King, but more significantly in terms of the championship contenders, it was Jordan Johnson that was 3rd, with his main championship rival Ben Hansey a little bit further back in 5th position. So Josh, before we go through the grid, perhaps you can just tell us if you've had a chance to look at the championship points as far as the 5 clubs concerned.
So on net scores already, Jordan Johnson was leading the way by some way, because of the non-finishes for Ben Hansey and non-starts earlier in the season. But on drop scores, Hansey was ahead going into yesterday, so I think Johnson now ahead by a point. But Ben Hansey doesn't seem so quick this weekend, does he? Certainly not yesterday. He was some 20 seconds behind the race winner. So that's going to be, because he can't afford to drop any more points, every point counts for Ben Hansey going forward. He will be hoping for a better race today. So I think the track pretty much cleared, so we look forward to cars on the circuit. So we're going to take a look at the grid now, I think.
Yeah, thanks Josh. So the grid for this one set by the results of yesterday's race, with Ben Short number 1, multiple champion in 5 Club, On pole alongside him is number 4 George King, finished his second meeting of the season in 5 Club. Row 2 on the inside is number 92 Jordan Johnson, the championship leader. Besides him is number 17, that's Oak Richardson. On row 3, number 40 is Ben Hansey, and number 13 is Scott Leach. The fourth row will have 230, that's Thomas Holland, and 14 Lloyd Huggins. Number 9 is Ian Tomlinson on the inside of row 5, besides him is 21 Matthew Pennefather-Neal. Row 6 is 128 Samuel Gormer, and 32 Jake Micklewright. Row 7 of the grid has 27 David Brown and 22, which is Adrian Johnson. Nico Favreau, number 46 on the inside of row 8 from 72 Matthew Short. Row 9 is the 65 car of Amy Worthington and 23 Martina Ward. Row 10 is 99 Martin Vernon and 97 Jack Lawrence, with on row 11 91 Steve Quenby and 29 Mary Barnard. And then on the 12th and final row of the grid, 31 Neil Burrows and 191, which is Philip Barrett. So 24 cars that we should have on the grid for the 12th round of the 19-round season for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Most of the cars are already out onto the grid. So Ben Short, always a difficult man to beat. His victory margin yesterday was 2.3 seconds over George King, and then there's another gap of 9 seconds or so back to Jordan Johnson in third place. We need to keep an eye in particular what happens between Johnson and Ben Hansey as far as the championship battle is concerned. Hansey has won it before, this title. Jordan Johnson has not, and so be looking to break that championship duck as far as he is concerned. He has had a couple of wins this season. Ben Hansey has had 3. Oak Richardson has had just the 1, but Ben Short now with 5 wins thanks to his victory yesterday. 1 minute board is shown from the starters gantry, so very quickly we'll be into racing here. I say no green flag lap for the MX5s, and they've got a 15-minute race. It's their second of 3 this weekend. The 30-second board is now shown, so it's the white car with the red checkered stripes and the red roll cage for Ben Hansey. It's the black car with the yellow roll cage for George King. Jordan Johnson has a grey car, and it's the blue and black car with the white stripes for Oak Richardson on the outside of row 2. But the red lights go on and they go out, and the race gets underway. Pretty good start from Oak Richardson from the second row of the grid. George King not particularly well away. He slots straight in behind Ben Short there as the cars head up towards Riches for the first time. A cleaner start than yesterday. We had a couple in the pit wall at the beginning of yesterday's race, although no particular huge amount of damage done, unfortunately. They turn their way now through Riches for the first time. You can see the number 22 car of Adrian Johnson in the middle of shot there. But it's Short and King and Hansey up the inside of Jordan Johnson for third place into the Wilson hairpin. We'll see in a moment whether he made that stick. There's a spin for the number 27 car of David Brown on the exit of Wilson hairpin, but he has got back going again. So there are the 2 leaders, but who is third? It is Ben Hansey.
Yeah, he was all locked up. Almost out of control. Obviously not. He managed to get the car slowed down. So some desperation perhaps to get past early on if he doesn't believe he can find more pace than what he had yesterday, where he got he fell back. And we'll see what he can do today in the tow. Sometimes that helps. Side by side there for Scott Leach and Lloyd Huggins. Lloyd Huggins was on the inside of Scott Leach, long time MX5 racer. But he hangs on Leach. Huggins unable to make that move. So it's Ben Short from George King, who's locking up now into the Oggies. Double apex right-hander. The second apex more important than the first to get the power on. So you brake, get the car slowed down, and then accelerate all the way through the corner up towards Williams, the important right-hander that takes you up down the Bentley straight. Side-by-side action there involving Matthew Short. We just got a glimpse of. But it's Matthew's son, Ben, that leads the way. George King and Ben Hansey going with him, his 2BS Motorsport mate. Where is Jordan Johnson, though, because he's not behind him anymore?
Yeah, so Jordan Johnson, something has happened to him by the looks of it. We've missed that on the live stream. Very, very wide there go the second and third place cars, and there is an oil flag out there, which possibly explains it.
We heard from Higginson, didn't we, that his radiator had broken after he went off, so I think that has dropped some fluid on the road, and that has caused perhaps a few dramas.
Yeah, we've found Jordan Johnson, though. He was tucked in behind the number 14 car of Lloyd Huggins there, so a few places further down than he would be. So this is a real good opening stage of the race for Ben Hansey then, reversing the fortunes from yesterday where Jordan Johnson finished a couple of places ahead of him. Here there's some work for Jordan Johnson to do, while Ben Hansey, I think, is going to try and stick with Ben Short, his teammate, and George King as well. Meanwhile, just looking at Jordan Johnson a bit further back out of our commentary box window, and I thought he might make a move on Lloyd Huggins for 6th position into Richie's corner, but he couldn't quite make that work. So as they head to Wilson for the second time, it's number 1 Ben Short that leads, number 4 George King in second, 40 Ben Hansey is third. Locked up there in 5th place is Scott Leach. He goes a bit too deep in the corner. That leaves the way through for Lloyd Huggins, but I don't think Jordan Johnson has been able to quite capitalise on that.
No, that's right. So Johnson a pretty abysmal first lap while the 3 BS Motorsport cars up front get away, and Ben Short wasn't really making a secret of it yesterday, that he's here to try and help Ben Hansey with the championship. George King, though, is the one in the middle who would really like to win. I don't think he's beaten Ben Short, has he? Because he won those races last season when Ben wasn't racing. So George King would really like to win this. He also races in Europe in Ligier sports cars. So I'm sure plans for George to move on up the European Le Mans Series package ranks over the years. He's there in 2nd position ahead of Ben Hansey, who's staying with them in the tow. That is all he really needs and can do, I think. Oh, Richardson lonely in 4th. Lloyd Huggins is 5th now, I think. He's got past Scott Leach. But so has Jordan Johnson. And Johnson now slices up the inside of Lloyd Huggins and will claim 5th, but is a long way behind the rest here.
He is, and it's hard to see how he's going to catch Oak Richardson and in particular Ben Hansey here. So as things stand, we've got the reversal of the result from yesterday, haven't we? With Johnson 3rd, Hansey 5th yesterday, and Oak Richardson between them on both occasions. It's not all over as far as Jordan Johnson is concerned, though, because Lloyd Huggins trying to fight back here. He's actually lost out, though, to Scott Leach. So Scott Leach up to 6th, Huggins 7th, Thomas Holland it is in 8th place, Matthew Penner, Father Neil, I think, in 9th, and it is now Samuel Gorman, I think, up into the top 10 at the expense of Ian Tomlinson.
Yeah, Gorman going well. Some are a bit wide, so perhaps track surface isn't ideal. It'll be interesting to see the lap times of the leaders compared to yesterday. I think on this opening lap, we had 7 laps yesterday. We should do the same, all being well. Holland that time was sideways. So that big group takes you all the way back to 12th, I think, and Jake Mickelwright. So a good battle pack. And we've done a 2:25. So yeah, the lap times were a couple of seconds slower than yesterday, with a potential tricky track surface to deal with. And for the lead of the race, George King couldn't really get any closer to Ben Short as he goes through Richie's. He's a bit wider. Now, we've seen a lot of drivers lock up down here into the hairpin on this race. King looks to the inside. Short's taking a wider line. Big moment in the background. Who was that? That one had a huge slide. 2:30, I reckon. Tom Holland had a huge slide through Richie's. Held it, though. Ian Tomlinson's dropped to the back of that group. Very experienced driver.
It's Jake Mickelwright that's made up a couple of positions there, hasn't he? Because he's got ahead of Tomlinson, but also briefly, I think, Samuel Gorman. Gorman trying to fight back in the 128 car and has, I think, gone back through, has he? Yes, Gorman's got that place back from Mickelwright in the 32 car. Matthew Short going wide on the exit of Armour at that time. Meanwhile, up into Agostini, you've got the 230 car of Thomas Holland just ahead of 14 Lloyd Huggins and 21 Matthew Neal as they come out of Agostini now and head back up to the left-hander at Hamilton.
There's been a change for the lead. George King is through ahead of Ben Short, so George King has got past. Ben Hansey is there now in 3rd place, so this is a very different look to the race to yesterday. The fastest lap, by the way, on that previous lap went to Ben Hansey at 2:24. To King at 2:24.7, but Hansey was also quicker than Short on that first flying lap. But now that George King is ahead, Ben Short is the chasing car as they head down the Bentley Straight, and then you've got that big battle pack behind where Jordan Johnson and Scott Leach starting to get away. Anyway, for the lead, Short has a look to the inside of George King, but King carries the speed through the left-handed element of the S's at Brundle better, so he's able to hang on. So this is going to be interesting, Ian, to see how Ben Short finds a way into the lead.
Yep, what have we got? 6.5 minutes gone, so 8 minutes left to go. Yes, 8 minutes left to go, something like that, as they turn their way through Coram once again. It's King, then number 4, that leads the way, but by about a foot from number 1, Ben Short in second place. Ben Hansey, number 40, still going with them in third. 17, Oak Richardson is fourth. Jordan Johnson now a bit more comfortable in fifth place, number 92, ahead of Scott Leach. And then this battle, which has now Thomas Holland, number 2, 30, up to seventh place, ahead of number 14, Lloyd Huggins. Leaders go over the line, meanwhile, beneath our commentary position. The gap between them was 0.14 seconds. Now we're seeing them on screen, heading down towards Riches. And Short taking a wider line into the left-hander, but unable to get through there. Has he done it, though, on the exit of the corner? They're going to be side by side down to Wilson Hairpin. Short's going to be on the inside line for the right-hander as they go under braking. And I think he's going to get this done now. Can Ben Hansey follow him as well? Of course, King now has the line for Palmer, but he's about half a car length behind. And I think Short, therefore, has been able to seal the move back through, although he now is a little bit wide at Palmer. Now I think he's done it. Hansey in third gets a wheel over the dirt on the exit of the corner, so it's back to as we were again. Ben Short leading number 1 from George King, number 4 in second. 40 Ben Hansey in third, and there's problems there for number 46 Nico Fafo with the hands in the air.
Yeah, Short's defence was quite aggressive there into Agostini. He chopped across the front of George King. So that's held his lead then. King in second, Hansey in third as they come through Hamilton and down towards Oggies. 3 seconds behind them is Oak Richardson, who's 3 seconds ahead of Jordan Johnson, who's only slightly quicker than Richardson in front. Then Leach still in 6th position. He sort of leads the big pack behind Johnson. Here they are into Williams, and Nico Favo I think is continuing and to the paddock, so he is in retirement. Has he got a puncture?
Flat tyre by the looks of it, yeah, on the left rear. So back towards the camera at Brundle comes Ben Short in the lead of the race session. He's made a bit of daylight between himself and George King now, hasn't he? Ben Hansey it is in third place, number 40, another BS Motorsport car, piling the pressure on King as one of the corner marks, I think, takes goes for a Burton there.
In a Mazda race, no.
It's surprising to see it still there, to be honest with you. And then they head off to Coram once again. Still Oak Richardson has had a quiet couple of races, really. Oak in 4th position both days.
It's weird how he was quicker than Ben Hansey yesterday, but didn't quite have the pace of Jordan Johnson. It seems to be the opposite way around, really, today. Okay, Johnson's first lap didn't help matters, but he's sort of been there as the best of the rest behind the top 3 really in both races. Leaders across the line. It's a second advantage for Short, who's back into the 24s, so only just. It's definitely a slower paced race than yesterday. Richardson now 1.7 behind Hansey, so he was 6 tenths quicker than Hansey on that lap. So can Oak Richardson claw in the top 3? They're in 4th position. He was the winner at the opening round at Croft, and since then he's had a second and a couple of thirds. Scott Leach in 6th, still under pressure from British GT racer Tom Holland and Lloyd Huggins. Gap back to Matthew Neal, and then Ian Tomlinson's back to 10th. Ahead of Sam Gormer, who only started racing last season, the former drifter, and then also involved in that battle is Jake Micklewright, someone who again only started racing last season. Quite a good proportion of this grid pretty new to racing over the last year or two, but there are some more experienced drivers on the grid, as we've mentioned as well. But now that Short's back in the lead, he's stopped having a battle with George King and is pulling out quite a decent lead. Oh, Leach over the grass and back on again, but he's not lost too much. Again, you're really quick through Hamilton. It's a very quick corner, a small dab of the brakes, turn left, and then power out, and the road quickly disappears, as it did there for Scott Leach. But he still is there in 6th position. Scott has had a podium this season, which came in the opening race at Croft. There's that battle between 2 drivers who only started racing last year, Sam Gormer and Jake Micklewright, who I think are battling over 11th now since Ian Tomlinson's got through.
So down the straight they go again. There's Jordan Johnson, a bit more comfortable now in 5th position. Here's Scott Leach, who has a bit more Pressure now from the BS Motorsport car of 230 Thomas Holland after his movement there at Hamilton a few moments ago. Leach, a long time race in MX5's, probably done as many MX5 races as almost anybody, I would think, over the years in different championships. There's Richardson in 4th, Johnson in 5th, who's done a brief stint of racing in oval track legends, the 31-year-old HGV technician from Gloucester. And the car that was built by, the engine built by BS Motorsport, the car prepared by Jordan and his father. There's the four-car of George King in 2nd place, who's now just about a second behind the race leader Ben Short, and actually in turn the gap to Ben Hansey has opened up. Now Ben Hansey lost about a second on that last lap.
The top two picked their pace up more than anything, and George King set the fastest lap there. He is number 4, fastest lap, 2:14.224.16. New best lap of the race. There's Scott Leach, who Ian was telling us about a moment ago, and it feels like he's been racing that livery as well for a very long time, Ian. That's become pretty popular with the tongue sticking out of the grill.
Yeah, it's certainly very recognisable, isn't it, Scott Leach's paintwork. That battle going on in the background, I could see, still involving Jake Micklewright in the white car, just outside the top 10.
They caught Matthew Neal, so Matthew Neal and Ian Tomlinson are battling in front, and Tomlinson's got away from Gormer versus Micklewright, but Ian Tomlinson's caught Matthew Pennyfather-Neal, who had a really good race at Mallory Park, where he was on the podium, number 21, Matthew Neal, which would have been his best to result, his first podium, I think, in Mazda MX-5s.
Yeah, the Mallory Park meeting, which was a bit of a festival of Japanese racing categories, with the Type R Trophy there, the Mazda 7s and also the MR2s at that Mallory Park event last month. As we watch number 9 Ian Tomlinson, man from Blackpool, very experienced in the 5 Club competition. Been a regular podium finisher in the past as well, but always there or thereabouts the top 10. Problems for number 97, I'm afraid. That's Jack Lawrence, the Gloucester driver. His BS Motorsport Enter car seems to have come to a stop.
In a unhandy position as well. So the leaders come towards us. The battles around the back of the circuit goes on between Matthew Pennyfather-Neal and Ian Tomlinson too. And Neal runs wide, so that's going to give Tomlinson a chance into Coram on the inside line, and he will slot through, I think, into the position that it says on the side of his car, the number it says on the side of his car, 9th position. Lead is through. Is the gap down again? It's 7 tenths, and finally we got into the 23s. A 2:23.61 for George King, catching the race leader going on to the last lap.
Yeah, one more lap to go here then. Can George King do anything about Ben Short? Frankly, I'd be surprised if he could, but we never know. They are now nearly 4 seconds clear of Ben Hansey in 3rd place. Ben, who still has a second in hand, I think, over Oak Richardson, so looking assured of a podium, you would think here.
That gap is coming down though, because it was 2 or 3 seconds earlier. So Richardson is catching Hansey behind.
Yeah, Richardson's PB lap is now faster than that of Hansey by 100th of a second. Jordan Johnson actually in 5th place, faster than both of them, did a 2:24.57. So the lead's now into the 2:23s, 2:23.61 for the man in 2nd place, George King, although that's 6 tenths off Ben Short's fastest lap of the race yesterday.
So they turn their way up towards Hamilton. Short throwing the car about. He carried a lot of speed out of Agostini that helped him. You can see the car trying to break away. Bit of oversteer at times coming from the champion from last year's car. Ben Short, there he is. You can see him working at the wheel. It's a good thing with these open cars, isn't it, where you can see the drivers working at the wheel, particularly as you do work at the wheel quite hard in a Mark 1 Mazda MX-5.
So down to Ben Brundle and Nelson, they come for the final time. In the background, Hansey is having to defend here from Oak Richardson, it would seem. He's having to move the car right and left again as they make their way through. Being one up front, it looks like Ben Short is probably going to be safe from the attentions of George King, so another 1-2 for those two drivers. But Hansey still under pressure from Oak Richardson, who's yes. Used definitely all of the circuit, all of the curb, and some of the runoff area at Nelson to try and get on terms with Hansi there, and I don't think it's going to do him too much good. Meanwhile, the leader, Ben Short, is out of Murray's for the final time. He's going to be up to the finish line. Checkered flag, you can see, is made ready at the end of 7 laps. And it goes out now. So another win for Ben Short. 2 out of 2 in the weekend. 2/10 the gap between them. But for third place, who's it going to be? Ben Hansi's lost out on the run to the line there. Oak Richardson gets the verdict by 2/100ths of a second. So Hansi, well, the podium wasn't secure after all, because it was a great final lap from Oak Richardson. He did his best lap of the race, a 2:24.81 to get ahead of Ben Hansi. Jordan Johnson took 5th, Scott Leach 6th, Tom Holland 7th, Lloyd Huggins 8th, Ian Tomlinson 9th, and Matt Pennefather-Neal 10th. So a crucial point drop there for Ben Hansi.
That means on drop scores they're equal now, Hansi and Johnson, going into the race later. But George King, fastest lap on that last lap, 2:23.08, half a second quicker than Ben Short. So he did a good job there. Be a bit different later because we'll have that partially reversed grid. Matt might well be able to oversee the reverse grid door potentially in a few moments' time. But interesting race, different to yesterday. Probably more interesting in the higher positions than yesterday's race. But Ben Hansi, as soon as he lost the toe, didn't have the pace, did he? And it's unusual, isn't it? From where he was pretty dominant a couple of years ago. And he's dropped back. Let's have a look at the full results, though, of that 5 Club Racing. MX5 Cup Racing, backed by Switch.
Yeah, so Ben Short won at the end of 7 laps in car number 1 by 2/10 of a second from number 4, George King, in 2nd place. 3rd place went the way of number 17, that was Oak Richardson. In 4th place was number 40, Ben Hansi, ahead of 92, Jordan Johnson. So the 2 championship rivals, 4th and 5th. 6th to number 13, Scott Leach, ahead of Thomas Holland, number 230 in 7th place. 8th was number 14, Lloyd Huggins. 9th was number 9, Ian Tomlinson. 10th was 21, Matthew Pennefather-Neal, ahead of Jake Micklewright and Sam Gormo, who briefly flirted with the back end of the top 10. Matthew Short, 13th, David Brown, 14th. And then 15th was Adrian Johnson, of Martin Vernon, Amy Worthington, Martina Ward, Jack Lawrence, Steve Quemby, Mary Barnard, and Neil Burrows, and we lost Nico Favreau during the course of that race. So the MX5s are back out again later on, just before 3 o'clock this afternoon, for their 3rd and final race of the weekend, which, as Josh says, has a partially reversed grid. 3 more races to come before the lunch break here at Snetterton, with Clio's up next, then Formula V and low costs to round out the morning action. But before any of that, we'll be heading down in just a moment to hear from Matt Suckling. He's there in Parc Fermé.
Thank you, guys. Yep, down here with a winner for a 2nd time this weekend. 6 in a row now, Ben. This is going pretty well.
Yeah, it is. That was a really good race as well, really good fun. Spent most of it watching the mirrors more than where I was going. The track's really varied out the back. I think there must have been an accident or something. So from under the bridge, through the bomb hole to the run to Coram, all of that, the grip level changed every lap. And I think George also found the same, because I kept looking in the mirror and, wherever I'd run wide, he'd be on the grass as well.
Things going to plan then on your return to the championship, doing what you need to do?
Yeah, just having fun really. I mean, it's a really sociable paddock, so had a nice chat with everyone last night. We all had a bit of a barbecue, and just going out for some racing today, and a bit of a hack with George as well.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. In terms of the 3rd and final race, you want to try and keep these wins going. There you go. You have a garland and a winner's hat as well from the MX5 Cup team. You want to try and keep this run going, maybe for the rest of the season?
No, I don't think, due to other commitments, we won't be able to do anything after this event. So the team will still be here, but I don't think this car will be. So, if a space appears in the truck, I'd love to come along, but I think it might not be able to continue for too much longer.
Good stuff. Well, I'm Ben so far this weekend. We'll have a quick chat with our 2nd place man for the 2nd time this weekend. George, things for you going well. That was a good race. You put Ben under quite a bit of pressure there.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I think I pulled my socks up, what Ben said yesterday. I tried to stick on with him for the whole race, but a little slide out onto the back straight made him get away a bit. But then I caught him up towards the end, so it's looking promising for the 3rd race.
You're hoping probably for an extra lap in that one, just to try and do something about him on the final lap.
Yeah, I mean, I got such a good run out of the last corner, and then we come around the corner, I see the checkered flag, and it was just like, if I had one more lap, then it probably would have been another good fight.
Be looking forward to the third and final race?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. See what number he pulls out the hat, and then it will make it really interesting.
Good stuff. Well done, George. Congratulations on second place. And getting third place at the line now, Oak Richardson, who did a sterling job to get past Ben Hansey. You must have been pleased with that move.
Yeah, I was very surprised with that. I didn't expect to catch Ben on the last lap quite as quickly as I did. And he tried to do a nice little stopping mover at the last corner, and I just happened to get the run on him, because yesterday Jordan did the same to me in exactly the same position, fighting for the same place at the last corner of the last lap. I remembered he did that yesterday, and I thought, well, Ben's probably going to try the same thing, and he did, and I was wise to it this time, so got past him.
And it's all good for the championship. You finished ahead of Ben, of course, and also Jordan towards the end.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know what happened to Jordan. I think he missed the gear really early in the race. So he just disappeared really, really quickly, which is a shame, because it'd have been fun to have a scrap with Jordan and with Ben. But I'll take it. I'm happy with that.
Good stuff. Well done, Oak. Well done to our top three within that MX5 Cup. We'll have more from them a little bit later on this afternoon. But now cars already heading onto that green flag lap for the second race of the weekend for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship.
Yes, it's the second and final race of the weekend for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship cars. After yesterday we had a win for Jack Dwayne from Jack Kingsbury, and Chris Lawrence completed the podium and won the 182 class. Dwayne and Kingsbury both in the 197 cars. So let's have a look at the grid for this race then. It is going to be on pole position the number 11 car of Jack Dwayne, and besides him is number 3 Jack Kingsbury, so as per the top two yesterday. Then on the inside of row 2 it's number 4 Tim Bentley, who has done a lot of the winning in the 182 class this season, and besides him is number 77 Jason Pelosi. Row 3 will be on the inside number 47 Ben Swift, who started at the back of the grid for yesterday's race, and 55 Justin Griffiths. Then on row 4 Chris Lawrence 56 and Ollie Wayne number 86. Darren Ransom number 30 and 10 Joshua North are on row 5. Alex Kilby number 85 and Paul Clark number 82 on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 will be number 7 Lewis Richardson and 31 Chris Page, with on the 8th row 32 Matthew Orcutt and 27 Gareth Tansey. Sonny White in 17 and 88 Brian Craven are on the 9th row. The 10th row is 23 Alex Burridge and 33 Nick Brady, with Charles Shelbourne 48 and Peter O'Connor 72 rounding out the field. So Josh, yesterday's race was round number 8 of the championship. Where does that leave things?
So we've got a new championship leader, because Chris Lawrence has taken the championship lead by a point over Tim Bentley, both Class A Clio 182s. It changes on drop scores in the other direction. But only a further 5 points back is Jack Dwayne, the Class B leader, and the poleman today, yesterday's winner. He's won the 197 element of the race 4 times. Bentley's won the Class A element 6 times, but had that DNF at Croft, which hampered his championship a little bit. But on drop scores, as long as he doesn't have any more bad races, it won't be as big of an issue. But they're the 3 championship contenders, really, from Class A, Chris Lawrence and Tim Bentley, and from Class B, Jack Dwayne, because this year the championship can be won when scoring points in individual classes, and it can come from either class.
That's right. And this championship, really good way, a good affordable way to go tin top racing. They have standard engines, a control ECU, they have K-Tech Racing coilover suspension, they run Toyo control tyres and a limited number of tyres that can be run through the season, standard gearbox as well, bolt-in roll cage 2. So it's a pretty evenly matched championship, very closely controlled in that respect, and relatively inexpensive. No, motorsport is truly cheap, but this is a relatively cost-effective way to go racing. It should be an interesting race, this, because the grid is a bit of a different shape to yesterday. We've got people like Tim Bentley on the inside of row 2 this time, so he's a bit further up the order. This grid set by fastest laps from yesterday, and also Ben Swift, who started from the back of the grid yesterday, came through to 7th place. He starts from P5 today, so it'll be interesting to see how he can fare. Can he trouble the podium? Maybe. Last few cars into position at the back. Shortly we'll get the green flag waved, which we are about to see, and then the race will get underway for 15 minutes. 5-second board is shown. The red light goes on. And out it goes, away we go. Pretty good start from Jack Dwayne on pole position. Immediately Jack Kingsbury, his championship rival in the finale here a couple of years ago, tucks in behind him. Tim Bentley, it looked like, made a pretty decent start as well as they head up towards riches for the first time. The cars all filtering through there. Was it still Jack Dwayne that held the lead? We'll hopefully pick them up as they head up towards the Wilson hairpin. Well, it wasn't, because it was Kingsbury that got ahead. A good start too for Tim Bentley as well, but he's now got Jason Pelosi trying to go up on the inside of him for third position. Very distinctive green and yellow car of Paul Clark there, one of the 182s in the middle of the pack, but a good start this from Jack Kingsbury to lead possibly for the first time in a Clio 197.
Yeah, that's right, and him and Dwayne were very evenly matched yesterday, so an interesting battle to break up. Jason Pelosi retired from yesterday with a mechanical problem. He is right there looking up the inside of Jack Dwayne too. Ben Swift has also passed him Bentley. Pelosi slow through the middle of the corner though, so he's going to get swamped on the exit, I reckon. So Ben Swift and Tim Bentley try and go either side. Swift on the inside line, which is a tighter line through there, which is tricky, but he's done it. He's passed Pelosi. Then the Class A lead in pack behind with Tim Bentley, Chris Lawrence, Ollie Wayne as well in there. So that's a really nice battle behind. But the top two have really got away after that mistake, it would seem, for Pelosi through the hairpin.
Yeah, it did look like that, didn't it? It's cost him the position to Ben Swift, and we have got the 3 182 leaders together, which hasn't always been the case this season, so we'll keep an eye on the battle that goes on there. You could also see the number 32 182 for Matthew Walker also well up the overall order as well, but it's the grey car of number 3 that leads the way. That's Jack Kingsbury, the man from Hartford, from Jack Dwayne, the Lincolnshire man, in second place. Ben Swift, number 47, is third. 77, Jason Pelosi is fourth. And then the 3 182s together for the lead of the race. Tim Bentley under pressure here from Chris Lawrence and Ollie Wayne, who's been a winner in 182s in the past as well. They turn their way now through the bomb hole down towards Coram Curve. And I think we've got a good race in prospect here. Pelosi is alongside Swift there for third position. Couldn't make it work, so it is still Swift hanging on, and as they battle, they're possibly going to slow each other up and allow the top two to get away.
Yeah, they've pulled a gap already, and like you say, if they battle, that'll be increasing over what should be another 7-lap race for the Clio Sport Championship. So it's Kingsbury 6/10 out front from Dwayne, then that sort of unusual challenge from Pelosi into Coram that didn't come off, so Ben Swift hangs on. Then the Class A leaders, Tim Bentley, Chris Lawrence, the championship contenders too. Bentley, who's been an overall winner 4 times, he's been a class winner 6 times. That's Chris Lawrence trying to come around the outside of him. Is this going to give Ollie Wayne the chance? The banked corner, is that going to come back to Lawrence on the exit? I don't think he's going to gain the position off of Tim Bentley. He's having to defend from Ollie Wayne. So for Chris Lawrence, who's been racing for a few seasons after many years in karting, has been able to hang on, but that challenge to try and pass Tim Bentley, the multiple winner this season, didn't come off. So it's Bentley still in front as they come down in towards the hairpin.
Turning their way through, Paul Clark's out of the race by the looks of it. He's pulled into the pit lane beneath our commentary position. That's a move being made by Charles Shelbourne. Now he started right at the back of the grid. He was up to 16th by the end of the first lap and continuing to make up ground as well. Here though on screen is the 182 battle. That's the Class A battle. It's for 5th, 6th and 7th places overall as well. They've got one of the 197s, Justin Griffiths, just in behind them as well in that mainly white car. But that's 86 Ollie Wayne's in the blue car in third place, chasing after the 56 car of Chris Lawrence, the blue and yellow, the traditional Renault Motorsport colours. Up front in the 197s, it is still number 3 Jack Kingsbury from number 11 Jack Dwayne. And it's a similar kind of gap between the 3rd and 4th place cars of Ben Swift and Jason Pelosi, and then you've got the 3 182s together. They turn their way through Brundle and Nelson, all pretty clean, all within the curbs and white lines at that part of the circuit, which is not something that we've seen in all of the races so far during the course of the day. They're turning their way now into Coram as well. The leaders, still not a lot to separate them as they come towards the end of lap 2 though, Josh.
Yeah, Dwayne came stronger in the second half of race 1, but Kingsbury was right on his boot lid throughout the opening part of the race. So can Dwayne do anything about the leader? They've got to be conscious if they battle. Ben Swift behind looks pretty quick, and actually Pelosi, I think, with the fastest lap of all, 2:18.9. So they're not the quickest, the top two in this race, which could leave them vulnerable later. But here comes Dwayne, a huge look down the inside. That didn't come to anything. Then behind, Jason Pelosi, the fastest man in the race, is on the inside of Ben Swift. There they are, wheel to wheel. What about the 182s? Because Justin Griffiths, the man whose car's for sale, is getting involved in the 182 battle as well. The Hustle Motorsport car on the inside there of Ollie Wayne. The leaders, though, they all stay in the same order, despite we saw numerous challenges. And equally, Justin Griffith's challenge hasn't come off yet, Ian.
It's not. He's still going for it. It's Dwayne trying to outbrake Jack Kingsbury into the Agostini hairpin. He gets his car a quarter of the way alongside Jack Kingsbury's number 3 car, and they're going to be tucked back in behind on the exit of the corner. So it's still the car prepared by Ricky Kingsbury that's in the lead, but it's off the circuit now. And is it going to stay out of the barriers? It looks like it might do just about, but Jack Kingsbury there in the lead of the race lost it, and that's handed the lead to Jack Dwayne. Of course, he has rejoined the circuit now. I think he's dropped in behind Darren Ransom maybe, who was in 9th place, so he's lost a lot of ground there as Jack Kingsbury, but he was fortunate, I think, to avoid contact with the barriers there.
It was a huge off, wasn't it? It's lucky it didn't dig in and roll over, because that would have been a massive accident. So thankfully for Jack Kingsbury that didn't happen, but the race lead, the chance of a win is gone, obviously. A huge moment, really big. And then Jack Dwayne, because of that, he probably backed out of it, and the gap's come down. Yeah, because there was nearly 2 seconds between Dwayne and Ben Swift at the start of the lap. It's less than a second now, I would suggest. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack Dwayne had backed out of that. Meanwhile, amongst the 182s, no change in the order there, in that it's still number 4 Tim Bentley, from 56 Chris Lawrence and 86 Ollie Wayne, and there's a big battle a bit further back headed by Chris Page, who's in 11th place, number 31. He's got Joshua North behind him, and also Alex Kilby in the number 85 car as well. But the 182 leaders are just coming out of Murray's to complete lap number 3. Another thing about that spin, it shows you how quick that corner is, doesn't it? Because from the angles that we tend to get and from the spectator banks, it doesn't look as difficult as it actually is, and how quick it is. So when it goes wrong, it was a bit of a strange spin, but the back end just came away from Kingsbury, and you can really see how quick it is through there and how dramatically it can go wrong. The lead gap's coming down even more now, isn't it? It's less than it was half a lap ago. So for Ben Swift and for Jason Pelosi, they're getting on terms with Jack Dwayne, who's won 3 races outright. He's the only driver to win, and that's, I think, 3 of the 4 venues as well, having won at Brands Hatch Croft and here at Snetterton so far this season. Can he win again? Well, he's coming under pressure from it. Ben Swift, he has been a class winner. He won the 2nd race at Silverstone in Class B. He hasn't been an overall winner, though. He's had a couple of seconds and a couple of thirds. He's there in 2nd place, the airline pilot from Skegness. So not probably one of his more local circuits, this here at Snetterton. He's being chased by Essex man Jason Pelosi, who's there in 3rd. But it's Dwayne still out front, Ian, but they've got a real battle on our hands, I think. Yeah, 3 for the lead then I get back to the 3 for the lead in the 182s, who are as close as ever, and they've got the 197s. Alongside them, we're going to get a change for 2nd within that class as they go through. Williams, number 86, Ollie Wayne gets his way ahead of number 56, Chris Lawrence. So Wayne now goes through to take 2nd place. Can he keep hold of that, though? The 37-year-old RAF engineer from Nottingham started racing 4 years ago. Lawrence is going to try and fight back here along the Bentley Straight. The 2 of them are side by side, and they are still mirror to mirror more or less as they head into Brundle, but it's the blue and yellow car that's just come out in front and then hops over the curb on the apex of Nelson there. Still stays ahead, but in doing so has lost a couple of car lengths now to Tim Bentley, who still leads within that class. Yeah, and he's got the biggest lead he's had in this particular race. As you mentioned, that battle on behind, then you've got Justin Griffiths and Darren Ransom and Jack Kingsbury trying to recover as well, just behind them. But there's Lawrence, then in 56, another Lincolnshire-based driver, as the top 3 go through. 9/10 of a second between them, and they are some 5 seconds or so ahead of the battle behind, being headed by Bentley, who's immediately back under pressure, and Chris Lawrence. That gap he has come down really quite rapidly. It has, so it's back to 3 for the lead in both of the classes then.
And now we've got Justin Griffiths trying to make his presence felt again amongst those 182s who are overlapping again on the exit of the Wilson hairpin. And it's going to be Wayne to the outside initially into pump, but then he tucks back in behind Griffiths. Ransom as well in that battle. Jack Kingsbury has done the best lap of the race in 9th place as he tries to recover at 2:19.49. He's about a second and a half behind that group. Actually, we had a better lap a bit further up, haven't we, with the leads earlier on. But just done a good lap there, Jack Kingsbury, as he tries to recover. So we watch them heading their way into Hamilton. That's where Kingsbury a couple of laps ago had his big moment. No such dramas for these 182s as they head now through Oggies. We've got just about 4 minutes to go. I would think 2 laps to go at the end of this one.
Lawrence just dipped the wheel out over the dirt. He's immediately back onto Bentley though. Every time he loses a bit of time, he regains it. I wondered if there was a small brush between him and Ollie Wayne at the hairpin at Wilson earlier, but it didn't come to anything too drastic. So down the Bentley straight they run into the S's, which is up next, and Lawrence is challenging. He's on the outside of championship rival Bentley here, trying to pressurise Bentley into mistake, trying to draw alongside and make a pass. Well, neither of those is happening as of yet. Tim Bentley, who's come on as a driver really strongly over the last couple of seasons, particularly. He ran well last year, particularly in the second half of the year, and then started this year off pretty staggeringly with all those class victories. This weekend's been a bit more of a challenge from Chris Lawrence, and a big slide on the brakes there from Bentley. He's on a tighter line, and that might hold him and Lawrence back, perhaps giving Ollie Wayne the chance as they run up the centre straight to start the penultimate lap of the race. Which the 197s have already done, and there's a marginally bigger lead for Jack Dwayne this time by 0.02 of a second. Are they going to go alongside for the lead of the 182s into Rich's corner this time? It's going to be on the inside line Tim Bentley, on the outside line Chris Lawrence, but I don't think anything was going to happen as a result of that. Meanwhile, those are the 3 197 leaders heading into Wilson. Here are the 182s heading into Wilson as well. Bentley with the inside line. Lawrence tries to get the overlap but fails to do so. And now you've got Jack Kingsbury up a position as well. He's ahead of Darren Ransom now and up into 8th, so he's going to start to get involved in with these 182s in the last lap and a half. Yes, that's quite possible. Justin Griffiths will be for points, the others won't be for Kingsbury, but he will want to get as many positions back, I am sure. And he's on the inside of Justin Griffiths, who gives him space. I think he knows that Kingsbury is quicker here, and he allows him through. So Jack Kingsbury back into 7th. He's gained 2 positions already on this lap, and now he's got those 3 182s, and I'm sure he'll be conscious that they are battling for a class victory between themselves. Bentley, Lawrence, Wayne on the brakes into the right-hander at Oggies, and then accelerate up towards Williams. So a real big battle pack here, but Tim Bentley seemingly unfazed. He's not come under significant pressure as of yet in this battle, and they head up the centre straight, up the Bentley straight, where already the leaders are at the end of. And Jack Dwayne, equally, since he was caught by Ben Swift, hasn't seemed to have come under an actual attack, really, from Swift, and then Pelosi behind. Then we look back to see what's happening behind. Is it still Tim Bentley? No, it's not, because Chris Lawrence has got down the inside into Nelson, and that is going to allow Ollie Wayne through as well, I think. So Chris Lawrence has taken the lead of the class at a critical time, and Ollie Wayne has followed him, past it, but then runs wide. So Tim Bentley is back on the inside for Coram. Jack Kingsbury thinks about making it free of breath, thinks that's not the brightest idea ever, so he hangs on behind them. Bentley's just lost the 1 position, but Chris Lawrence has forced his way through then to the front of the class. Last lap getting underway now for the leaders. Jack Dwayne extending his lead to 85 hundredths of a second, so very nearly 1 second out of Ben Swift and Jason Pelosi. That is the lead that Chris Lawrence has in the 182s now. It is about 3/4 of a second over Tim Bentley and Ollie Wayne. Do we get a challenge for second within the 197s? Well, Pelosi is having a go now at number 47, Ben Swift, who's had a good comeback weekend after getting into the top 6 yesterday
and running in the podium position today, but can he hold on to P2 from Jason Pelosi in the closing stage of this race? It looks like Jack Dwayne out front is a little bit more secure in the lead of this race.
Yes, that is for sure. After that challenge we saw from Pelosi, that's just held Ben Swift back a bit. What's happening behind? Well, Chris, every time someone grabs the lead in the 182 by a gap, the gap comes down and Tim Bentley's right back on terms with Chris Lawrence. It's really bizarre, isn't it? So it's not that Bentley was slower, I don't think. Maybe that is the fast tow we are seeing in operation today with that blustery conditions we've got.
Yeah, with that headwind down the Bentley straight, tailwind along the Senna straight. This is the fight for second, heading on to the Bentley straight now. The second and third place cars in the 197s, Class B. And Swift in second and Pelosi in third. They are about 5 seconds clear of the 182s, just coming into view now on the exit of Williams, and it is still Chris Lawrence that's ahead of that group by a little bit, I think, from Tim Bentley in second place within Class A. But Jack Dwayne continuing to lead. He heads through Nelson now out to the bomb hole for the final time. We'll just wait for the 182s to come into shot, and it is still pretty close amongst the first three there. Chris Lawrence 56, Ollie Wayne at the rear of this group in 86. Sandwiched in between them is the man that's had so many wins this season, number 4, Tim Bentley. But Jack Dwayne now in the overall lead, is through the final corner at Murray's, and he accelerates his way through the right-hand curve and up the centre straight. And the check flag's out. There's a 5-second penalty for someone. We'll try and work out who that is right at the end. But it is Jack Dwayne that takes the checkered flag then from Ben Swift in second and Jason Pelosi in third place. And for the 182s, it is Chris Lawrence that holds on to make it 3 wins, and think in the last 3 races now he's won both of them here at Snetterton this weekend. Tim Bentley, it is in 5th place, and Ollie Wayne in 6th, and they're second and third within that class. Matthew Walker, I think, got a 5-second penalty yesterday. He's got another one today as well within the 1927 division, but he's well down the order anyway. And the rest of them come through. So it's Jack Kingsbury took 7th, Justin Griffiths 8th, Darren Ransom 9th, and Joshua North 10th.
Yes, that was some good battling, wasn't it? But another win for Jack Dwayne, which is win number 4 outright this season. So let's have a look how the rest finished behind.
Yeah, so confirmation then of the win for Jack Dwayne, number 11, at the end of 7 laps of racing. And he took the victory by 0.86 seconds from Ben Swift, number 47, in second place. Jason Pelosi, number 77, it was in third position. 4th place went the way of 56, Chris Lawrence. 5th to number 4, Tim Bentley. And 6th, number 86, Ollie Wayne. 7th went the way of number 3, Jack Kingsbury. 8th to number 55, Justin Griffiths. This is slightly different to what's on your screen. 9th to number 30, Darren Ransom. Running out the top 10 was number 10, Joshua North, ahead of Alex Kilby, Chris Page, Charles Shelbourne, Alex Burridge, Lewis Richardson, Nick Brady, Matthew Orcott with that 5-second penalty, Sonny White, Ryan Craven, and Paul Clark was a retirement. So that is how it finished. Jack Dwayne getting another win after that dramatic off for Jack Kingsbury during the course of that race, but glad to see that Jack was able to continue and make up a few places to finish in 7th. And that's all of the Clio racing action for this weekend. They will be back in action in about 3 weeks' time on the international circuit at Silverstone, and they'll then conclude their season at Donington Park in September. So just 2 more meetings to go now in the KTEC Racing Clio Sport Championship. I can see drivers now down in Parc Fermé. Already wearing his garland is Jack Dwayne, and he is going to speak to Matt Suckling.
Down here then with our race winner for the second time this weekend, which is Jack Dwayne. Jack, many congratulations. It was close at the front with Jack Kingsbury to start with, and you had 2 more joining you once Jack disappeared.
Yeah, unfortunately Jack got a bit excuse me, bit of lift off oversteer at the turn on the last turn of the infield, and it just sort of snapped him off. I didn't know if I'd touched him because we were really close, but when I hadn't touched him, so I was quite pleased about that. And then sort of trying to get my head down to break away from the pack, but it's easier chasing than it is leading, and these 2 were closing me down, and I've raced with them all year. I know them very well, so I sort of trying to look forward instead of my mirrors, but you can't, you're always looking in your mirrors. I am anyway.
Good points all this weekend though for you.
Yeah, it's maximum points. Yeah, that's sort of extended our lead a little bit. Onwards to the next one, I suppose. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Jack, this weekend. Congratulations. We'll have a quick chat as well with our second place driver, which was Ben Swift. Ben Swift, you missed Croft with the 3 races there, but you've come back well with the podium.
Yes, yeah, I had to miss Croft. We couldn't get anything with work. It's been a bit of a tricky weekend. Qualifying had an alternator failure, so we started at the back of the race for race 1, made our way up and got back at the points again for that one, so it's good. Couldn't quite catch Jack, but defending from Pelosi as well, so it was a little bit tricky, but overall really good race, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, you gave it your best shot, and you had Jason on your tail, so that was quite tricky.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you're one in the middle. You know, you don't know whether to attack or defend. The best thing to do, I think, is just look forward and try and go for it. But today, I just couldn't get him today. So.
Good stuff. Well done, Ben, on second place, and we'll grab a quick word if we can with Jason Pelosi. Jason, come and join us if you wouldn't mind. Third place there for you. How was that race for you?
Yeah, pretty good. It was good fun, and I love racing with these guys. And yeah, after yesterday, I had a DNF because of mechanical issues, so it was a bit of a shame. I was in third yesterday as well when it happened, so it put me, I think my lap time put me on P4 today, so didn't have a great start again, but you know, made it up in the first couple of laps, so yeah, it was good. After that, it was just us 3 getting away.
Having a good fight as well.
Yeah, I was having a really good fight. I was trying everything I could to get past Ben, but no, he's too good at defending, I think. But yeah, I enjoyed it. That's the main thing now. I think I'm out of the championship for points at the moment because of DNF yesterday, and I missed a couple at Croft, so I'm just going to enjoy it now.
That's all you can do. Jason, well done. Congratulations on third place. We'll have a quick chat as well with our winner within the 182s, which was Chris Lawrence again. You did that. Wasn't looking likely, was it?
No, at one point I thought I was going to be settling for second, but I had Ollie from behind, and Tim, it was nice to have a one-on-one for once and not having to get rid of some 197s, or it was a good one-on-one with the 182s.
Yeah, you had your own battle there, which is again good for the championship this weekend. You've got maximum points out of the 2 races.
We needed to do it. We're over halfway through now, so we needed to start putting the wins in, and it's coming.
On to the next one now. You're looking forward to that?
Yeah, 2 weeks off, and we're at Silverstone International. We normally go well there, so fingers crossed the car's in good felt for that one.
Good stuff. Well done, Chris, this weekend on 2 victories in the 182. So there you go. A bit of a word from the drivers in 197s and 182s for the Clio Sport Championship. As Chris said, they'll be back in action at Silverstone in a couple of weeks. Next up, we had a cracking race yesterday from the Martins Group Formula V Championship. Hopefully we'll get the same today as a few spots of rain start to fall down here in the pit lane. But back upstairs to Ian and Josh.
Yes, the second of our single-seater categories this weekend is the Martins Group Formula V Championship, where yesterday Matthew Hyde took a win after a spin at the final corner for the leader, Craig Bell. Peter Belzy took second. Bell came home in third place. The significance of that is that Hyde and Bell are disputing the championship lead. Josh can tell us in a minute about how that affects things, but I think you can see on the live stream now the odd spot of rain falling as well. We were hoping that was going to stay away until much later on this evening, so hopefully this is just a rogue shower that is passing through some big spots as well on our commentary box window. Let's tell you about the grid for this race then. It's based on the second fastest times from qualifying that was held yesterday morning, and it's Matt Harbert, number 33, that is going to line up on pole position, and he in the end was finisher in 5th place in yesterday's race. And he will be starting alongside number 51 Matthew Hyde, so 2 AHS dominators on the front row of the grid. Second row we'll have number 99 Craig Bell on the inside, but no number 41 Andrew Cooper on the outside of row 2. I think his AHS dominator has finally broken, I'm afraid, after various problems in testing and during the day yesterday, as the 32nd board is shown ahead of the green flag lap. On the third row, we're going to have number 44, Martin Farmer, on the inside, and besides him will be number 50, Lewis Scholes. Martin Farmer, the 4-time champion in Formula V. He was relegated to 10th place yesterday with a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Besides him, say number 50, Lewis Scholes. On the fourth row of the grid is going to be number 61, Peter Belzy, and number 5, Peter Studer. Then row 5 will be number 11, Ben Cressy, and 94, Maurice Gloucester. Row 6 will be 24, Rick Lanier, and 25, Daniel Lanier. Row 7 is going to be 66, Philip Waterhouse, and 3, Vaughan Jones. On the next row, which is row number 8, that's 8 and 88, 8 Ross Price, 88 Francis Twyman. Row 9, 47 and 28, Matt Topham and Sam Engineer. Then it's Simon Foley 32 and Richard Walsh number 7 on row 10. On row 11 it's 6 Florian Keltenbach and 22 John Cressy. Row 11, 31 and 40, row 12 should say, 31 and 43 Martin Snelly and John Butner. And Rachel Swain 73 and Chris Wiltshire 59 on the final row of the grid. So yesterday's win for Matthew Hyde with Craig Bell in third. What did that do for the championship?
Well, it extended the lead for Matt Hyde to 8 points over Craig Bell. So it's very tight still between the two. Hyde is the only driver to have won 3 times this season, which will have all been in the most recent 3 races. Craig Bell's just once a winner. That was at Donington Park, but he's had as many podiums as Hyde. And then a bit further back in the championship now are Ben Cressy, Vaughan Jones, they're 3rd and 4th, and then another gap back to
as well. And this is round 8 of the championship. 7 double headers during the course of the season. They go to Silverstone, Anglesey and Alton Park as well before the end of the season, Josh.
I wondered if a few of the corners there around the far side of the circuit were looking a little bit more slipperier than you may have expected from what appeared to not be very much rain, really. There's a few spots for sure, but didn't seem like it was huge amounts. But a couple of the corners it looked a little bit slick. You can see sort of where the tyre marks were on the road, like it was a bit slippery. So we'll see how the first lap also goes. But we've got Matt Harbert on pole again for the 4th race in succession. But his best result at the moment is still just a 5th, and I'm sure, and he's had that 3 times now from those 3 pole positions, I think. So I'm sure he would like to do better this time. He has the pace, but over race distance, we haven't quite seen that yet, Ian.
No, we've not. So they will be coming back onto the grid very shortly, ahead of a 15-minute race, and they're coming up to the grid now. So we will see them head up, ready to take the start here. As a reminder then, on pole position it's the number 33 AHS Dominator, the car with the green nose and the grey bodywork of Matt Harbert. 51 is alongside him, which is the Matthew Hyde car, Matt the teenager from Essex, in his 2nd season of racing now in this AHS Dominator. And it's another AHS Dominator with a sort of shark fin on the black car with the blue and red stripes of Craig Bell. So a gap next to him, then you get the first of the GACs. That is the number 44 car of Martin Farmer, who has, besides him, the 50 car of Louis Scholes, who is the nephew of Steve O, who raced that car for many years and was on the podium when everything aligned for him in his first event at Donington Park. But the lights go out, the race gets underway. Here it's a pretty good start from Peter Belzy in the green Spider. You could see a bit further back, but the top 3 with that gap behind them already clear of the rest. It's Harbert that's going to lead. No, it's not Harbert that's going to lead. It's Matt Hyde, I think, that's going to lead through Rich's corner for the first time, from Harbert in 2nd place. And then we'll see if it's Craig Bell in 3rd as they head down towards us. Yes, in fact, it's Harbert that's down to 3rd, isn't it? So Craig Bell has gone into 2nd. So you've got the 2 championship leaders together already as they round the Wilton hairpin for the first time. When you look at some of the star cars, including the film director Florian Keltenbach there, having his first taste of Formula V towards the back of the field. But the leaders already through Palmer and heading down towards Agostini for the first time in this race. There a bit further back is the number 8 car of Ross Price, who was a retirement from the race yesterday. As the back markers coming through, the leaders already on their way down to Agostini and through Hamilton indeed, and on towards Oggies for the first time in this race.
Farmer's into 3rd, Ian, so he's also got past Matt Harbert, but in all of that the top 2 have got away. So has the rain just concerned Matt a little bit, Matt Harbert, who's lost out, where Hyde and the chasing car Bell have got away. Battle for 3rd though is pretty strong, it must be said, with Martin Farmer coming back under pressure once more from those chasing, and it's 3 abreast. To the inside comes Peter Studer, who's made a really good start from 8th on the grid, and to the outside was looking Matt Harbert, but it's Hyde and Bell who've really got away early on. Farmer's somehow held on to 3rd. Studer, Belzy also through. Matt Harbert's down to 6th now. A terrible first lap for the poleman. Studer goes 3rd. On the inside of of Farmer, who gets pushed a little bit wide. And they're going to be pretty much free abreast now as they come up towards Coram, which they're going to have to sort themselves out because you can't do that all the way through. And Martin Farmer's back right out of it, Ian.
Yeah, he's gone back to about 6th position. Vaughan Jones making some progress here as well in number 3. He started, I think, 14th on the grid, so he's come up the order a little bit as well. The highest placed returning driver from last year's championship. The two leads have gone through. 7/10 of a second between number 51 Matthew Hyde and 99 Craig Bell, but then 4 seconds back to Peter Studer 3rd, Peter Belsey 4th, Matt Harbert 5th, Martin Farmer 6th, and then Vaughan Jones 7th. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th all together.
Yeah, I just wonder if that rain before the race put a few people off, and we've seen some real changes on that opening lap. Peter Studer there in 3rd, Matt Harbert's on the inside of Peter Belsey, can't quite make it. Some battles behind there as Ben Cressy gets around the outside of Louis Scull. Francis Twyman also involved in that battle. He's also made a really good start because he was in 16th on the grid. He's into something like the top 10. Vaughan Jones, the other good starter in all of that. So Vaughan Jones making his way through. The driver who's had one podium this season as they turn their way down towards Agostini here. But he can't quite get past the multiple champion Martin Farmer, who's still there in what is 6th position now, but the 3 in front getting away, including the poleman Matt Harbert, who's right on the tails of the experienced Peters, Studer and Belsey, but they are some 4 seconds behind the leading two, the two championship contenders, making that really very rapid opening lap. Matthew Hyde, the teenager, Craig Bell behind him, trying to keep with him in the tow. That car a little bit slipperier through the air. Craig Bell with the aero modifications he has made, so he knows if he can get close enough to Hyde, he should be able to draft past him. And equally, Matt Hyde knows he needs to make a gap. For 3rd, Belsey to the outside of Studer. And can he get through? Belsey was 2nd yesterday, and he is alongside in the former championship winning Spider. Peter Studer in the TCR Challenger, 2 of the older cars on the grid, and Studer hangs on the outside in 3rd.
Oh, with various amounts of green on those cars, haven't they, as well? And Martin Farmer, I can see in the background, he might have been losing his position to Vaughan Jones as well. Leaders have gone through then through Murray's. They're about to complete their 2nd lap of the race. Yes, Vaughan Jones there in the number 3 Storm. The driver from Abergavenny is now ahead of Martin Farmer, the man from Sutton Coldfield. As it's going to be side by side for 3rd place over the line. Peter Belsey alongside Peter Studer there. Belsey will be on the outside. In fact, they're going to go 3 wide up into Rich's corner. And is it Harbert that's going to go through? Yes, it is. So he got the double tow there. He's gone from 5th to 3rd. Belsey is up into, well, it stays in 4th effectively. It's Studer down to 5th. But now Vaughan Jones with them too.
Yeah, we fought Belsey round the outside to get 3rd. By the looks of it, and Jones round the outside to get 5th. We thought the tow into Richie's was going to be strong today with that headwind into turn 1. That proves to be the case, and Peter Belsey is 3rd. They're 7 seconds behind the leaders now after just a couple of laps. That's as big as the gap was yesterday between Hyde and Bell and the rest, so that's quite formidable. The top 2 have done while the battles have been going on behind. Belsey then 3rd with Harbert back looking to the inside. They are wheel to wheel, but Peter Belsey on the outside hangs on in 3rd position. There's lots more cars involved in this battle, including Vaughan Jones, who is still alongside and now moves ahead, this time with Matt Harbert. So this is an incredible race by Vaughan Jones. Okay, we've seen him on the podium this year, Ian, but this is his best drive for sure, from 14th on the grid.
Yeah, it's like whether he's got something changed on the car. He seems to be a bit more confident with everything this weekend. He's going to lose out again to Matt Harbert here, possibly through Williams and onto the Bentley straight, runs out wide onto some of the green stuff there on the exit of the corner, but tries to stay wheel to wheel, and then they're going to go possibly 3 wide heading down the Bentley straight. You've got Peter Studer involved as well. Peter Belsey in the green Spider is getting away from them in 3rd place, but who's going to turn into Brundle in 4th place? It's going to be Studer ahead of Vaughan Jones, number 3 in 5th. Matt Harbert, number 33 in 6th place. Martin Farmer trying to get back on terms with him in 7th, ahead of Maurice Gloucester, number 94 in the GAC. There goes Harbert inside Vaughan Jones through the bomb hole, so he does take the place away. And then also involved there, you've got Ben Cressy is not quite involved in. Oh no, he is involved in this because he's just getting ahead of Maurice Gloucester possibly on the way into Murray's as well.
Yeah, great positional changes. Meanwhile, the top 2's the same. They're going quicker than yesterday. Low 11s today. Hyde 7 tenths as he has been all race basically ahead of Craig Bell. But it's a battle for third and maybe 10 seconds behind, but that is the more interesting one with Peter Belsey ahead of Studer, then Harbert and Jones still side by side are Maurice Gloucester and Ben Cressy. Cressy, the driver in Derbyshire, and he started racing 3 seasons ago in this self-prepared Storm that was won the championship a few years ago by with Ben Maludi at the wheel, involved in that battle with Maurice Gloucester, who drives the number 94 GAC. So that's a good battle at the tail of this dice. It's being headed then by Peter Belsey in the car that won the championship about 20 years ago in the hands of Jez Clark, who lives down the road from the circuit here at Snetterton, being chased by Peter Studer, who's looking to the inside. Matt Harbert, he's in 5th position again, the position where he's finished so many times this year. He will be so keen, Ian, to get up onto the podium.
Yep, and he's got a chance here, doing battle with Peter Belsey and Peter Studer as they make their way down to Oggies once again. This is lap 4 of what's going to be more than likely a 7-lap race, assuming we get a full 15 minutes of running. They turn their way through. That's the TCR Challenger of Studer on screen, who we've not seen for a while before this weekend, but good to have him back out with us, and very competitive as well. Martin Farmer has fallen back a bit, hasn't he, from this group now. Vaughan Jones is now on his own, and Farmer's quite a long way behind him, but still ahead of Maurice Gloucester, as Harbert trying to get up at the inside into Brundle of the number 5 car of Studer. Couldn't quite make that work. If anything, as Studer defended, they've both lost out a little bit to Belsey.
Yes, Belsey was able to get away yesterday when they battled, so are we going to see a similar situation develop here, perhaps? Meanwhile, the leaders across the line, just a gap check there. It's 9 tenths now, a new fastest lap of the weekend for Matthew Hyde, a 2 minutes 11.14. Long way ahead of Belsey in P3, who's across the line now. They're side by side behind me. Matt Harbert's used the slipstream and he pulls out of the toe. He's on the outside line and he slots ahead of Peter Studer. But by the time they get to the very quick opening corner here at Snetterton, Ritchie's corner, and he's gone through then into 4th for now, Matt Harbert. Behind, Vaughan Jones is still 6th. Everybody is 7th behind. And Martin Farmer is under pressure, this time from Ben Cressy. Maurice Gloucester's outbraked himself. He's run really wide, so that's going to allow Louis Scholes to slot up into 9th position. Louis, who was up in 3rd position in his first ever car race at Donington Park.
Yeah, Gloucester almost gave himself a long lap penalty there, didn't he? As they get in the superbikes. Gloucester in the ex-Aaron Trigwell car, still sporting that same number. But here is the fight for 7th place. Then Ben Cressy in number 11, the car that won the championship in the hands of Ben Maludi a few years ago. The Storm is up on the inside of Martin Farmer now, and he's got through to P7 now. And Louis Scholes, number 50, might challenge Martin Farmer as well, as Scholes, who had a good podium in the wet in his first meeting at Donington, having driven on the only circuit he'd tested at, in the only conditions he'd tested at. It's been a bit more of a challenge since then, but he's just got a place away from the 4-time champion Martin Farmer. So Louis Scholes improving all the time in the number 50 Dominator.
I wonder if all is not well with Martin Farmer's car. He's 2.5 seconds slower than yesterday. And it's a very unlike Martin Farmer type of race, this, isn't it? He's just fallen back during the course of the race and is in the type of position you just would not expect. 9th position and not on the pace, where the leaders are going quicker than yesterday. Louis Scholes had a big moment there and he's run very wide. He's up the curb, just about stayed on the road. Maurice Gloucester trying to get involved as well, couldn't quite make it though. They're only at Bombhole as the race leaders start their penultimate lap. They're in the 10s now, so we're getting much quicker pace out of Matthew Hyde and Craig Bella. 2:10.93. That's almost a couple of seconds. They went quicker than qualifying even yesterday, so that is pretty remarkable stuff. And now they're only a couple of seconds outside Craig Pollard's lap record, where we were miles away from that yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. 2:08.52, Craig Pollard's lap record from last July. The two leaders nearly a quarter of a minute ahead of everybody else. There's Scholes up to 8th, then Farmer 9th, and Gloucester in 10th place. That's the fight for 3rd place we can see on screen now, just coming out of the Wilson hairpin. Peter Belsey, number 61, and Matt Harbert's number 33. They're turning their way through the left-hander at Palmer now, whereas the leaders are already out of Agostini. Such is the deficit there. You can just see in the background a brief flash of the leaders. I'm afraid we've not seen too much of them on the live stream during the course of this race, but really the action has been a bit further back, including in this battle for third place, where you've got Peter Belzi, who's very experienced in Formula V. Doesn't do all of the championship rounds, but usually there or thereabouts when he does appear, and he is keeping Matt Harbour, who's a relative newcomer to the championship, has had a podium finish at Brands Hatch in the past, managing to keep him at bay for the moment.
Yes, but he's been catching really, hasn't he? There was a gap at one stage, so Harbert looking for his best result of this season. There are the leaders, and Craig Bell is close, but not close enough at this stage. Yesterday he led into the last corner and spun at the final bend, stayed on the podium but lost the win. Well, Belzi is defending. Matt Harbert's not bothering with the slipstream. He thinks if you're going to go over there, you can. But if anything, actually, Belzi must have made a good exit to the previous corner because his gap looks a bit better. And he, was a much bigger margin all of a sudden, so that was all a bit weird, really. But Belzi is third. Fourth is Harbert as they turn their way towards the end of lap 6. And Harbert with his arm at the cockpit there, briefly. I wonder if all is well there with his car, because all of a sudden he's not on terms with Peter Belzi like he was.
No, he's lost quite a bit of ground during the course of this lap, hasn't he? So we're going to come through. The leaders have just completed lap 6, so we're on to what will be the final lap of the race here. There goes Belzi, and it's a second or so now that he has in hand over Harbert. And then there's actually quite a decent gap back then to Peter Studer, who is still 5th, number 5, Vaughan Jones, who is 6th, number 3. But the leader's working the last lap now. There is Craig Bell in second place, and he's fallen further back behind the leader, even during the course of this lap so far, because the gap was 1.1 at the start of the lap, and it looks like it's a bit more than that now with Matt Hyde in the ascendancy. Yeah,
Craig Bell had a bit of a moment at Ritchie's. He carried a lot of speed into the corner, maybe a little bit too much, and he ran wide, but I think that might have put him off. So is it going to be 4 in a row for Hyde in this factory Alan Harding run Dominator? See the AHS logo on the side of the car. Sixth form student Matthew Hyde. It's great to have youngsters in the Formula V Championship. It's great to have a big grid as well. Pretty much the biggest single-seater, single-category grid in the UK this season. And Matthew Hyde, after a beginning of the season where we had 3 winners in the first 3 races, but all of a sudden Matthew Hyde, it looks like he's going to take 4 in a row and really stamp his authority on the championship heading into the second half.
Yeah, I say, still 3 meetings to go. Silverstone, Anglesey and Alton Park, so he's not won this championship yet by any stretch of the imagination. But after a learning season last year, I think he showed at times that he had the pace to win races, and only in the last few weeks has he started to do that. But I think we always thought this might happen, and it's been good to see him develop. He nearly made the kind of mistake that Craig Bell did at the final corner yesterday, but he didn't quite do it. He is going to come through the final corner to connect 4 and take the checkered flag and win again in the Martins Group Formula V Championship. He will extend his lead in the championship over Craig Bell as he wins the race by 2.61 seconds. And then we sit down, have a cup of tea, a biscuit as we wait for the third place car to come through. That is going to be Peter Belzi, relatively comfortably in the end in car 61 from number 33. Matt Harbert in 4th. 5th is going to go the way of Peter Student, number 5, Vaughan Jones, takes 6th in number 3. 7th is going to be Ben Cressy, number 11. 8th is number 50, Louis Scholes. Then 9th is going to be the 94 car of Maurice Gloucester, and rounding out the top 10 in the end. So 2 10th places for this weekend for Martin Frommer, probably not the results that he was expecting. And then the rest of the fields come through. So take the top 2 out of the equation. Josh, that was a great race.
Yeah, we saw some good battling again. Probably not quite on yesterday's level, but some good racing nevertheless. I wonder if that rain on the green flag lap just put a few people off early on. But then we saw some very quick pace actually from the top 2. A pace we hadn't seen yesterday, strangely perhaps. But a very hot pace being led off by Matt Hyde, and Craig Bell was able to live with him just about, but not enough to challenge. Again, it was Matt Topham who came through to win Class B. That's a Another win today to add to, or another day win this weekend, I should say, to add to his Donington Park victory as well in Class B, holding off the attentions of Simon Foley and Rachel Swain.
Okay, so as we come to the end of that Formula V race, just one more race to go before the lunch break now. That's the Formula V action over for this weekend with those 2 victories for Matthew Hyde to extend his lead in the championship. He'll be very pleased with that, and this time he wasn't reliant on the late problems for Craig Bell as he was yesterday. So Hyde taking another win. Class B winner today was Matt Topham in 13th place overall, that making it 2 wins out of the weekend. Let's have a look at the results though. From that 7-lap race, Matthew Hyde, number 51, was that took the win from number 99, Craig Bell, in second, 2.61 seconds adrift. Third place, and another 14 seconds behind, was number 61, Peter Balsey. Fourth went to 33, Matt Harbert. Fifth to number 5, Peter Studer. Sixth to number 3, Vaughan Jones. Seventh to number 11, Ben Cressy. Eighth was number 50, Lewis Scholes. Ninth, number 94, Morris Gloucester. And rounding out the top 10 was 44, Martin Farmer, ahead of Francis Twyman, Daniel Lanier. And the top Class B finishers, Matt Topham and Simon Foley, with Ross Price, number 8, in 15th position, ahead of Sam Engineer, Florian Coltonbach, Rachel Swain, Martin Snerry, John Cressy and Chris Wilshire. John Botner a lap down, and Rick Lanier a retirement from the Martins Group Formula V Championship race. There is still more single-seater action to come here, because we've got the third race of the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship a little bit later on this afternoon. We've also got low costs coming up in a moment as the final race before the lunch break. But very shortly, I'm sure, we'll be heading down to Parc Fermé, where I can see that already Matt Hyde is out of his car and he is going to speak to his namesake, Matt Suckling.
So the second Formula V race comes to an end here at Snetterton, and it's Matt Hyde who does the double. Matt, great race there. 4 on the bounce now. You're doing pretty well.
Yeah, it looks that way, but that one definitely didn't come easy. Unlike the last one, which was, I wouldn't say easy, still had to work for, but this one was very physical. Craig gave me a good push.
Yeah, he was right there, wasn't he? I think the gap was ebbing and flowing throughout that race, but looked like you had it under control.
Yeah, exactly. As everyone knows, the slipstream around here is so powerful, so we sort of maintained the gap in the infield, and then down the straight I was just trying to break that toe by weaving, not too much again, and you know, we managed to keep the gap, and I think we pulled the gap on the last lap as well. So
the times were improving as well through that race. I think you went almost 2 seconds quicker than qualifying, so down to the 2:10s, which is quite impressive towards the end of this weekend.
yeah, it is impressive. I mean, we never test. It was our first time on track in qualifying, so this whole weekend's been a learning process, and my fastest lap, theoretically, should be the last one of race 2. But yeah, I feel like I've picked up the track really quickly considering its length, and you know, I'm just taking that as confidence.
On to the next one now, Silverstone in a couple of weeks' time. You looking confident for that one?
Yeah, exactly. That's where we sort of, last year when we were in these, we picked up the sort of pace and we'd managed to nearly get on the podium that time. So hoping we can top that with a win.
Matt, great weekend, well done.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
There we go, Matt Hyde, the winner then 2 times this weekend. We'll have a quick chat with Craig Bell, who finished in 2nd position today, so it's 2 podiums for Craig. Craig, a little bit better today, no spins at the final corner, which is good.
Well, nearly. It's the tyres went off again. I pushed Matt hard as I could. He had been, I think he drove better today, to be fair. I couldn't make a move on him. And then once my tyres went off about 2 laps from the end, I backed off a little bit. I was going to end up spinning again. So another podium, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, good points this weekend. I know you've lost a handful to Matt, but you're still there.
The big mistake was start here, Donington. I should have won race 1, and that would have put us a few points ahead of him still. So I made a mistake. I made a mistake yesterday. So it's all adding up, unfortunately. But I'll keep pushing him best I can. So we're both pretty close still. So I haven't got much to find. So
just a little bit.
I need a bit of luck as well, I think.
You'll get that, Silverstone. Well done, Craig. Many congratulations for 2nd. And if we head over here and have a quick word with Peter Belzy, who's just walking away. Peter, quick chat before you go and see your friends and family after that race. 2 podiums this weekend, not a bad day.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, pleased with that. Good fraught race, typical Snetterton. Lots of slipstreaming and battling. So yeah, managed to gap a bit at the end there, which was a relief. But yeah, it was pretty fraught and exciting race.
Good race nonetheless. We'll let you go now. Thanks very much, Peter Belzy, on 2 podiums here this weekend at Snetterton, as we said. Right, one more race to come before the break this afternoon, and we're going to head back with the action we saw yesterday from the Yokohama Low Cost Championship, once again back upstairs.
Yes, cars already heading out onto the grid for the Yokohama Low Cost Championship, so we'll see if we can rattle through this grid fairly quickly based on the second fastest times from qualifying yesterday. On pole position is going to be the number 1 car of Craig Land, and then besides him is going to be number 82, Paul Clark, who we saw out in the Clio race a little bit early on, where he's a non-finisher. Second row 94 and 79 is going to be Martin West and Tom Parker. Third row will be 54 David Hitchin and 4 David Martin. Fourth row is going to be number 90 Tortula and 8 Sean Brame. Row 5, 58 and 50, that's Brad Horsell and Ian Hardy. Sixth row 73 and 74, Rob Apsey and Jack Linus. Seventh row 29 and 57, it's going to be Jeff Peake and Daniel Russell. Eighth row 31 and 58, 2 Glenn Griffiths and Alan Harmon. Then on row 9, 27 and 28, Mark Rue and Dave Berry. Row 10, 46 and 11, Barry Stewart and Jack Artis. Row 11, 17, Angus Goff and 72, Alex Artis. Row 12 is 7 and 77, Isaac Spears and Andy Perkins. Row 13, Tony Molin 25 and Keith Malpas 41, Trevor Faunch 34 and Steve Brown 37 on row 14, and row 15 will be 20 Bill Ward and 47 Tim Penstone Smith, and they are not quite yet all in formation, so we've got a chance to remind you of what happened yesterday. It was a win for Craig Land from David Hitchin, Martin West and Sean Brame was fourth, but a really good race yesterday, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Big slipstream in action. I don't see why today really should be any different. We've seen how strong the slipstream in that previous race is down the Stenner Straight into turn 1, but Craig Land is sort of champion-elect now, really. We understand Todd Boucher, with his new line of work, unable to compete the rest of the season, so his car's been hired out. So Craig Land does lead the championship by just 26 points to Todd Boucher. But he's 60 plus ahead of the rest, so Land can't win the championship today. In reality, though, he's almost there. But we can enjoy the racing, because if it's like yesterday, it should be a good one. Land's won 3 races this year, and he come under huge amounts of pressure yesterday. We saw David Hitchin, Martin West, Sean Brame all involved, and all lead, I think, at one point or another. It tended, if you led, you were fourth by the end of the straight. So we'll see if a similar thing happens today. We're about to go racing for 15 minutes.
We are indeed, and straight into action in this Yokohama Low Cost Championship. I say 15 minutes, lots of slipstreaming, these 1300cc cross-flow engined sports cars based on the design in Ron Champion's book of a couple of decades or so ago. We are waiting for the red lights to go on, which they do now. And out they go. Good start from Craig Land from pole position. Not such a good start from Paul Clark. You can see David Hitchin's got away quite nicely. He's going to get alongside Tom Parker, his rival for what is currently third place in the championship. But they head now into Riches, and it looked like it was Craig Land from the green and yellow car of Paul Clark in second place. Have they all made it through there safely? It looks like they more or less have. There's jostling behind the leaders as everyone tries to be third, and 1 or 2 cars going wide at the Wilson hairpin as well, a little bit further back down the order. There's Tim Penstone Smith in the number 47 car with the Union flag livery. He again going from the black. He's already made up several places, hasn't he? I think he was looking for a top 15 finish in this race, having had 19th from the back yesterday.
Is that car of a puncture, possibly? 52, the front right corner doesn't look right on that one for Alan Harmon. So he may be an early retirement, unfortunately. What's happening further up the order, though, I wonder? Craig Land, I think, still leads it. He does. There's the battle just behind Paul Clark in second, Martin West in third. Yeah, that tyre is getting worse, and Alan Harmon would have probably been advised to turn right there into the paddock, but he's continuing on. Hopefully he gets it back to the pitch without too much drama, but he's not going to continue. But the lead pack does, as they turn their way. A few cars get an opposite lock in these early corners of the race, and tussling all the way down, a long way down the order. Jeff Peake in 29. How did he? Yeah, he started in row 7, so further back than we'd expect, but perhaps he hasn't gained really any from there. But for the lead of the race, here comes Paul Clark, who had a misfortune yesterday. He takes the lead.
Yeah, he does, from Craig Land in second place, and it's side by side as well for third. That's the 4 car of David Martin and the previous champion, number 94, Martin West, who's been on Mazda 7 duty for much of the season so far, having his first low-cost race of the season. Craig Land tries to get the lead back from Paul Clark, and he does so. There goes Alan Harmon reversing into a gap in the barriers. But the leaders are already back at Murray's. They've got a little bit of a gap back to Martin West in third, and the number 4 car of David Martin in fourth place.
Now, are we going to see Paul Clark draft into the lead? I think he's going to do it by the line. Such is the effectiveness of the slipstream today. Craig Lamb back in the tow. Could get the lead, I reckon, by the get back into Ritchie's, which would be... no, he's not quite going to manage that. That would have been quite remarkable, but he's right there behind the leader, Paul Clark, as they turn their way through the right-hander at Ritchie's and head off for the hairpin. Oh, Bill's had a huge slide. They saved it in the background. I was very concerned that was going to shoot to the infield, but it didn't happen, fortunately. For third, that is David Hitchin, is it? Yes, it is. He's come up to third. He raced really well yesterday to second place and fastest lap. The man that's third in the championship currently. And he's got himself up ahead of Martin West. Tom Parker, who jumped the start yesterday, is up next. David Martin is through in what is 6th position. So that's a good tussle as well. The top 2 getting away, unlike yesterday, Ian.
They are indeed, and Martin is one who's lost a few places, hasn't he? If he was third, and he's dropped back to 6th. Just behind them is the number 90 car of Fortulla. Sean Brame, I think he led the race briefly yesterday, didn't he, as well? He is down in 7th place at the moment in the number 8 car. Very experienced Sean Brame in Hardy, Brad Horton also in this scrap as they turn their way through Oggies. You've got the David Hitchin car at the head of the group still at the moment, so just a couple of cars behind him is Tom Parker. Those two are quite close in the points coming into this weekend's racing. You can hear the tyres squealing as they head through Williams and now head on to the back straight, the Bentley straight. There are the leaders, Paul Clark and Craig Land. And Land not as close to Paul Clark as he was this time, so possibly he's just playing a waiting game here. Very close for third. It is West that appears in third place at Brundle, ahead of Hitchin and Parker right there as well. But it's really close in this battle for third, back to basically 10th place.
Yeah, great dicing here. Low cost at Snetterton. We see lots of this. They're side by side again, this time in decorum. To the outside goes Hitchin. That is not a passing move, but setting himself up for the exit to Murray's. We've got Tom Parker then up next, driver 4th in the championship. He's had 4 podiums this season. For the lead of the race, Paul Clark doing a great job here. He leads and he's led the whole lap. He's done a 2:23.2. which is quicker than anybody went yesterday by a margin. So Paul Clark, his pace is keeping Craig Land at bay at this stage. They are 3 seconds now clear of third, which I think is Martin West, with Tom Parker possibly behind. They both slipstream past David Hitchin. Again, leading out of Murray's today, Ian, is probably not a good thing, it would seem, because even by the line, people are being able to drag through, and then if you're in a battle, you're going to lose more positions possibly by the time you get to Ritchie. So you said Craig Land already perhaps getting a thinking of a strategy ahead of the finish, but that's a little way away yet.
It is. It means you've got to make sure your car's in the right place, not going into the last lap, but into the last corner. Basically, if you think you can take advantage of the tow and get the place changed before you get to the timing line at the end of the lap. So here's the fight for third. Martin West and Tom Parker there in the 79 car. We've had a car that's gone off there. Briefly, was that Jeff Peake, I wonder, that had the moment?
He was only 18th at the start of the lap. So Jeff Peake, who he's had many podiums in the past in low cost. I think he might have won some races at times. This race is really not going to plan.
So David Hitchin now at the back of this group in 5th place is behind his points rival Tom Parker. Someone's gone off in the background. You could see there and kicked up the dust. There you can see an illustration of the gap from the 2 leaders to third, Paul Clark and Craig Land. You do sense that Craig Land is more or less just following Paul Clark around at this stage. As locked up there is Martin West as he tries to keep Tom Parker at bay. He's then sideways on the exit of Nelson. That allows Parker to get alongside him. And Hitchens also going to try and buy into this as well, but he's a little bit too far back to make it work. But Tom Parker does go third there as they head into Coram and then on towards Murray's. They're coming through to complete lap 3, so probably 4 more laps to go at the end of this one.
Yeah, so this is where we know the tow is very effective, so Craigland may not have an option but to go past Paul Clark, and that is the case. If that was the last lap, he wasn't quite there at the line, and he will claim the lead and into Ritchie's. If we look back, for third place, Tom Parker has made the move, I think, on Martin West, and has got himself to the front of the chasing pack, which are lapping slower than the leaders. So because the leaders aren't battling at this stage, they are just slipstreaming out for each other around the second pack, which now has seen Martin West at the front of it once more, as they change positions again. There's Parker on the right-hand line, the 24-year-old from West Yorkshire. You've got David Hitchin in there as well, the former Clio racer. David Martin, Sean Brame, Tortalla as well at the back of the pack, who's been having a pretty good season. Tortalla, who's better, so it's been a 6th this year, but for the lead, Paul Clark reclaims that position. That's into Agostini, so he doesn't fancy sitting behind for as long as Craig Land was of him over the last 2 laps.
And Craig Land didn't seem to defend particularly hard there to try and keep Paul Clark at bay, knowing that there's still 3.5 laps of this race left to go. So the leaders turn their way through Oggies. Clark ahead of the TSR car of Craig Land, and then on towards Williams, and then along the Bentley Straight where they've got the wind behind them. Just checking, yep, that's still the case, and then down to Brundle and Nelson. Behind them, you've got I think, is it still Tom Parker in third? Well, there's a problem there for number 72, which is Alex Artis. So Alex Artis seems to have a bit of a problem there. Oh, and Tim Penstone-Smith out of the race by the looks of it, I'm afraid. Pulling into retirement, or is he trying to get back into the race? Who knows? But either way, it's not gone to plan for Tim Penstone-Smith. Right, we're back with the fight for third.
And Sean Brame is pulling his way up that pack, isn't he? Because he was, I think, 8th earlier, 7th at the start of the lap, was 5th as he's just gone past David Hitchin there at the end of the straight. But it's Martin West who leads the pack down into the final bend, where Tom Parker hops over the curbs a little bit. The driver in his 3rd season of low-course racing after a number of years of karting in the ex-Mark Burton car, and he is now under threat from Sean Brame, who's been racing in low-course for 15 seasons. Meanwhile, the leader is Paul Clark. Did they change again down the straight?
No, they didn't, I don't think. This time. Up towards Wilson they go, and they're still about 4 seconds clear of the back of the third, which has Sean Brame trying to get himself up into P3, so he made up 1 place on that lap. There's Tom Parker out a bit wide there at Wilson.
He's lost position. He was 4th at the start of the lap, would going for 3rd into Ritchie's, but now he's down to 6th, 7th maybe. Yeah, 7th position, so that didn't go well for Tom Parker. So here's Paul Clark then into the hairpin for the 5th of 7 times. The driver from Southampton then leading the way. Sean Brame trying to go for 3rd. The driver from Ipswich over the border in Suffolk. He is there now trying to go for 3rd on the inside of West, but West has got the line there and the momentum to keep him ahead. Then David Hitchin behind. Then David Martin, who just got past, who's now been repassed by Tom Parker, so Parker back into 6th, then Martin, then Tortalla at the back of the group, the teenager from Oxford, who was the novice champion last year, and now in his 2nd season, and in this battle pack for 3rd position, and the leaders are, again, Craig Land sits behind. It almost feels like Paul Clark would like to allow him to lead, but he doesn't want to turn this into one of those Formula E races where one just lets everyone pass. So Paul Clark stays in front of Craig Land, and they turn their way then through lap 5 of the race. And because of this, because Craig Land is letting Paul Clark drive his lines, the others aren't able to catch, and it's much easier to pick a strategy when there's just 2 of them. It's probably a bit less fun to watch, but it's probably better if you're involved in looking for a race victory.
Three Murrays for the 5th time then, so 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, just coming up to the 12-minute mark now.
Brame is third, so he's got through the whole pack basically on over the last couple or 3 laps. He may not stay there though.
Probably not for very long, as Craig Land this time gets ahead of Paul Clark over the line. He's 8 hundredths of a second to the good. Next group goes through with Tortilla at the back of it, but a bit of shuffling in the back compared to the order on the previous lap. And then Bradley Horsnell now ahead of the man from Cornwall, Ian Hardy. Number 50, he's had a long old trek to get here. He's down to 10th place. And we're watching the 2 leaders come out of the Wilson hairpin. Number 1, Craig Land. Number 82, Paul Clark. And they are now 5 seconds ahead of the rest of them. Craig Land, who sporting the number 1 on his car as the champion. He's been a contender for a few seasons.
Someone had a big slide in the background. I was concerned they were going to go off, but I think they managed to stay on. Had a few of those moments today at various parts of the lap.
You've now got Martin West trying to get back ahead of Sean Brame there at the hairpin. Tom Parker is there as well, and David Hitchin. They're currently 5th and 6th, and then David Martin 7th. But Brame running a little bit wider than some of the others through Hamilton there in 3rd place. Does that allow Martin West to carry more speed into Oggies? And there's a yellow flag, I think, at Wilson hairpin now, so someone may have gone off up there. So working this penultimate lap of this race, and we'll see how it all unfolds towards the end as the battle for 3rd makes its way down the Bentley Straight.
Craig Land leads. Paul Clark sits behind him this time, sort of with a turn of event from earlier. But for 3rd, it's going a bit bonkers. They're moving around various lines. West snatches a break, but takes 3rd into Brundle. But then has a big moment on the brakes. Through Brundle is very quick. Then you have to desperately get the car slowed down, go down a gear, turn right into Nelson, as they've done. But that is where West got sideways. He's held on to his 3rd position for now. He won't stay there for many more bends, you wouldn't think. Before much longer, the tow will come back into effect, and those behind will be able to reclaim their positions. But with 1 lap to go, Craig Land and Paul Clark begin the lap absolutely side by side, with Land nosing ahead, but it all starts to get rather important up front now onto the last lap. Equally for 3rd, it's going to be any of them into turn 1. They're probably going to be 4 abreast behind the top 2 who we watch on the pictures. And actually for 3rd, it's a little bit more to take than I thought it might be. There is a car off the road, is there not?
That's Angus Goff, yes, number 17, who looks very fed up with life.
Is that the barriers at Wilson?
Yeah, well, that's...
How do you get there?
I don't know, but that's why we saw the yellow flag, didn't we, a moment or 2 ago. Anyway, 3rd place battle going on here. There's about 5 or 6 cars involved. It's Sean Brame no longer at the front of it. He was at the start of the lap. He's behind Tom Parker now. But here are the 2 leads, and it's going to be Craig Land, and he's not necessarily where he wanted to be at this point in the race, I don't think. He's ahead of Paul Clark. Paul Clark, who has he had a win in low cost yet?
I don't think
he has, no. So he is looking for his first win in the category after a weekend that's been a bit mixed in terms of reliability in the Clio as well. So he'd like to have something to come away from the weekend with.
I'm sure if he wins it, all that will be forgotten.
I'm sure it will, but there's a bit of a way to go. As going wide there was wider there was the race leader Craig Land. Not so wide it's caused him a problem, and actually it seems that Clark's lost ground.
Yeah, a lot of ground too, so that may have just been enough. The amount of speed Craig Land is able to carry through Oggies, and that might be enough. Maybe we'll see. Well, 3rd position is certainly not a big enough gap at all, because they're all together, but Paul Clark, I don't think he's quite going to manage it, is he? He's not close enough. 2nd's going to be a great result, though. It has to be said, but that win was on the cards, I think. But it's gone away on this final lap. So for Craig Land, it's another win. It's another step, a bit wide. It's another step closer to the championship. He stayed on the road just about there. He knows he has to carry the speed through the corners, but it would seem, Ian has done enough as long as he gets through the final corner without too much of a mistake.
Yeah, certainly does, and he has done so, and he's got enough of a gap not to be too worried about Paul Clark behind him. So up to the line he comes, another win for Craig Land, as you say, another step closer to the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. He finishes a few lengths ahead of Paul Clark in the end, but who is going to be third? It's going to be side by side up to the line, and it's going to be Sean Brame that just drags his way past Tom Parker to claim third place in the end. So a podium for Sean Brame, Tom Parker fourth, David Hitchin fifth, David Martin sixth, Martin West seventh, and Tortilla eighth. There was less than 9/10 of a second covering those 6 cars. Then Bradley Horsnell, number 58, was 9th by 11/100ths of a second from Ian Hardy, number 50, who was 10th. A great finish for third and also for 9th there, Josh.
Yeah, great stuff then from that battle pack behind the leaders. It was probably less interesting up front, but a great result for Paul Clark, a second place finish, which is his first podium of the season. Before today, his best result this year was a 7th, so a great result for Paul Clark, but it's another win for Craig Land then, and a step closer to the title for 2023. If you're watching on live timing and therefore on our graphics, the final lap hasn't been registered, so we're going off our live timing screen. Thankfully, we've got in the commentary box this weekend, which gives us our final results, which is not necessarily the order you can see on your screen, unfortunately.
No, so it was a win for Craig Land from Paul Clark and Sean Brame, just to confirm that. Low Cost Championship after this weekend goes to Brands Hatch, the Indy Circuit in August, and then Silverstone for the final meeting quite a long while away at the end of October, but 2 meetings to go. But you would think it's something of a formality now for Craig Land to wrap up the championship. A great shame that Todd Boucher was only a point behind him coming into this weekend, unable to complete the balance of the season. So low costs, 2 more meetings to go for them. We will shortly be going into the lunch break here as well. We'll hear from our low cost successful drivers in a moment, but we've got another 7 races to come after lunch. Confirmation, it was a win for number 1 Craig Land there from number 82 Paul Clark in second. Third went the way of number 8 Sean Brame. Fourth was 79 Tom Parker. Fifth was 54 David Hitchin. Sixth was 94 Martin West. Seventh number 4 David Martin. 8th number 90 Tortilla. 9th was 58 Brad Horsnell, and rounding out the top 10 was Ian Hardy number 50. Then it was Jack Linus, Daniel Russell, Jeff Peake, Ling Griffiths, Dave Berry, Barry Stewart, Jack Artis, Alex Artis, Isaac Spiz and Tony Moore completing the top 20. Let's head down to Parc Ferme, Matt Suckling.
Down here then with our race winner Craig Land for the second time this weekend. Craig, well done. That was a great fight between you and Paul. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, that reminds me a lot like me and Murray Shepherd, probably around about 2 seasons ago. It's just one of those races. You just don't know who's going to come out top. I think Paul actually suffered with some hot end temperature problems towards the end of the session, which obviously favoured myself. But the first 5 laps, it could have been anybody's way. Obviously, it's about timing, who's going to be in position, obviously coming out the last bend, because it's such a long run to the finish line. It's usually the guy who's in second usually gets the win, but I was just fortunate enough that I managed to break that little gap on the last lap, which gave me a little bit more breathing room going onto the on the finish line. But yeah, again, I just want to say thanks to all my support from my family, and TSR who's always doing a great job, and plus my dad, who's always my number 1 mechanic over the last 15 years. So.
Great fun to watch, and I'm sure great fun to be involved in as well. But this weekend you've racked up a few more wins, so it's getting closer for the championship.
Yeah, exactly. I just got to keep finishing races, getting points. It's not all about wins, but it's about just being consistent, getting the podiums. So we'll see how Brands goes, and then obviously Oulton Park last off at the end of the season, which just seems to be my favourite circuit, so we'll see how we go there.
Should do well. Craig, well done this weekend on 2 victories. We'll have a quick chat as well with Paul Clark, who finished in second place. Well done, Paul. That was a cracking scrap to watch between you and Craig there. Again, did you enjoy it, and what did you think was going to happen towards the end?
I loved every minute. To be fair, it was a great race all round, but he's just got that race knowledge up the front, and he knows where to put it. And I couldn't get around him. I had it in a couple of places, but he was quicker when it needed to be, and that was the end of that. But I'll take that after this weekend and after the season so far. I'll take that all day long.
Yeah, not bad at all. You've had, as you said, a tricky season, but this is your first podium of the year.
Yeah, absolutely over the moon. I thought I had him at one point, but it's Craig, innit? He's on form every week. He's on it consistently, but I can do it for a lap or two. But today or this weekend with that, it was brilliant. But big shout out to Dan Garrett. He's been running me this weekend, setup wise. Never had it before, and he's transformed the car. It was like on rails, and as you can say, first podium this weekend. So biggest shout out to Dan Garrett, really.
Yeah, next stop, of course, Brands Hatch towards the end of next month. A completely different circuit to Snetterton. Looking forward to the challenge.
Oh, I love Brands. Love Brands. So hopefully this is the start of many, but I'll take this one a day, have a couple of beers, and we'll go from there.
Good stuff. Well done, Paul. Congratulations on the podium. And Sean Brain finishing in third position. Sean, is it Sean? It is. Yeah, many congratulations, Sean. First podium for you for the year as well, and that was a close fight right towards the line.
Absolutely. I mean, going under the bridge on the last lap, I was in fifth, managed to catch one up on the way into Coram, and then got a great run up the straight under Tom, and just got him by probably half a car length, I think, in the end. But yeah, it's classic slipstream, Logos racing all the way through. I mean, anywhere from second to fifth for the entire second half of the race. It was amazing.
That was the story of your race. So I think every single lap you were making up a position, another position, and gradually got towards the front.
Yeah, and on the straights, if they're within 10 yards of you, they're going to tell you. So you just got to be careful where you place the car and try and be brave on the brakes without overdoing it. So yeah, it's classic Logos. It's fantastic racing, always close.
Yeah, we always enjoy it. And as we said, first podium for you this year. Brands Hatch on the way next. Do you reckon you can get that first win?
We shall see. We shall see. Brands Hatch, another local circuit to me. Done plenty of laps there. So yeah, car's going good. We had to rebuild it after Croft. So yeah, back on performance now. So we'll see what can happen at Brands Hatch in a couple of weeks.
Good stuff. Well done, Sean.
Thank you.
There we go then, our top three down here in Parc Ferme after the second and final race for low cost here this weekend at Snetterton. We're going to take a short break now. We've got lunch here at Snetterton on day 2 of this 750 Motor Club meeting. More racing still to come though from the likes of the MX5 Cup, further race from them, and also the F1000s which we've seen earlier on today. And there'll be racing that we haven't seen today from the BMW Car Club and also the MR2 Championship, so we look forward to that, and of course the longer 90-minute race for the 116 trophy, which is all to come here at Snetterton on day 2. So stay with us, we'll be back with you in just under an hour's time.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Hello everybody, good afternoon and welcome back to Snetterton and the continuation of this second day of the 750 Motor Club race meeting on the Snetterton 300 circuit. We've already had 16 races during the course of this weekend, 5 of them this morning. We've also been enjoying the air display as well that's going on nearby during the course of the lunch break here at Snetterton as well. But we're turning our attention back to matters on track now. My name's Ian Soman and you'll be hearing from me throughout the course of the afternoon alongside my colleague in the commentary box, Josh Barrett, and also we'll be hearing from Matt Suckling down in Park Fermé after the races and also in the pit lane as well. To confirm, we're on the 3-mile Snetterton 300 circuit with the tight and twisty infield section to go with a much faster outfield layout as well. And we've had a few spots of rain here already. More organised rain, as they sometimes call it on the weather forecast, due to arrive at about 5 o'clock maybe. We'll keep our fingers crossed. That would be for the last couple of races during the course of the day. But we've already got the cars coming out on circuit now for the first race of the afternoon, which is for the PD Extinguishers Toyota MR2 Championship. So we'll get straight into the grid for this one because these cars do not have the benefit of a green flag lap. So the grid set by the time set in qualifying, although some had lap times disallowed, is as follows. Pole position, number 69, Carl Johnston. Besides him is number 21, Daniel Sylvester. So you've got a Roadster and a Mark II on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is 31, Ben Rose, Mark II on the inside. Sean Trainer on the outside, multiple champion in number 27. He had 4 lap times disallowed in qualifying for exceeding track limits. Row 3 on the inside, you've got the championship leader, number 11, Adam Lockwood. And besides him is number 84, Neil Stratton, both in Roadsters. On row 4 of the grid, it's number 71, Graham Mailings, and number 9, Tim Heron. Row 5 has 99, Billy Boggis, and 4, which is Peter Higton. Andrew Ruthven in 82 and Via Aldridge in 65 are on row 6 of the grid. Row 7, that's where we find Maxine Nichols in number 17 and Jim New in 78. Christopher Allison in 37 in the Expol Cup car, and 15, Gavin Holdworth. They line up on row 16. It's Gareth Baxter 14 and Jonathan Grimes 79 on row 9 of the grid. Row 10, that's 51, Andrew Strange, and 88, Sergei Bailiev. And on row 11, 30 and 67. 30 is Andy Williams and 67, Simon Quinn. Row 12 is 87, Michael Glynn, and 20, Patrick Stoner. And on the 13th and final row of the grid, that's where we are going to find Nick Lear in number 36 and Martin Collins in number 3 in his Mark I car. So we are here at Snetterton for round 9 of the championship. We're exactly halfway through the season for the MR2s. We've had 8 races of the 16 so far at Donington Park, Silverstone, Brands Hatch and Mallory Park, and coming out of those in the lead of the race is Adam Lockwood on 367 points, Graham Mailings, and then Sean Trainer in 3rd in the standings coming into this weekend. And we are looking forward to a 15-minute race, indeed 2 15-minute races for these cars during the course of the afternoon. In terms of the amount of wins that we've had by various drivers so far this season, Sean Trainer has had 5, Carl Johnston 2, Graham Mailings has had 1, but Adam Lockwood has been pretty consistent during the course of the year. So almost ready for the off then. The 5-second board is about to be shown, and then we will get racing underway for 15 minutes. We watch for the red light then. It's going to be turned on any moment now. Revs start to rise. Lights go out and away we go then, and it's an even start between the two of them on the front row of the grid. Carl Johnston in the black Roadster and Danny Sylvester in the predominantly white Mark II, number 21. They head down towards Riches for the first time. It's Johnston that's going to slot into the lead of this race then as they turn their way through Riches corner now on towards the Wilson hairpin. That's Christopher Allison going a bit wide in the yellow car. You could see there from sort of 2/3 of the way back down the order. It's a very busy circuit. more than 24 of these cars having qualified for the race. One a bit out of shape there is the number 30 car as well. That's about halfway down the field, and then Christopher Allison has in fact now had a spin as well. So the leader's out of Palmer, heading down towards Agostini for the first time, and it's Carl Johnston from Sean Trainer now who's made his way up from 4th to 2nd.
Yeah, so the Class C Roadsters have made good starts. About half the field have locked up into the hairpin at Agostini that caused potential some issues, but they've all got through the corner. But it's Cole Johnson who's had a big slide there through the left-hander at Hamilton. I think he's an ex-rally driver, isn't he, Cole Johnson? So he's able to control that with perhaps more ease than some of the others. But he's new to racing, circuit racing this year. He leads from Sean Trainer, and we were right on board on the Alpha live stream with Dan Sylvester in 3rd position, who had an eventful Cadwell Park in the Hot Hats Championship a few weeks ago, where he had an engine blew. He travelled home to pick up a new one and stuck it in the race car ready for the second race and come from the back of the grid to 2nd impressively. But he's back in his Toyota this weekend, and he's there, the first of the Class B cars, the Mark II MR2s. He's there in 3rd position. It was quite an even split in qualifying, which hasn't necessarily been over the course of this season between the two types of car. There's Ben Rowe and Adam Lockwood, the championship leader, who's been on the podium 6 times this year but hasn't won a race yet. He was up next as they turn their way towards the end of the first lap of this 15-minute race, where we see Cole Johnston and the much more experienced in this championship Sean Trainer chasing after the leader.
Yeah, someone made a mistake there a little bit further up. Was that Tim Heron possibly that got it a bit sideways coming out of Murray's? End of lap 1 then. It's Carl Johnston leading by just about half a second from Sean Trainer in 2nd place. Danny Sylvester in 3rd. Ben Rowe 4th. Then Adam Lockwood, Neil Stratton rounding out the top 6 at the end of this first lap. And again, Tim Heron a bit out of shape coming out of Riches there. It's side by side a bit further back. That's Billy Boggs in the number 99 car trying to make a move on the number 82. That's Andrew Ruthven. He goes through. Graham Mailings might get past both of them in that roads to the lighter car but less powerful car than the Mark II as they head down to Palmer. It's going to be Mailings in the 71 G&T Motorsport car all the way around the outside, and he takes the place away. That's for 7th, I think. So long got back from 6th to 7th. Neil Stratton it is in the yellow car in 6th position, but it's Mailings now 7th, Boggis 8th, and Tim Heron quite deep into the hairpin, actually in 10th place behind number 82, Andrew Ruthven.
Yeah, Adam Lockwood, apologies, Graham Mailings looking to make places like you said, because he's quite a long way back, the driver who's the 2nd in the championship so far this season. He's had 3 podiums, and including that race victory which came earlier in the season at Brands Hatch. And he's just then in something like 7th position at this stage. So both Lockwood and Mailings, the top 2 in the championship, struggling a little bit today. Sean Trainer, who's 3rd in the championship, mainly courtesy for a disqualification earlier in the season for eligibility, and that's just dropped him back in the championship a little bit. But after winning those 5 races in the season, he's still in contention. He's there in 2nd place, but he's struggling to stay with Cole Johnson. A big slide behind. That was Ben Rowe out of Nelson, the driver in 4th spot. Ben Rowe, who's been around the championship for some time, and he is under pressure from Adam Lockwood and Neil Stratton as well. A couple of the roadsters, the later cars.
Into Murray's then they go. Lockwood it is with that advantage in the championship. Has been very consistent so far during the course of this season. 5th place on the road here at the moment. He's had 4 seconds, 2 thirds and 2 4th place finishes so far, and that's a big sideways moment, I'm afraid, for number 17 Maxine Nichols on the exit of Murray's there. Not the exit of Murray's, was it?
Yeah,
It was the exit of Murray's, and she is back into the race as out braking Graham Mailings into Riches there. was Billy Boggis in the number 99 car, so he goes up to 7th place. But we saw Graham Maylings fight back through the next couple of corners a lap or so ago, so we'll see if he's able to repeat that. And a little bit of a lock-up from Tim Heron as he tried to run away past Andrew Ruthven as well. You've also got Veer Aldridge and Jim New not too far behind these two either. Graham Maylings again to the outside of Billy Boggis around Palmer, and he's done it again. I think he has gone through once more. So Graham Maylings goes back up to 7th place ahead of Billy Boggis.
Already though, he's 7 seconds behind the next car, so I don't think Maylings is going to get any further than 7th. Quite extraordinary, a huge gap up to the 6th position car ahead of Neil Stratton. But it's Cole Johnston who's a second out front now, ahead of Sean Traynor. 2:19.7 for Johnston, almost as quick as his qualifying time on that first flying lap of the race. Interesting that a few of these Mark IIs have lost their rear spoilers over the course of the last 12 months or so, haven't they? I don't think we've really seen that before. Tim Heron hasn't got one, I don't think Dan Sylvester has either. And Heron, you noticed, had a few lurid moments, didn't he, earlier on in the race. Don't really know if it makes a huge amount of difference in cars like these, but interesting to note.
Yeah, look at the size of that gap from 6th to 7th there. Graham Maylings in 7th place, number 71. Again, Billy Boggis just behind him in that 99 car. Graham Maylings, who's sometimes raced with his son Tom Maylings, hence the G&T Motorsport. But Graham going solo at the moment. There's Ruthven, number 82 as well, just ahead, the 51-year-old mechanical engineer from Meriden in Warwickshire, Andy Ruthven, who started racing back in 1999, did some Mini 7 racing between 1999 and 2009, a highest position of 7th in the championship in 2009, with a 3rd place at Rockingham that year as well. And after taking some time out of racing to spend it with his family, he's back into racing again in the MR2s. And look at this, 3 wide, and it's Andy Ruthven who is at the head of that little group now in number 82. It's as close as Billy racing there, wasn't it? As he goes around the outside, he gets ahead of Billy Boggis and of Graham Maylings as well, and up to P7.
Yeah, so this is quite a nice little battle pack that Ruthven's got to the head of. Boggis and Maylings side by side there. Maylings has made a few moves at Palmer. He's good at that corner. This time it's the inside line he's got. We've got Tim Heron just behind as well as Veer Aldridge, I think. Next up, but Maylings again has made that move. This time on the inside line through Palmer, but it's 2 by 2 down into the hairpin. Agostini, the inside line for Maylings. Following him through is Heron then. And he also gets past Billy Boggis. Veer Aldridge is going to try and get a piece of this as well. So for Billy Boggis, he's going to lose a number of positions in all of that, which didn't work out terribly well for him at all. I think the ex-short oval racer, Boggis, is round the outside and grabs one of those positions back. But yeah, this battle is very entertaining for 7th spot. Meanwhile, the lead gaps come down to 9/10 because Sean Traynor has set a new fastest lap.
He has indeed 2:19.05 lap records in this day. Class C with 2:19.01 for Stuart Nichols, 2:17.78 in Class B. So he's got some way to go to break the overall lap record, but close to it within the class that he races in now. So here's this secondary group, headed by Andy Ruthven, number 82, and it's Graham Maylings just behind. So that's 7th, 8th, 9th Tim Heron, a long-time competitor in this championship as well, ahead of Billy Boggis. And you've got Veer Aldridge and Jim New rounding out the top 12. Then there's another bit of a gap back to Gareth Baxter in 13th position. As the cars make their way to Coram once again, the leader Carl Johnston just flashes past our commentary box. I think the gap's gone out again, as it has. So 1.35 seconds, and it's a new lap record within Class C for Carl Johnston now, because he's done a 2:18.68. So he's extended that advantage over Sean Traynor. He's got the lap record as well. There's a big gap from 6th to 7th. There's also a good sized gap from 2nd to 3rd. It's now more than 5.5 seconds between Sean Traynor and Dan Sylvester.
That's pretty much a second under the pole position time as well for Cole Johnston. There's at least 3 drivers getting track limit warnings. Now, very few drivers have actually got penalties over the course of this weekend. Will that change in this race? Because there are more drivers early in the race than ever getting warnings.
And we did have quite a number of times disallowed. I think about half a dozen different drivers had time disallowed in qualifying.
Free wide again, this time into Palmer, so they're going to have to sort themselves out. Graham Mailings, Tim Heron and Billy Boggett. Again, it's Mailings through here who is good and is able to get to the front of that pack. But is this all allowing Andy Ruthven then to get away just ahead? And he's had a 6th place best this year, he's 7th currently, and Tim Heron's having a big slide and a catch, but he's going to lose time because of that. And that means Billy Boggett has already gone past. We had Ulrich, maybe 2, and Jim Muir as well. Can't quite get there, I don't think, for Jim Muir. Now there's more cars on the grass. The race circuit being used in various different ways, it would seem, during the course of this race. That was Billy Boggett out over the grass, out of the left-hander at Hamilton.
And they're now through the right-hander at Williams to go back on to the Bentley Straight. There's about 4 minutes to go in this race. It seems to have flown by, doesn't it? That's Adam Lockwood. That yellow car is Neil Stratton, so they're 5th and 6th. And then this fight for 7th is the one that's taken most of our attention during the course of this race. There's Andy Ruthven a bit more comfortable now in 7th place, number 82 from Graham Mailings in 71. And then it's Boggess and Heron, who've both had dramas in the last few corners, who are in 9th and 10th places.
So they're making their way towards the end of the lap. So far they are behind the leader, who's already completed 5 laps. And consistency now for Cole Johnston, because he's only 100th of a second slower than he was on the previous lap, and has extended his lead out to over 2 seconds, the largest lead it's been all race long. Guess what? There's more drivers getting track limit warnings. At this stage, we believe they are only warnings, but it's another at least 3 drivers to add to the 3 on the previous lap, and there was more on the lap before that. So this is, for whatever reason, the MR2 Championship seems to be prone to that a little bit more than others this weekend. Ben Rowe is there in 4th, just ahead of Adam Lockwood, championship leader, remember. He's finished in the top 4 every race this season, either 2nd, 3rd or 4th. He has not finished as low as 5th, but that's where he currently is. He's trying to get himself up ahead of Ben Rowe. Ben, who had not finished inside the top 5 this season. So Ben looking for his best result here if he can hang on in this sport, or even if he loses one, it'll still be his best result of the season. Just up the road is the Class B leader, Dan Sylvester, who had his season best last time out at Mallory Park, which was the 3rd. He's in 3rd again today, but he does lead the Class B running. And he's won the last 3 races in that category, the final race at Brands and the 2 at Mallory Park. The overall championship is won by the overall results, but there are individual class championships at the end of the season as well.
There's Graham Mailings again. He's back ahead of Andy Ruthven now in the number 82 car, so that has been a change. They're about to come through Williams and onto the Bentley Straight once again. Boggess just behind them in 9th position, but there's more than 12 seconds between Neil Stratton in 6th and Mailings now in 7th. This is the battle for 4th position. Adam Lockwood trying to maintain this record of having finished only in the top 4 during the course of this season. Needs to get ahead of Ben Rowe to try to maintain that record. Ben, all the way from Devon, a long-time competitor in the MR2 Championship, which was inaugurated 15 years ago this season. As we watch the Sylvester car go through relatively on his own at the moment in 3rd place, Danny Sylvester. And Rowe and Lockwood and Stratton. And Lockwood and Stratton in particular, both were Mark 1 exponents in the past, switching to Mark 3s over the years. They're completing the top 6.
And about to lap the only Mark 1 left this weekend, which is that of Martin Collins, who's done most of the season. The aerospace fitter from Wolverhampton, who's having his first season of racing this year in a car that formerly raced in Malaysia, but racing in the UK now, just going to lap down to those ex-Mark 1 races. A car that David Pittard started his racing career in, a Mark 1 MR2, and he was the Nürburgring 24-hour winner this year.
We've done well for having 24-hour winners coming from 750 Motor Club ranks recently, haven't we? Because James Gallardo successful at Le Mans last month as well.
And he raced in stock catch here at Snetterton, I think.
Here is the race leader though, Carl Johnston, on his last lap because the clock has counted down to 0. He's still out in front by 3.5 seconds actually from Sean Traynor. So we go back to this battle further back because Billy Boggis now has got Tim Heron right behind him, and indeed Graham Mailings as well. So Mailings has slipped back, hasn't he, over the last lap or so?
Mailings' race is bizarre, isn't it? Because a lot of the time we've been watching him, he gains the position, then we come back to him and he's lost a load again, and that's what's happened again. So this is a somewhat strange race for Graham Mailings. He's had a first, a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth and a couple of sixths this year, but running much further back than that now. But for Cole Johnston, this has been a dominant performance on his first event here at Snetterton. He's had a couple of wins this season, which both came at Silverstone, but it looks like he's going to add to that. He's not been done the full season, so he's a bit further back in the championship standings, as Graham Mailings is on the grass now. Perhaps that's how he's been losing positions, if he's done that many other times.
Yeah, and there's Ben Rowe still hanging on to 4th position from Adam Lockwood. But there's our race leader then, number 69, the man from Armagh in Northern Ireland, comes out of Murray's. He's heading to the checkered flag. We've got a 5-second penalty for him though, and it's not quite going to have a 5-second margin. Don't slow down over the line, Carl. Whatever you do. Well, Sean Traynor is going to come through. That feels like more than 5 seconds to me. It was 3.57 seconds at the beginning of the lap, and it's 5.15 seconds the gap. So by 15 hundredths of a second on adjusted times, Carl Johnston still wins from Sean Traynor in 2nd, Danny Sylvester 3rd, Ben Rowe in 4th, Adam Lockwood 5th, his worst result of the season, the championship leader. 6th, number 84, Neil Stratton. Then we've got this long gap back to see who's going to be 7th. Up and over the line now is going to be Andy Ruthven from Billy Boggis, Tim Heron, and rounding out the top 10 is going to be Jim Mew in the end.
So that's all because Cole Johnston didn't back off on the last lap. He was almost as quick as his best lap, but Sean Traynor did. He was at a second slower. All he needed to go was a couple of attempts quicker, and he could have won the race. We may have to wait a few moments just to make sure no extra track limit penalties come in from whatever happened on the last lap, but it does look like Cole Johnston should have just hung on there by the tiniest of margins, although it wasn't on the road. So we did wonder if track limits was going to come into this MR2 race. We saw a lot of it in qualifying, we saw a lot of it early in the race, and so is the case for the leader. But it would seem that Cole Johnston should be able to hang on in the end and take the what was a dominant victory on the road at least.
Let's have a look at those results then. Carl Johnston, number 69, took the win at the end of 7 laps by, well, I think on adjusted times, 0.15 seconds from number 27, Sean Traynor. 3rd was number 21, Danny Sylvester. He won Class B from number 31, Ben Rowe. Adam Lockwood, number 11, was 5th, and 8, Neil Stratton. 6th, number 84. Best battle of the race was for 7th place. That was won by number 82, Andy Ruthven, from number 99, Billy Boggis. Number 9, Tim Heron, and 78, Jim Mew. Graham Mailings falling out of the top 10 in the end. He was ahead of Fear Aldridge, Gareth Baxter, and Gavin Aldworth. And then a little bit further back, we had Jonathan Grimes, Pete Higton, Andrew Strange, Maxine Nichols after her moment, Christopher Allison after his moment, and Sergei Boliev rounding out the top 20 in that PD Extinguishers MR2 Championship race. They're back again later on in the afternoon. They're our last race of the weekend, in fact, here at Snetterton. So do stay with us on Alpha Live or here at the circuit for that. We've got plenty more racing to come this afternoon for you, though, including in a few moments the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We look forward to bringing that to you. We've also got the 116 Trophy 90-minute race during the course of this afternoon as well. But we can head down to Parc Fermé now and say good afternoon to Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner then from the first of our MR2 races today at Snetterton. Cole Johnston, you've done it, but you had a 5-second penalty right at the end.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about really when I hit that, but yeah, I seen it and I was like, oh, where was that from? So, but yeah, as I came round, I was like 5 seconds, okay, maybe I'm a wee bit more further away from Sean. So I was sort of pickling as I was going round really, and I was like, oh, I've lost it. And then, yeah, 5.1 by the sounds of it. So yeah, happy days, all the joy.
Not bad at all. A few track limit warnings for quite a few people out there, but you suffered with that 5-second penalty. 3 wins now this year, so you're racking up the wins and racking up the points once again. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's great fun, to be fair, as well. But as I say, yeah, great little championship and, yeah, having a ball of a time, really. So hopefully a few more, maybe. Hopefully Silverstone, maybe, next coming up. I love Silverstone, so, yeah, see how we go from there. But, yeah. And we've got another race later on today.
Yeah, another race, hopefully. Yeah, we'll see how we get on with that and try to stay away from track limits and all that malarkey and stuff. Yeah, so yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Carl. Congratulations. We'll get Sean into the mix as well, just having a quick chat with fellow podium competitor there. Sean, 5.1, I think the gap was at the end. A tenth of a second, you'd done the win there.
Yeah, coming around Coram there, I just started to lose the rear tyres a little bit, and I just got it out sideways. And so, to be fair, I thought he's so far ahead. To be fair, I showboated it a little bit around there and kept it drifting. So, yeah, it probably cost me the win. But it's good. I'm just having an issue with fourth gear at the moment, which obviously isn't going to be a quick fix. So I've just got to work away driving around it for the next one.
But all's well there. I think you finished ahead of your main championship rivals, so good points, and you kind of get a little bit closer to them.
Yeah, well, to be fair, he's pretty close to the top. I think it's only that he's missed a round that's the reason he's not on the top of the table at the moment, I think. So I think he's still the one to beat today. So I'll see what I can do next one.
You relish in race 2 then?
Yeah. Hopefully it's a bit wet. I think it might take it away from the fourth gear issues a little bit.
You're praying for rain. There we go. Right, Dan Sylvester will bring into the mix as well, who finished there in third place. Well done, Dan. Great race on the podium. How was that?
Yeah. It was pretty tough at the start and then kind of levelled out. I was kind of in no man's land a little bit, but it was good. I kept thinking about at least I'm in third place. Ben was quite close to me for quite a lot of that race, behind me in the other Mark II. He's my next competitor in Class B, so... but yeah, towards the end I got a good gap on him. So yeah, it was a good race. The track's definitely not as fast today. If any other competitors are wondering, I think we're all kind of agreed that the track's not so fast. But yeah, it was good fun.
And quite surprisingly for MR2, so that the race was spread out, as you said there. Quite a few competitors kind of out in the distance.
Yeah, I mean obviously I can only see what were out my mirrors and my windscreen. But for me, I was like in a bit of no man's land. But yeah, it's a good track. Obviously, it's a super long lap, longest lap on the calendar. So. Just lots to take in, yeah, great circuit. It's good times, hopefully same in race 2.
Good fun. Look forward to it. Thanks very much, Dan. Dan Sylvester there finishing in third place. Sean Trainer in second, just backed off a little bit too much towards the end, and race victory number 3 of the year for Cole Johnston in the first of our MR2 races, which we'll have more of a little bit later on this afternoon. For now, though, we turn our attention for the first time today to the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. So back upstairs to Ian and Josh.
Yes, indeed, a great field of BMWs assembling beneath our commentary box here for rounds 9 and 10 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It's a 14-round season in all for these cars, so we are already more than halfway through the calendar. And let's talk you through how this grid is going to line up then. Pole position is going to be the number 47 car of Niall Bradley, and besides him is number 15 Graham Crowhurst. The second row should have on the inside number 24 Jazz Sapra, but his car not there at the moment, so it's Brian Branson, number 126, alone for the moment at least on row 2. Row 3 on the inside is the treble 4 car of ex-MG racer Ollie Neves, and 26 is Paul Cook, who went well in the Armed Forces Race Challenge yesterday. Row 4, 29 Mark Burton in the first of the Class M2 cars. Besides him is 77 Paul Travers. David Heasham, number 5, and Mark Coleman, number 66, are on the 5th row of the grid. Then on row 6 it's the reigning champion, number 1 Lee Piercy, and 37 Cavan Granger. On row 7 of the grid it's number 43 Stephen Schreikart and 48 Mike Nash. The 8th row is 27 Chris Blakey and 96 David Morris. On row 9 of the grid, 35 Colin Whitmore, long-time competitor in BMW Racing, and 60 Carl McMillan. On to row 10 of the grid, and Paul Laramie, number 31, is on the inside beside number 4 William Lake. Row number 11 is 68 Gareth Thomas and 79 Sergei Maniv. Row 12 is Paul Neville in 42 and Craig Emerson in car 75. And then on row 13 of the grid is Ken Van Houen and Stuart Pywell in 46 and 76 respectively. But we are, as I say, missing Jazz Sapra from the second row of the grid in his invitation class car. The invitation class car of Brian Branson, though, is next to him.
But we are missing Lee Piercy, last year's champion, is missing from the 7th row of the grid, 6th row of the grid even.
Yes, he only managed 2 laps in qualifying, I think, didn't he? Which might explain that.
Yes, I did actually see the car in the paddock during qualifying. Did not realise that he had already been out. They were looking in the engine department. He's not had the best of seasons. Certainly not a season where he's going to retain the title. He's had a few victories earlier in the season, I think. Yeah, he won at Silverstone and Brands Hatch in the M2 class, but problems since then.
Yes, so the overall championship lead, I think, at this point is held by Stephen Schweikart, isn't it, on 106 points. From in second place on 104 points, Graham Crowhurst, and Niall Bradley third on 80, then 3 drivers each on 78, Paul Cook, William Lake and Chris Blakey. Of course, this championship has a number of different classes. The M1 class for the most powerful M-Series engine cars, the M2 class for those in a lesser state of tune. Then you've got the 6-cylinder class, class 6, a 4-cylinder class, class 4, and the Cup class for the cars built to a specific set of regulation. BMW 325 Ti compacts are a very low cost way into the BMW racing via the BMW Cup. We do have invitation class cars as well this weekend as well, who are not scoring points for the championship. So that's the way the championship stands in terms of points so far this season. In terms of the results so far, we've had 4 wins each for Graham Crowhurst and Niall Bradley in the 8 races that we've had so far. Now, Bradley drew first blood with 2 wins at Silverstone. The wins were shared on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit between Niall and Graham Crowhurst, and likewise at Alton Park as well between the 2 drivers. But Graham Crowhurst won both of the races last time out at Croft Circuit. There's been a couple of meetings away from the 750 Motor Club during the course of this year so far, at Brands GP and at Croft as well.
Yeah, Brands Hatch supporting the Fanatec GT World Challenge meeting in front of tens of thousands of spectators, where I think a BMW won the GT race there, and Valentino Rossi was on the podium. But as you said, in the BMW Car Club races, it was Niall Bradley and Graham Crowhurst who were the winners, and they are the drivers on the front row today. They were lapping in the 2-minute freeze. So lap time's only a few seconds off a GT4 car, although we're only on treaded tyres here, no slick tyres allowed in this championship. So those lap times actually very impressive indeed. So about 5 seconds, something like that, off a GT4 car around here, which is pretty mighty. So these are quick cars at the front. Bradley and Crowhurst, who know each other pretty well, racing together in this championship for a while now. Crowhurst, who's twice been a class champion. Bradley, who has once been a class champion as well. And then what can the local man Brian Bransom do there on the second row? He's invitational, so be aware not to do anything too drastic, I suspect. But he'd like a race win. He races that car a huge amount. And then you got Ollie Neves, who was one of the big track limit violation drivers. He had 3 laps deleted in qualifying this morning, but he's a quick driver. He's won MG races here in the past. And then Paul Cook, who was rapid yesterday, starts alongside. But shame not to have Jazz Sapper. You can see there on the front row, Graham Crowhurst's car in the BMW art livery, like the BMW factory team, raced at Le Mans 15 years ago, I think, on their M3s.
Yeah, but the BMW factory team livery wasn't put together by Graham and his wife in their garage. I think it took a lot longer to do than they expected.
Right.
He was telling me at Alton Park. Anyway, it looks great, and let's hope it stays that way. Last few rows of cars coming into position, and we will get the 20-minute race underway for these cars very shortly. So a slightly longer race than some of those that we've had already today. We do get the green flag at the back, so we're almost ready for the off. The 5-second board is shown. Watching for the red lights. There they go. And they go out now, and a pretty even start from the 2 on the front row. Niall Bradley on the inside line. Of course, it's a good start from Ollie Neves from row 3 of the grid, taking advantage of the gap where Jazz Sapra wasn't. So he might get his way up into 3rd position. Yes, he does, at the expense of Paul Cook. Brian Branson, in fact, a little bit surprisingly, has dropped back down to 5th position. But it's Niall Bradley leading from Graham Crowhurst in 2nd place, Ollie Neves in 3rd as they head through the hairpin at Wilson for the first time. There you can see some of the 325 Ti compacts in the Cup class going through shots towards the back of the field. But the leaders now on their way down and through Palmer for the first time. There you can see it was still Ollie Neves in 3rd place ahead of Paul Cook. Some good battles going on within the classes as well, which will bring you up to date on as this race progresses.
Yeah, but it is Bradley then that leads, the 21 M1 champion. he's out over the curbs. He's a lot quicker than the other tin tops we've had racing this weekend, so they're a bit more spectacular on the road on colder tyres as they are at the moment. Lots of power to be put down as the race goes on. We'll probably get into lap traffic as well, because there's a big broad range of cars in those various classes. But the 5 M3s out front going away from Mark Burton, who's there in 6th position, the former low-cost champion. And one's off the road. That's one of the Cup cars as Jad Sapra starts from the pit lane. William Lake is that's had an off-track moment. Will Lake, who is leading the Cup Class Championship coming into the weekend after, I think, 4 victories, but he's had an off early on, Ian.
Only by 2 points as well from that man, Gareth Thomas, in the number 68 car, which is just making up a place as the cars head down the Bentley Straight for the first time. So Gareth Thomas here with a good chance of taking over the lead within the Cup class, it would seem. There you can see the number 48 car going through. That is Mike Nash. We saw him out in action yesterday in the Armed Forces Race Challenge event as well. So good chance for some drivers to have plenty of competition during the course of this 750 Motor Club weekend. Already the leaders are over the line as the back markers are just heading through the bomb hole. Such is the performance of Niall Bradley and Graham Crowhurst, who are separated by 0.4 of a second at the end of lap 1 there, about 1.6 seconds ahead of Ollie Neves in 3rd. Paul Cook is in 4th, Brian Branson 5th in the invitation class car, and Mark Burton, the ex-low-cost champion, leading Class M2 in 6th place.
Yeah, that's right. The class structure's slightly been altered, hasn't it, for this season? So those 330s now fit into M2, which Mark Burton leads, as you say, there over Paul Travers and Kevin Granger. So where is the championship leader, Stephen Schreikart, Class 6 man? He does lead that class, doesn't he? And 13th overall by the looks of things early on in the race, who was a Class 6 competitor last year as well. There's a top 5 then, up towards Hamilton. All the M3s all in shot, and as I say, they are pretty spectacular. There's Neves then, the multiple BC V8 champion from the MG Car Club. Probably do similar sort of lap times, but in very different ways, with lots more power than these BMWs. So a very different car to drive. Paul Cook there just behind, who we just saw the MR2s. He raced in that championship for so many seasons. Now racing this M3, and I think enjoying having the additional power. Meanwhile, there is Gareth Thomas then, so he continues to run a bit further back in the package, in 20th spot, I think, in the early stages of the race.
But he's leading his class, importantly, as well, in the Cup class, so he's picking up maximum points as far as that's concerned. He's ahead of Paul Neville and William Lake.
Just ahead of him there is 79, Sergei Maneve, and his slightly upgraded 325 Ti, so rather than the Cup class specification of car, he's got a rear wing on the back of his machine, so that fits into Class 6. But Gareth Thomas is able to battle with him for something like 18th position as they head down the Bentley Straight, and already across the line, almost half a lap ahead, are the leaders. So he said that lap traffic will come into it, not just yet, but it will do soon. The lead gap now 0.8 of a second between Niall Bradley and Graham Crowhurst, with Ollie Neves, Paul Cook and Brian Branson a couple of seconds back now. Meanwhile, this battle just at the back of the top 20 makes its way through, also involving Paul Neville, I think, at the back of this group, and he's in a Cup car, so he will be trying to get himself up on terms with Gareth Thomas as they make their way through. Gareth Thomas, who was last year's Cup champion as well. Number 60 involved in a battle here, I think. That's Mark Sullivan, 6-cylinder upgraded 325 Ti, battling with Paul Laramie's 3-litre compact.
Yeah, Paul Laramie, the man from Chesham, head of programme management. Started racing 5 years ago and has sort of developed himself within the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, progressing from the Cup class up into the main class ranks as well. There is the 76 car going through ahead of him, which is Stuart Pywell in 16th place in his Class M1 car. There is Sergei Maneve again in number 79, the blue and orange car with the wing on its back. Look how the window has just popped out there on the passenger side of the car as well, so that's not going to be helping his aerodynamics, I don't think.
So it's a nice bit of battle here, isn't it? Further back in the pack. And it's Cole McMillan, think, at the front of it, who was the 2021 Cup Class champion, and using this formula to upgrade his car to Class 6 specification. There's number 5, David Heasman, who we believe is in Class M1, but is much further down the order than where traditionally we'll see him. I don't think he's out in his M3 today, like we've seen him race in the past. Race leaders cross the line. The gap between them is around the same, about 8 tenths. They're into the 203s now. There's the secondary class leader, Class M2. That's Mark Burton, the low-cost champ from a few seasons ago. They're a different type of racing, this, isn't it, for him, compared to low cost. He's out there all by himself. The cars in front are way out in front. He's pulling well clear of the M2 rivals. He's done a 2 minutes 10.1, his fastest lap of the race on that lap. But he's a long way ahead of Paul Travers. But for Mark Burton, it's a lonely old time. But he is leading his class once again. And he has won Class M2 at the last 4 races at Oulton Park and at Croft.
At some venues, he can mix it a little bit more with some of the Class M1 cars as well, but different circuits. Probably the M1 cars have a bit more advantage here with some of the straight line speed. That's right. Cavan Granger making a bit of a Horlicks there of the Wilson hairpin, number 37. He's in 8th place, 3rd within Class M2 at the moment. There's the 77 car of Paul Travers, who's 2nd within that class at the moment. I think it might be his first appearance of the season, is it? I don't think he's picked up any points anyway so far this year, certainly within that class. And he's ahead of Granger. Just behind Granger is Mark Coleman, number 66, who's another driver in Class M1. So they're heading down towards the left-hander at Hamilton. A bit further up, we've just seen the 2 leaders flash through, and there in 3rd place is Ollie Neves.
Yeah, he's just ahead of Paul Cook, who just clips the dirt a bit, and then Brian Brantham just behind, but it is Neves, the XMG man, there in 3rd, but he's about 3 seconds behind the leaders now, who are nose to tail. They've just gone through some traffic. We'll see if we can pick up on that now, because Graham Crowhurst, there they are, right together. Crowhurst on the tail for the first time, really, of Noel Bradley. He's been close, but not this close, and they come up across the line. We're sort of into the middle 3rd of the race, a longer race, it's 20 minutes, but Graham Crowhurst challenging Noel Bradley, the Irishman, up towards turn 1. They're side by side for 3rd position as well, because Paul Cook is trying to get the better of Ollie Neves, which I don't think he's quite going to manage. Where do we look? And now for the lead of the race. Crowhurst dives to the inside of Bradley. Can't do it. Behind, Neves has held on, in fact, from Paul Cook. So all of a sudden, the M1 battles have come alive here.
They certainly have. There's a driving standards flag going out to Jazz Sapper, I can see, who's 24th at the moment. He started the race late, of course. 3rd and 4th is the battle that we're looking at the moment. The 444 car of Ollie Neves, the 26 car of Paul Cook. They were dead heating over the line, but Neves it is that's back ahead at the moment. Then you've got the orange car of Brian Branson, number 126 in 5th position, the local driver. Thought we might see a bit more from Brian in this race. I've seen him race strongly at other events this season, including at Castle Combe last month, but he's there in P5 at the moment, behind Neves and Cook, who are turning their way through Oggies once again. Cook very experienced in BMWs as well as MR2s, which he raced for a long time as well. Turns his way back onto the Bentley Straight. These 3 are around about 5 seconds or so behind the 2 leaders, Noel Bradley and Graham Crowhurst, who are back into shot now. Crowhurst in the multicoloured car behind the white and green car of Bradley. And here is the fight for 3rd coming down towards us. Just to stage, by the way, Stephen Schreikard is that's leading Class 6. I don't think we've mentioned him at the moment. And he is, of course, the championship leader as well. So he's going well in Class 6, 12th place overall.
Yeah, you mentioned Brian Brantham is at the back of this group in the orange BMW. His car has been repaired in the recent weeks after an incident at the Super Touring meeting at in Fundersloons by Generation Bodyworks, who are based just north of the circuit. So that car's having its first race since the repairs done there, and it's interesting if he is aware that these other drivers are involved in a championship, or if he's going to get stuck in as this race goes on, because as you say, he's been quick. He's races against very different types of cars when he races elsewhere. Also, he races on slick tyres normally, which he won't be today because you can't run on slicks in this championship, as Ollie Neves makes a mistake. So perhaps he's just getting used to that at the moment here.
Yeah, so Neves loses out to Paul Cook there with that mistake on the Wilson hairpin. Is it going to allow Brian Branson to get through as well, as he has a bit more momentum? I think possibly Branson has missed that opportunity, so he stays 5th for the moment. They're herring their way past the Tyrrell's restaurant down to the left-handed Agostini hairpin. Some good battles going past our commentary box further down the order as well, including that between Paul Travers and Mark Colmer, and Cavan Grange for 7th, 8th and 9th position. But we'll stick with what we've got on screen at the moment. This is for 3rd, Paul Cook in 26, now ahead of Ollie Neves in treble 4. And there's Branson as well. He's not letting these two get away, is he? So he should be there poised to pick up any pieces that there may be. And we are going to get into some more traffic, I think, before very much longer, because there is one of the Cup class cars in the foreground with Niall Bradley bearing down on him, and Niall Bradley now has a much bigger lead over Graham Crowhurst.
Yeah, I wonder if that was in the traffic. There you can see Crowhurst's car with that livery on that we mentioned, the BMW Art Car livery from a decade more ago. There's Cook, Neves in the traffic. I wonder if that traffic just caught out Graham Crowhurst a corner or two ago. But Cook has gone away from Neves now that he's ahead. So can he do anything about the leaders? Well, there's 7.5 minutes to go. There's 7 seconds or so between them. So I think it'll be difficult for Cook to catch the top two. Best lap of the race for Bradley, a 2:03.8, a few tenths out of the lap record at the moment. His lead is a couple of seconds for the first time. But lots of traffic now for the remainder of the race. That could be a factor as Cook and Neves come through just ahead of Brian Branson. Now, is this car in trouble? Number 46, I think might just be going lap down. That's Ken Van Houen, who we saw racing at Anglesey in the Porsches in a 911. Now he's having to go in a BMW in the Cup class this weekend, I think. Or it's one of those 325s at the very least. So good to see him trying out another 750 Motor Club Championship after racing in the Calm All-Porsche Trophy earlier this year.
Gareth Thomas still there in the lead of the Cup class. Had Sergei Meniv right behind him, but we're changing our focus yet again.
Is that Stephen Schreikart?
It is Stephen Schreikart, number 43 there in 12th position overall. He's our Class 6 leader, but he's got cars in other classes around him. Behind him, David Heasman. Ahead of him, David Morris. And indeed, the 48 car of Mike Nash as well. So there is quite a bit of a gap between Stephen Schreikart and second place within Class 6, which is Chris Blakey. Schreikart in 12th, Blakey in 15th position. So quite a gap between the two of them. But they're just coming over the line now. Schreikart in that 6-cylinder class car. He's had a very good season. Within Class 6, he's won 6 races so far. Tom Singleton and Chris Blakey winning the others at Alton Park and at Croft respectively.
So yeah, he's got a lot of cars around him, hasn't he, in all of this. Just ahead of him is David Morris. He's a driver that's been moving up the ranks, isn't he? Because he started off in the Cup class and he raced in Class 6. Now he's in Class M2 in this BMW E46 Compact with a 3-litre engine for David Morris from Hertfordshire, who started off racing in Fun Cup. Tried out other BMW championships, and now racing with the BMW Car Club Racing Organisation. He's got Mike Nash, who's in 10th position, just ahead of him, who was out in the Armed Forces Challenge yesterday. So he's got plenty of experience this weekend. And at the back of the group is David Heasman, so a number of cars involved. The lead-in pack have gone through for a 7th time. 1.9 seconds separates Niall Bradley and Graham Crowhurst. Paul Cook still third. He's got a gap now over Ollie Neves and Brian Branson. A bit further back in the pack is Craig Emerson, the accountant from Leicestershire. And good to see Craig back out racing again.
Yeah, absolutely. Been racing on and off with the 750 Motor Club for many seasons. Also sometimes helps with officiating duties as well when called upon. And he is over the line there, just behind the 42 car of Paul Neville, who's a relative newcomer, the car that he built up himself. But there is Emerson, number 75, going through shots in that 3 Series BMW. And just ahead of Paul Neville there is the Mark Burton car as well.
Yes, who is half a minute behind the cars in front, but the best part of half a minute ahead of the cars behind, quite remarkably. Mark Coleman's up to 7th now. He started 10th. He's come through a little bit. He's in an M1 car. As we continue to watch Craig Emerson, then, who is running in 24th position. He's having that battle with Paul Neville just ahead of him from Hertfordshire, who is new to racing this year. And two slightly different variations of similar aged BMWs.
Yeah, Paul Neville got into this through having done track days, coming into circuit racing, and had a chat with him during the grid walk we had for the BMW Summerfest at Alton Park a couple of months ago. Someone's getting a driving standards flag.
And if we keep with this shot, we see the leaders are much closer to one another. Here they come up across the line now. We just cut to another battle, but the lead gap has come back down with 2 laps to go. It's just 4/10 of a second, and Graham Crowhurst here, we can see them now, is challenging the leader. Noel Bradley into Ritchie's. That gap has been absolutely shrunk over the last 3 miles of the Snetterton circuit. Here Crowhurst looks to the inside. Bradley defends. They've got traffic just ahead of them, so over these final 2 laps, can Graham Crowhurst get himself up ahead of Noel Bradley, who's going to be the first driver to win 5 times this year?
Yeah, they've been evenly matched in terms of victories so far this year. Noel Bradley behind on points because he wasn't at Croft. They've got a back marker to deal with as well, which is the 76 car of Stuart Pywell. And they are almost going to be side by side into Agostini. Looks like the fuel filler cap on the race leading car has managed to pop open. Number 47. That's Noel Bradley, who's got the best lap of the race, a 2:03.84. Not inside the lap record, which is a 2:03.51, but not a million miles off. That was set by Graham Crowhurst last October. Crowhurst continuing to pressure him then as we go into the final lap and a half.
Where can Crowhurst find a way through? How much more traffic is there to deal with? Well, nothing immediately, but perhaps something else before the end. The pair of them 8 seconds ahead of Paul Cook now. They're at second, a lap faster than the rest, and that's why after 8 laps they're 8 seconds ahead. So there's Bradley then ahead of Crowhurst. He's opened the gap during the course of this lap, and yeah, I think they will get some more traffic before the end, so that could be Crowhurst's opportunity. He's just run a little bit wide out over the curbs at that previous bend through Coram. Tricky corner, I should think, in these fast, heavy, powerful cars. Great sounding cars as well, these highly developed 6-cylinder BMW engines from these cars that are probably about 15 years old now or so. Well, Crowhurst has got a bit of damage. There's a bit of trim that has come loose, which is potentially bad news for his livery.
Hopefully that will be fixed without too much damage, but he's just lost a few lengths here, hasn't he, to Noel Bradley. 9/10 of a second behind at the start of this 10th and final lap of the race. They're 9 seconds clear of Paul Cook in 3rd, Ollie Neves 4th and Brian Branson in 5th. Turning their way through Palmer now, onto the straight, the short straight, down to Agostini, and that's the left-hand hairpin named after the motorcycle racing great. And then out of Agostini onto the little squirty straight towards the fast left-hander at Hamilton's.
They're going to have 1 car to lap at least, so is that going to come at a helpful time for the race leader Bradley here, who turns through the right-hander? Part of quite a big racing family. The Bradleys race in the UK and do hill climbing and as well. And yeah, for Noel Bradley, that car of Chris Blakey is going to go down a lap pretty simply. The driver in 16th, the second car in class 6, so no drama for the leader, which would be a sigh of relief, I should think, for Noel Bradley.
Looks like we're going to see a 5-second penalty for Paul Cook, I think. There's a penalty board going out for him. Yes, confirmation of that now on our screen as well. And he's only 2.5 seconds clear of Ollie Neves in 3rd place at the moment. So we're coming into the final few corners of this race now. Towards Coram they go. Crowhurst trying to get back on terms with Now Bradley has closed the gap during the course of this final lap, but I don't think it's close enough to make anything work. Out of Murray's they go. Good exit from Niall Bradley, number 47, in the white and green car, so he is going to make it 5 wins so far this season in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Graham Crowhurst finishes a third of a second behind in second place.
He got the fastest lap on the last lap, which is a bonus point for the championship, which is actually pretty important how the championship works, because it's all pretty tight on points.
Now Paul Cook came across the line third on the road, but only about 2.5 or 3 and a bit seconds actually clear of Ollie Neve, so that will drop him back to 4th place in the classification. The 5-second penalty that he picked up towards the end of the race said we treble 4. Ollie Neves in 3rd, 26 Paul Cook in 4th, Brian Branson 126 is 5th, and then it's quite a long wait back to probably our Class M2 winner, but we'll in the meantime pick up some action a bit further back.
And our Class 6 leader Stephen Schreikart, but Mike Nash ahead of him's gone off. Mike Nash, who was up in 11th position, he's had an off just ahead of our Class 6 and Championship leader. Mike's back on the road again. And there's Mark Coleman, he's 7th. Paul Travers just behind, he is in 8th, and he's involved in a battle for second in class with Kevin Granger. So here they come through the S's. Battle for second place in Class M2. Granger is pretty sideways in that car, is he not? We've seen him before pretty sideways in this BMW 330 that he also races with a classic touring car races too. I think he was also at that Super Touring Car meeting 4 weeks ago. More cars across the line. Who's won the Cup class? I think they've taken the flag there. That was Gareth Thomas, who took another victory by a big margin actually in that category. So the M2 class, that's gone the way of Mark Burton. Cup class gone the way, as we just mentioned, of Gareth Thomas. So the only car we await for a class win is Stephen Schreikart, and he looks good then for win number 7 in Class 6, which he took doubles at Silverstone and Brands Hatch, and he had single wins at Oldham Park and at Croft, but it looks a pretty dominant performance here. He was about 14 seconds ahead of Chris Blakey and takes the flag as the spectators watch on.
Yeah, so another good win there for Stephen Schreikart within Class 6. Here are the overall results, though. Niall Bradley it was that took the win after 10 laps. Car 47 the winner from number 15 Graham Crowhurst in second, 0.33 seconds behind. Third place after time's been adjusted will be number 4 Ollie Neves. 4th place will be number 26 Paul Cook. 5th to number 126 Brian Branson. 6th place to our Class M2 winner number 29 Mark Burton. 7th number 66 Mark Colmer. 8th number 77 Paul Travers. 9th number 37 Kevin Granger, and 10th number 48 Mike Nash. We had Stephen Schreikart, number 43, in 13th place overall, winning in Class 6. And as we look further back, we will see that in the Cup class, it was a win for number 68, Gareth Thomas as well. So those are the results of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. They're going to be out for a second race towards the end of the afternoon. And we've still got 5 more races to go here today, with the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship coming up next, then the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup and the Gazshocks 116 Trophy. But first, before all of that, here's Matt Suckling.
Down here then with our race winner, Niall Bradley, from the first of our BMW races here at Snetterton. Niall, that was a cracking fight with you and Graham. Was it fun to be part of?
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, really surprised. We've just put a standard engine into the car at the beginning of the week. We've had absolute nightmares for the last 3 weeks. But yeah, really enjoyed it. I think clutch is dead now. Halfway through the race, down the back straight, I pulled 4th. It just went straight to the limiter, and I thought, nah, don't die on me now. So I was literally trying to short shift where I could to the finish. But no, a good race. Always have a good race with Graham. Really enjoy it. Yeah, good.
Is that the reason the gap went up and then came back down towards the end?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but I felt like I was in control, to be honest, in the first sort of half of the race, maybe. And then, yeah, one of the times I came out onto the back straight, pulled 3rd to 4th, it went into the limiter, and I thought I need to start short shifting here now to see if I can bring it home, because I really want to just get the win. But yeah, no, really happy. Just get this clutch sorted.
Is that going to hamper things for race 2, maybe?
Yeah, possibly, because I actually think it might not be the clutch. It might be the rear main oil seal, and it's leaking oil onto the clutch, which is causing it to slip. But we'll have a look at it and see. If it is, it'll probably be the end of our day, because we don't want to kill this engine.
we've killed enough.
Well, fingers crossed it's good and we see you out for race 2, but well done anyway.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Noel Bradley, who takes the victory there. We'll get a quick chat if we can with Graham Crowhurst, who's just disappeared over to the other side with his spectators watching on today. So we'll have a quick chat with Graham Crowhurst, who finished in second place. Well done, Graham. A race there of probably 3 parts. It was close at the beginning, then it drifted apart, then it came back together.
Yeah, it's just crazy, really. I just initially thought he's just got a bit too much on me. Couldn't really understand where he was getting on me, and then I think it was then the yellow flag came out, really put a big gap, and I thought that's done. But I looked down, there's still 10 minutes left, so just keep going. And then I think traffic played into me a little bit, but there was definitely areas he was faster, areas I was faster. But no, really enjoyable. Like, really had to work hard.
And of course, with the different classes and the speed variation between the cars that we have out there, you have to try and pick your place of where you want to overtake the back markers and where kind of to be safe and not too sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there was one at turn 3, Stuart Bywell, and I thought I could maybe try something here, but I just thought stay behind Niall, both get through and go again, because it can get pretty messy otherwise. Like you say, there's such a big speed difference between some of them. Sometimes you just have to get through it and battle after.
But a good result, second place. Good luck for race 2.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Graham Crowhurst in second. A quick word as well with Ollie Neves, who finished in third position. Ollie, come and join us down here. You didn't really expect that, did you? We waved you in and you were like, what, me?
Yeah, no, I did see there was some warning flags out for Paul, but I wasn't sure if that was a penalty or just the first warning, or what, if it was for track limits or some of the contact. But yeah, a bit of a rough ride in that race. Yeah.
But to be fair, before you got to the line, about halfway through, you were ahead of Paul Cook for third anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I was ahead of Paul in third, and we were doing pretty well at sort of fending him off, and then just went into the first hairpin, got the car turned in, and then had a massive thump on the rear bumper from Paul, which sort of turned me half round, which let him slip through, and then sort of got back on his tail. But the back markers, the way it worked out, there's a bit of a gap, and it felt like I was slowly reeling him in again at the end, but we were so close, I was never going to catch him.
Well, a good race one, second race to look forward to. What do you reckon you can pull out the bag?
Same again, hopefully. I'm just hoping it stays dry.
That's going to be tricky if it's not. But well done, Ollie. Congratulations on third place there in the first of our BMW races here at Snetterton today. We can hear engines revving in the background, which means it's the third and final race of the weekend for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. So let's go racing once again.
Yeah, revs rising. The car's about to go off onto their green flag lap for round 11 of the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. The third and final race of the weekend. The grid for this one was set by the fastest times in the race that we had this morning, which was race 2 of the weekend. Problems for Tom Gadd, the pole position driver at the start of the green flag lap. He has got going, which means he will be able to take up his pole position, because you can retake places if you don't fall to the back. But let's have a look at the full grid then, as it will line up for this F1000 race. So pole position is number 12, Tom Gadd, and besides him was number 92, Craig Pollard, who was very rapid in the race that we had this morning, getting another podium. Row 2 on the inside, yesterday's race winner, number 83, Matthew Higginson, and number 80, Dan Gore. Murphy Aldridge, number 26, and Rob Wellham, number 1, lining up on the third row of the grid. Row 4 we should have on the inside number 19, Sam Satchwell, alongside number 96, Ben Huntley. Row 5 is number 14, Adam Walker, and 17, Chaz Hyton. 88, David Williams, and 9, Ryan Thomas on the 6th row. Row 7, 95, David Tagg, Gunlagi Jonathan, number 7 on row 7. And number 22, Peter Robinson, on row 8 of the grid. That is how it will line up. It was Tom Gadd that took the win this morning in a red flagged race from Matthew Higginson and Craig Pollard, with Dan Gore 4th, Murphy Aldridge 5th, and Rob Wellham, who's struggling with his spare engine this weekend, in 6th. We had that red flag because of the incident that involved Sam Satchwell, but as far as we know, he is okay after all of that. But what's happened as far as the championship points are concerned, Josh?
That win for Tom Gadd reclaims his position at the top of the championship by just 3 points over Matt Higginson. Sounds like Matt Higginson was perhaps a little bit lucky to make the checkered flag with that radiator problem earlier on. Well, he didn't take the checkered flag. The red flags stopped at that to be a need, but he took the second position in the end, which So good points for him. He's just 3 behind Gad now, and then a further 11 points back to Dan Gore, who didn't feature so much in the earlier race. He starts 4th today. They're the 3 main championship contenders: Gad, Higginson and Gore, separated by 14 points, and there's 30 points on offer during this race.
There are, and it's going to be a good one. So we've had 2 different winners so far this weekend. Will we get a third? Can Craig Pollard break his victory duck in his first season in F1000 racing, having twice been a Formula V champion? Or can somebody else bring a surprise?
We've not had 3 winners in a weekend yet. Silverstone, it was just the 2 races, which Dan Gore and Rob Wellham won. At Brands Hatch, Tom Gad won twice, and Dan Gore won once, and at Croft, Rob Wellham won twice, and Matt Higginson won once. We've just had those 4 drivers have been winners. They've all had at least 2. So can Craig Pollard make it a 5th different winner here at his local track? His pace earlier certainly suggests that's a possibility. There on the front row of the grid, and we've already seen a problematic getaway for Tom Gad on the green flag lap, so surely that is in his mind going into this race start for this 15 lapper for these quickest cars of the weekend here at Snetterton.
So there we have them. Tom Gad on pole position, car number 12 for the 26 year old vehicle technician from Sleaford. Started racing back in 2005 in karts, raced low costs, was champion in that. In the Team Sellers Racing prepared car. On pole position, can he get it off the line though? That's going to be crucial after that scare for him at the start of the green flag lap. We wait for the 5-second board to be shown. It is now. Revs start to rise. Pulses start to rise as well. 15 minutes of racing in store for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Tom Gad does get away, all right, I'm pleased to say. Craig Pollard in second, Matthew Higginson in third as they scream through. There's one car that was a bit slower away. That's the Peter Robinson car towards the back of the field. But the leaders already through, which is for the first time.
Earlier, so let's see if a similar thing happens. There's Gore, the man who is 3rd in the championship, and he's a bit further behind his rivals in this race. So he knows he needs to get through. He's in the tow. He's right behind Aldridge. He darts out to the right-hand side of the circuit. Wainwell up front, it's Tom Gad. Behind him, Craig Pollard. It's back ahead of Matthew Higginson. I think we saw that in the earlier race where he's good out of Williams and down the back straight. So Pollard back into second. Higginson drops to 3rd. Aldridge though hangs on to 4th, and Dan Gore's slow, and he's got a problem, has he? No, yes, I think he may have a problem, Ian.
Yeah, he's waving cars through. He waved Rob Wellham through. He's waved Ben Huntley through as well. He's going to be heading to the pit lane, I think. So that's bitter disappointment for Dan Gore. Still a championship contender, but possibly it's going to be difficult for him now with what looks to be a retirement here. Meanwhile, Tom Gad over the line, and it's nose to tail for second place. Matt Higginson's going to dive out of the tow of Craig Pollard, but he doesn't get through on the run to Rich's corner. Tom Gad's advantage at the end of lap 1 was 1.05 seconds over Pollard. Higginson 3rd, Aldridge 4th. So it's Wellham now on a damage limitation mission this weekend with those engine issues in 5th place.
Dan Gore into the pit, so his weekend it started off well yesterday. Today wasn't brilliant earlier, and it's got a lot worse since then. But for second place, here is Craig Pollard then in 92, the 2-time Formula V champion, and Matthew Higginson, the 3-time outright RGB champion from a decade or so ago in the disc lock car, chasing Pollard then in the ex-Ben Powney machine. Matt Higginson in the Mattel Run car is there in 3rd, but he can't get through at this stage. This is the corner where Pollard is super quick and is able to put himself a good distance ahead of Higginson. That's how he managed to make the pass a lap ago, for being quicker through there. So does that propel him closer to Tom Gad, the leader, the 2019 low-cost champion out front? Then Pollard, then Higginson. So 3 different types of racing within the 750 Motor Club. These have all been champions in, and they're all together now, Ian, in the F1000 Championship.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to have drivers of this quality racing with this was like a champion of champions category, isn't it? F1000 in that respect. Out of Murray's they come for the second time. on up towards the timing line to complete lap number 2, and the gap has come down by 0.7 of a second. It's 0.32 now between Tom Gadd and Craig Pollard. Look how close they are if you're watching on the live stream through Rich's corner and on towards the Wilson hairpin. So Craig Pollard, can he mount an attack here? Murphy Aldridge going well too. He took a bit of time out of Matthew Higginson that time, 1/4 of a second. So he's within 1.5 seconds now of Higginson, and he got away from Rob Wellham as well, who's, as we say, struggling a little bit for top-end speed.
So here come Gadd and Pollard, two quick carters before they went car racing a number of years ago now, I guess, but in different categories, as we've already mentioned. Higginson, through the first part of this lap, has been quicker. He has caught them, but we know that Pollard is very good through Williams, the corner that takes you onto the back straight. So let's see how he does in comparison to Gadd, because certainly compared to Higginson, who's out wide over the dirt, this is where here we can watch Pollard's line then that takes him onto the back straight, which seems to be very effective over the course of today. And is that going to put him close enough to Gadd to challenge? I don't think so. There's Aldridge, not far behind, just ahead of Rob Wellham, who's 5th. But it's all about these top 3 in this F1000 Championship race. Pollard hops over the curves on the inside of Nelson, the second part of the S's, and he gets closer and closer to Gadd. And meanwhile, the third place car in the championship has no driver in it because Dan Gore out of the car down there in the pit lane.
Yeah, he was, I'm afraid, just retiring at the end of the first lap there. Leaders coming through to end their third lap now, and Pollard is right in the slipstream. Surely he's going to go for the lead down to which is the time he goes to the outside line of Tom Gadd. Can he sweep around the outside? He came close to doing so. In the end, it didn't quite work out for him. Good driving from Tom Gadd to keep him behind. And it's brought Higginson into the equation as well, and Higginson tries to go around the outside at the hairpin. Will he get the cut back on the exit of the corner to try and get alongside Pollard? The next corner, though, is a left-hander, of course, at Palmer. So fantastic racing between these three. It's the same order, actually, but it's been a really exciting few corners for Tom Gadd. Craig Pollard and Higginson are going to have another go, is he? Up into Agostini, the hairpin. Can he outbrake Pollard on the inside line? He can. Higginson in the green disc lock car goes through to second place.
Yeah, Higginson's really good through the first part of the lap, it seems. He was the driver who qualified on pole yesterday and won it. So he's got good outright pace, but it's great to have this battle today, which we didn't really get yesterday. So Pollard drops to 3rd after that good chase for the lead, which didn't come off on that occasion. So the top 3 now, they're battling. They're only a couple or 3 seconds ahead of Murphy Aldridge, who can see that battle going on ahead. Now, Gadd's got a bigger lead than he had over Higginson, which will be a relief for a moment, but can it stay that way? Can Craig Pollard fight back? He had the pace, he didn't quite have the commitment though to go around the outside at Ritchie's. He gave Tom Gadd the room to work with, but that did compromise his line at the beginning of the lap, and that's what's dropped him to 3rd. And a big slide coming out of the final corner. They come across the line with just over half of the race to go, with Gadd out in front by 0.6 of a second.
And they're all a little bit slower on that lap into the 49s and even the 50s. In the case of Craig Pollard, they have been down into the 148s. Best lap of the day or weekend, I think, was from Tom Gadd, 148.31, just 11 hundredths outside the lap record as Higginson's crossed up at Wilson, but Pollard's unable to find a way through as a result of that. So it's still the same order, Gadd, Higginson and Pollard. They are about 2 seconds clear from Murphy Aldridge, who did take over a second out of the leading group that time through.
Yeah, as they battle and compromise their lines, particularly early on the previous lap. So Higginson closer to Gadd again as they come here into the left-hander at Hamilton. Higginson, who's been racing cars for longer than the 2 drivers who are around him. A bit older, but probably the reason he was able to start racing cars a bit earlier than the other 2, but hasn't done as much racing in recent years. In that gap between winning the RGB Championship and returning to F1000 and the 750 Motor Club. Last season did a little bit of tin top racing, but not much else. And He is there in second spot then. Turn their way into the S's. The last time he won RGB was 2016, so he's had 5 years of not racing quick downforce cars. So he's there in second, chasing after Tom Gadd, who before F1000 raced a low cost, so certainly not a car that has any downforce whatsoever. But he changed his driving style well, using that karting knowledge that he had previously. And they come through, the top three right back together, Ian, as they complete 5 laps of racing.
Yeah, certainly are. What's the gap between them? 0.79 seconds at the end of lap 5. We've got 5 minutes and a bit to go, 5.5 minutes. There they come, and Aldridge that time lost a bit of time to the leading group again, but he's doing well in 4th place. Had those 2 podiums at Croft last time out, the teenager in his 2nd season of racing in the F1000 Championship. Rob Wellham, number 1, is still 5th. Ben Huntley, number 96, is still 6th. They're having pretty quiet races. And then David Williams is 7th, Chas Hyton 8th, Adam Walker 9th, and Gunnlaugur Jonasson, the Icelandic driver, completing the top 10. There's Higginson a bit closer to Gadd here, only a car and a half length between them as they go through Hamilton for the 6th time. And turning their way through now, the right-hander at Oggies, and on towards Williams. American footballer Tom Gadd out in front here in that number 12 car, ahead of Higginson, and Pollard there in 3rd place, the finance director from Suffolk. Just as he's starting to lose touch a bit with these first 2, maybe.
Not very much.
Not very much. And it does depend on which part of the circuit you're looking at, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah, but he's quicker on different parts of the lap to Higginson. I think Higginson quicker through those first few corners, through the hairpins. Perhaps they've got that car and his driving ability good on the brakes, I think. Then back through the quicker corners, maybe Pollard has the pace. There's very little to choose between the 3 of them over the course of the lap. And we see them again. Yeah, Pollard a bit further away at the start of the lap, so that is going to give Higginson the chance to not worry about what's happening behind and perhaps challenge into one of the hairpins here on lap 7 of the race through Ritchie, trying to carry the speed through with the aero wash from the car ahead. Makes it tricky for Higginson into the Wilson hairpin, but then tries to get the run off the corner, get the traction, and the run up towards Palmer. Agostini is where Higginson made the move on Pollard a few laps ago. Is he close enough to grab the lead here?
We'll see. He's a few lengths behind at this stage, isn't he? But he's quick at this part of the circuit, as we've said. Down towards Agostini they go. He can't make the move on Tom Gadd there. As we work lap 7 of this race. Heading up towards Hamilton now. In number 12 is Tom Gadd. 83, Matt Higginson. 92, Craig Pollard. Just a little bit behind them now. Turning through Oggies. Out of Oggies. Short squirt up towards the right hand that opens out onto the Bentley Straight. Rejoins the R200 circuit quite wide there on the exit of Williams was number 83, Higginson. Has that cost him any time? Down the Bentley Straight, the old Revett Straight towards Brundle and Nelson. They turn their way through, keeping line astern really at that part of the circuit. So they're going to come through with about 13 minutes or so. So they might just get a couple more laps out of this, I suspect.
Yeah, they should do. And Gadd will probably want as little time as possible because he's under huge amounts of pressure in.
One is getting a track limits penalty. That's Rob Wellham in 5th place. Or not a penalty, I should say, a warning at this stage. Not a penalty.
Okay, let's contract the leaders because Craig Pollard is falling away against Higginson. Pat Pollard's not falling away because he's just set apart his lap, but he's not right with them anyway as they turn their way through Ritchie's, and Higginson runs wide out over the curve, but he carries the speed through the corner. Gadd feeling the need to defend a little bit this time into Wilson, so this is big Pollard back into it. Oh no, Higginson struggles to get a gear, I think, coming out the corner, so he loses momentum to Gadd by the smallest of margins. He just lost a bit of time coming out of the corner, but he's straight back with Gadd, I think, with Pollard is there now, so the top 3 are back together as they were a couple of laps ago. Higginson Higginson quicker through Palmer. He's right there now, down into Agostini. He darts to the inside. Gadd sees him coming, has to give him room. Tries to cut back underneath because Higginson runs wide. They're wheel to wheel. They come out of the hairpin, up towards Hamilton. Higginson on the outside, Gadd on the inside. Who's going to give up? Neither of them are. They are separated by 3 points in the championship. They're separated by nothing on the road in this race. Higginson's gone through round the outside of Hamilton. Fantastic move, but it's not over yet.
It's not. I thought Higginson made a slight mistake on the exit of Hamilton that might have allowed Gadd to get back through, but he didn't quite make enough of a mistake for Gadd to capitalise. But now he's sitting in the toe of Higginson along the Bentley Straight. He dives out of it now to the left-hand side, driver's left, towards Brundle they go, and Gadd has towed his way back through into the lead of the race. These three, you could throw a handkerchief over them. It's Gadd leading, once again in number 12, but Higginson comes back at him now, and he goes through at the bomb hole. So we've had, what, is that 3 changes of lead on this lap already? Gadd's going to try and make it 4. Craig Pollard trying to buy into this as well. Fantastic racing in the F1000 Championship. We're going to have one more lap to go, and thank goodness that we've got that one more lap to go, because this is absolutely fantastic. Another driving standards flag going out to someone.
They laced it for the leaders because they were so close to the people. Gadd to the outside of Ritchie's. This is brave. They're wheel to wheel, the 2 championship leaders, and Gadd runs out wide. Higginson holds on there for. And then he has to defend from Pollard. Was he attacking for the lead? Oh, and Pollard spun. Pollard's arrived backwards at the hairpin, so he's out of it. But the leaders, I think, are still side by side as they come off of the hairpins. A real shame there for Craig Pollard, who I think now lost the engine. Now he's refired it up. But we want to see what's happening with the leaders because they were wheel to wheel. And Higginson has held on then ahead of Gadd. What a dramatic last 3 or so miles of racing. How many times do you want to overtake? You don't see this in other seater slicks and wings categories.
You certainly don't. Pollard had at least lost 4th place to Murphy Aldridge, or 3rd place to Murphy Aldridge. He'll have gone through to 3rd. Pollard will be down to 4th. We'll see if Wellham's got through as well as Pollard has tried to rejoin. There's a few car lengths between now the 2 race leaders. Number 83, Matt Higginson, and number 12, Tom Gadd. Gadd has done a lot of the leading in this race, but is it going to be Matt Higginson that's going to do it while it matters? Either way, they've both had 1 win during the course of this weekend so far. It looks like we're going to continue the pattern of not having had 3 different winners so far during the course of a weekend this season. I don't think Tom Gadd is close enough to do anything about him in the final few corners.
So Higginson looks set to reclaim the championship lead once again, as Gadd decided 2nd is fine after what has been a pretty frantic previous laps. Higginson's pushing on, he's out over the curbs. Yeah, I think with Pollard gone, I wonder if Gadd thinks 2nd is good enough after a race like that. Higginson arrives massively quick into the final corner. He gets it turned in though, and he heads down the centre straight.
Yeah, up to the line where the checkered flag is waiting. Matt Higginson wins again. His 3rd win of the season in the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Tom Gadd takes 2nd place, 1.4 seconds behind in the end. And number 26, Murphy Aldridge, takes 3rd. 4th place is going to go the way of number 1, Rob Wellham. So he did get past Craig Pollard, who recovers after his off at Wilson Hairpin to take 5th. He seemed to lose that on his own, didn't he? Under braking for Wilson Hairpin. And Ben Huntley, number 96, takes 6th position. Waiting for our 7th place driver to come through. That should be the number 88 car of David Williams. 8th and 9th are together, Chas Hyton and Adam Walker. They're separated by only 0.3 of a second, and rounding out the top 10 we should have well, we did have a very good battle going on actually for the final place inside the top 10 between Gunlager Jonasson and David Tagg, which is yet to come through, but we'll hopefully pick up on that in a moment. We will take a look at the results for the cars that have come through, and it was a win for Matthew Higginson, number 83, by 1.44 seconds in the end over Tom Gadd, number 12, in 2nd place. Number 26, Murphy Aldridge, it was in 3rd position. 4th place went the way of Rob Wellham. The final 2 cars are just coming over the line now, and it's Gunlager Jonasson just ahead of Peter Robinson in the end, so we lost David Tagg on the final lap. So yes, 5th was number 92, Craig Pollard. 6th was number 96, Ben Huntley. 7th, number 88, David Williams. 8th, number 17, Chas Hyton. 9th was 14, Adam Walker. 10th, number 7, Gunlager Jonasson. 11th, number 22, Peter Robinson. They were separated by only a 10th or so at the end. And David Tagg, number 95, was 12th. We lost, I think, Ryan Thomas and Dan Gore. along the way. So that is the F1000 action over for this weekend. They will head back to Silverstone. They were on the national circuit in the spring. Next month they'll be on the international circuit for a triple header, and then they'll conclude their season with a double race format at Alton Park. So that should be an exciting conclusion to the season. That's Matt Higginson's local circuit, Alton Park. So we'll see if things go there.
Tom Gadd told me earlier that's where he got his first win in these cars. So it's I think it's a circuit they both know and like well. So I suspect it could be a dramatic conclusion to the championship you can look forward to later in the season, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's head down to Matt Suckling. He is in Parc Fermé, ready to speak to our top three.
Thank you, Ian. Yep, down here with Matt Higginson, who is a double winner this weekend. Not bad results, first, second and a first, and what a cracking race that was. Was it fun to be part of again?
Yeah, it's always fun, but obviously stressful as well. But yeah, I think that boiled down to his tyres lasted the longest, I guess. But yeah, real tough race. You know, full respect to the guys I'm racing with. Unbelievable.
You had to work for that one though, Matt, didn't you? Because you were in third at one place. You had to then get past Craig. You then had to bring your car up to the back of Tom and make sure there was not too many mistakes in that race, which there weren't.
Yeah, I knew I had a chance if I keep my tyres, and didn't really have the straight line speed. So, you know, I had to almost wait for Tom's tyres to go, which I think they did. And obviously allowed me to have a bit of a dice and ultimately win out. So, yeah, unbelievable. Great weekend.
So, as we said, solid weekend, good points, brings you closer to Tom Gadd now on to the next one.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be pretty close, the last two racing meetings. So, yeah, keep pushing, keep trying to find a 10th here and there. And, you know, yeah.
See how it goes. Well done, Matt. Congratulations this weekend. 3 podiums, which is not bad at all. Tom finishing in second place. Tom, did you at any stage think you had that one sorted? It was very close between the three of you.
No, I knew my tyres would go off eventually. They're 2 races old and the qualifying session old now. We can't really afford to put on multiple sets of tyres on a weekend. So I knew eventually they'd come towards me a bit more. I was half expecting them to battle a bit more, get me. I got a bit of a gap at the start, but yeah, the tyres just died halfway through the race, and it's just a case of trying to put it off as long as I could.
It all came down to that last lap, though, really, didn't it? With Matt going past you, trying to claw your way back through.
Yeah, he got a good run out turn 3, and I knew he was going to. I didn't have the tyre to be that deep on the brakes, or I tried best to get the switch back on him, but he just had the grip to hold it around the outside.
And in terms of this weekend, what would you kind of rate it as? You happy with how it's gone?
Yeah, race 1 was a shame, but race 1 really set up the win in race 2, and I'll take a second here any day, so that's good points for us.
Good stuff. Well done, Tom. Congratulations on a second place. We'll move over here and have a quick word of our third place man, which was Murphy Aldridge, who gets his third podium of the year. Murphy, cracking result there. Were you aware you were on the podium after what happened to Craig on that final lap?
Yes, yeah, because I was behind the 3 for the whole thing. Granted, a few seconds behind, but I was still behind. Tyres very much going off near the end, like quite badly, dropped back a lot. But see Craig go off on the dirt, and I guess I didn't spin, so I guess I'll get third.
That's the way it goes sometimes, though. You kind of have to manage the race, and you just see those 3 battling out front and just think it might come to you towards the end.
Yeah, I guess I just got lucky on that one. I'll take it.
A good weekend for you, though?
Ups and downs, but it's been all right, yeah. Ups and downs. It's a good finish.
Not bad at all. Nice way to end the weekend. Well done, Murphy. Congratulations on a third place there. But it is Matt Higginson who takes the spoils this weekend on 2 occasions with 2 first places and a second. So he heads to the next round in a really good position. So that's F1000 done for this weekend. We've got our third and final race, though, of the Mazda MX-5 Cup, and we'll go back upstairs to Ian and Josh.
Last few cars coming into position on this grid. Then on pole position, it's the number 13 car of Scott Leach. Besides him is number 92, Jordan Johnson. Row 2 has on the inside number 40, Ben Hansey. Next to him is number 17, which is Oak Richardson. Row 3, 4 is George King, and 1 is Ben Short. So the reverse grid came at P6. Row 4 will have 2, 30 Tom Holland and 40 Lord Twiggins. Row 5, 9 Ian Tomlinson and 21 Matthew Pennefather Neal. Row 6, 32 Jake Micklewright and 128 Samuel Gormer. Row 7, 72 Matthew Short and 27 David Brown. Row 8, 22 Adrian Johnson and 99 Martin Fernan. Row 9, 65 Amy Worthington and 23 Martina Ward. Row 10, 97 Jack Lawrence and 91 Steve Quemby. Row 11, 29 Mary Barnard and 31 Neil Burrows. And row 12, 46 Nico Favo and 191 Philip Barrett. The 5-second board is shown. The race about to get underway then for the third and final MX5 Cup race of the weekend. The red lights go on And out they go now, and it's a good start by Jordan Johnson from the outside of the front row. A good start too from Ben Short. He's already up to about P3 as they make their way down towards Rich's Corner. Has he got to the lead by the first corner, Ben Short? Yes, he has. Well, from 6th on the grid into the lead. A stupendous performance that from Ben Short. Multiple winner already this season. And now into the lead of the race as well. From in second place, just about everybody, I think.
Well, I think it's George King, is it not? Which
yes.
makes this reverse grid pretty pointless, really, because they're already where they were for the rest of the weekend. But perhaps the other drivers are in slightly different positions. We did have a smaller number of reversed cars, really, didn't we? 6 cars, but anyway, it shouldn't really take that little time, should it? A very good start by Ben Short, it has to be said. There he is. Yeah, it's George King in second. Scott Leach, now he's got a chance. He's there in third. Jordan Johnson and Ben Hansey battling over the championship with Oak Richardson too, really. They're 4th, 5th and 6th all together. They've got to deal with Scott Leach then in this race, it would seem. But Short versus King. Oh, King is sideways. Hansey's, no, not Hansey. Leach was out wide there in P3, but I think everybody dealt with the corner okay in the end. I mean, Leach is very wide again at the next corner, Oggy, so that could give Jordan Johnson the chance. Yeah, he's down the inside, he's into third after the poor race earlier. He's, I think, one of his worst of the season. He's now trying to get back into third. He is alongside Scott Leach, who's had a podium this season. But I think George King is going after Ben Short then in this race. And it's going to be a two-way tussle up front while the battles continue behind it. Is Scott Leach back ahead of Jordan Johnson?
It is, and some locking up just behind him as well. Rest of the field making their way safely through. Brundle and Nelson for the first time in this race. There's the 91 car of Steve Quenby, and just ahead of the 46 of Nico Favreau, turning their way through the right-hander at the bomb hole. And Ben Short's off. Ben Short is off the road. He's pulling off at Coram. His car up against the tyre barriers, and Ben Short is out of the race. So that's a turn up for the books. George King, it is then that leads. Second place is Scott Leach. Third is Jordan Johnson. Fourth is Oak Richardson. And fifth is Ben Hansey. Problems, most of a reliability issue with MX-5s for Ben Short.
Yes, majority of the races this year, actually, everybody has finished, which shows you the driving standards as well in the championship. But we didn't see if anything caused Ben Short's moment, because George King has come back to the back of the pack as well. So whether something did go on there between the two, not sure how Ben Short's pulled off. It feels like it's a mechanical. For second place, they are as we left them off. Scott Leach and Jordan Johnson alongside one another. Ian Tomlinson's up there this time. We haven't really seen him shine this weekend, but he's up there with Ben Hansey now, the multiple winner this year, Hansey, and multiple champion in the past as well. Hansey, who's had 3 wins this season. George King trying to put some daylight again between himself and Scott Leach, whose best result this year has been a third. He's currently in P2, but a battle which involves about 6 cars all the way back to Lloyd Huggins. Can Lloyd get a good result out of this as well, potentially? Which would be really good for him. I think he's had a 5th this season as he's better. He's in this pack for battling for second. Hansey is on the inside of Richardson. Now to be careful there not to make contact, and had to back out of it, which is going to give Ian Tomlinson the chance on the outside line. Round the outside comes Tomlinson. Can he get the better of Hansey here? Potentially. Huggins very much involved in this battle. Who is less experienced than the 2 drivers ahead of him. He only started racing a few years ago, the aircraft technician Lloyd Huggins. For second place, Jordan Johnson still trying to get the better of Scott Leach. He's been doing this for a lap. Is it going to work this time? I think it might do. Into the S's, he goes through. He gets down the inside then of Oak Richardson. Does Jordan Johnson to go second?
Of Scott Leach, in fact,
yes.
Second. Oak Richardson in 4th. Ben Hansey 5th. Ian Tomlinson 6th, Lloyd Huggins, the 26-year-old from Hemel Hempstead, is in 7th position. So George King now establishing a bit of a lead here over Jordan Johnson, now up into 2nd place. So George King looking good. I think he had one winner at one point last season, did he? I
Yes.
seem to remember.
Yeah, he won at Silverstone
Yeah.
when Ben Short wasn't about, and again it's when Ben Short's not going to finish, where a potential win is on the card. Scott Leach is not giving up on second at this stage, is he? He's right there on the tail of Jordan Johnson, there in 92 in P2 at the moment.
At the minute, Johnson's got a couple of cars between himself and Ben Hansey, though, which could be important for the championship.
Oak Richardson adjusted his mirror as he breaks to the hairpin after running a little wide at the previous bend. Yeah, Hansey, if anything, feels like he's trying to hang on to fifth rather than moving forward, with Tomlinson challenging from behind, and Lloyd Huggins there as well.
Round Palmer they come for the third time in what will probably be a 7-lap race for the 15 minutes that are available to us in this Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. There's the 40 car of Hansey, the whites and green car prepared by BS Motorsport. After Pennefather Neal, number 21 goes through as well. He's ahead of Thomas Holland, and then Samuel Gorman heads the next group. Jake Micklewright just behind him. Micklewright now getting himself ahead of David Brown, who in turn is ahead of Matthew Short, who is the leading Short remaining in this race.
Yeah, David Brown fairly well up here, isn't he? There, just outside the top 10, which is a good effort. Have we seen him potentially a couple of times in the top 10 this year? He's nearly there again today. They're in 27, just ahead of Matthew Short, you just mentioned, the retired GP, who has been racing all sorts of things over the years. Started off in MGs before racing Mazdas. Sprinted on hill climb before moving to circuit racing. So experienced motorsport competitor in the various different disciplines, but much more recently, or for a long time recently, I should say, racing in circuit racing, and battling away here with David Brown, who he started alongside. Just behind them is Martin Vernon, who started the weekend badly yesterday, but he's had a much better day today. So he is up next. He's had a best result of 8th this year. He's moving closer to positions perhaps we expect him to be in, but we continue to look at the battle between David Brown and Matthew Short as we come up to half distance in this race.
Yeah, we do. 7.5 minutes gone, 7.5 minutes left to go. So we should just squeeze 7 laps out of it. Turning their way through which as they go. George King arrives at the hairpin. Again, good scraps going on further back. That's Ben Hansey locking up into Wilson. Is that going to cost him? I think Ian Tomlinson will go through. Will Lloyd Huggins go through as well? Huggins will be on the outside line for Palmer. Let's see if he can do anything about him, though. In fact, Hansey can fight back on Tomlinson. I don't think he can, so Hansey does lose one position with that lock up into Wilson. But Huggins was unable to make his way through, so the Northamptonshire driver Hansey down to 6th place now, behind Tomlinson. Is that going to be 7th at Agostini? Well, it's going to be 6th because Tomlinson has gone wide and lost 2 places there at Agostini. It's Huggins now up to 5th, and no, it's not. It's Hansey up to 5th on the inside at Hamilton. So Hansey 5th, Huggins 6th, Tomlinson 7th. Is that sorted now? I'm not quite so sure it is, but that's the order as they head into Oggies on lap 4.
Well, a couple of corners ago, I didn't think it was going to be Ben Hansey that came out on top in this little battle, because he was the one dropping positions. Lloyd Huggins, though, I know that he's been battling with Ben Hansey before, so he'll be delighted with this. Someone who won't be delighted with things is Martina Ward, who's been involved in an accident in her BS Motorsport car for the woman that was brought up in Bulgaria but lives in Kent nowadays. But for Martina Ward, in I think her first season of racing this weekend at Snetterton, it's not ended too well.
It's not. That's a great shame. That's a couple of BS Motorsport cars that aren't making it to the end. It's Martina, the 35-year-old living in Staplehurst these days, technical program manager in her rookie season of racing. She's done quite a bit on sims though, and she's previously worked in Formula 1 management as well. But we'll go back to this battle for 5th, which is being headed by Ben Hansey at the moment from Lloyd Huggins and Ian Tomlinson. They've experimented with all of the different potential orders, I think, during the courses of this lap. And now Lloyd Huggins gets a good exit out of the Murray's left-hander, and is almost pushing Ben Hansey up the centre straight. Can he find a way through? He's right behind him. Will he dive out of the toe as they go up towards Richie's? Just looking at our commentary box there, he doesn't. So it is still Hansey that's ahead. There's our race leader, George King, who looks fairly comfortable. He's nearly 3 seconds clear of Jordan Johnson. Now, what's going to happen in this battle for fifth at the hairpin this time? Anyone going to lock up? No, we've all managed to get through there okay this time, I think. Then you've got the next two, Matthew Neal, number 21, and Thomas Holland, number 230. They're having their own battle for 8th place.
They were significantly quicker than these three, probably because they were battling on the previous lap. So, although I think Holland perhaps has been quicker than these three during the race, so we'll see how he gets on. Holland, who was on the podium here in British GT a few weeks ago, before Actions Boy's co-driver eliminated his podium position. So he's a new co-driver in British GT now. There's Tom Holland. He's there in 9th position. He is chasing Matthew Neal, and then he's got these three. Now, it's actually starting to get away, potentially from Huggins and Tomlinson. Particularly, Lloyd Huggins is doing really good here, isn't he? Because he's up with people who have been racing and scoring podiums and wins and championships in the case of Ben Hansey for seasons now in this, where for Lloyd Huggins he only started racing in 2019. Just get a shot there, George King, the leader. He's 3 seconds ahead of Jordan Johnson and Scott Leach. Vivek Richardson 4th, Ben Hansey 5th, and this is the sort of result, if it stays this way, which will really suit Jordan Johnson in the championship battle.
Out of Brundle Nelson they go, and towards the bottom hole. Best lap of this race so far is to the race leader, George King, a 2:24.42. Wins the low 2:23s in the earlier race, but I guess George King doesn't quite need to push on in this race with no Ben Short to do battle with. Here is the Ben Hansey battle. Black and white driving standards flag being shown to a couple of different drivers, that sort of thing, but we've not been notified of any actual penalties as yet. Jordan Johnson still there in 2nd place, number 92, but Scott Leach really hasn't allowed him much respite, has he? In 3rd place, the number 13 car for the man from Warwickshire.
Big battle into Ritchie, so almost 3 abreast in that battle for 5th, but they stayed in the same order, I think. So no changes behind this battle for 2nd. This is the best Scott Leach has looked this weekend, I think, isn't it? He's had good pace this time around. He had that podium right at the beginning of the season at Croft. We haven't seen him there since. There he is in that distinctive looking car.
The two with driving standards flags there were Samuel Gummer 128 and Matthew Short with 72. Racing the driving standards flag that time around.
As we mentioned earlier, Ian Leach involved in Mazda racing for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. In this championship and in others, usually pretty quick towards the front. But yes, I've been commentating on Mazda MX-5 for a long time, and Scott Leach has been pretty much an ever-present with that familiar livery, Camp Farm Pet Shop branding on the side.
Of course, Mazda MX-5 racing ever so popular, not just here in Britain, but elsewhere as well, particularly the factory championship in the United States, which had their most recent round IndyCar driver race winner James Hinchcliffe guesting in it. So Mazda racing ever so popular everywhere, I think, throughout the world.
More than 30 years old, these Mark 1s though now. There was a manufactured about one make championship for MX-5s very briefly. Patrick Watts was successful in that, I seem to remember, at one point, but yes, that was short-lived, and then it was only the early 2000s really when Alan Robson and others launched championships for Mark 1 MX-5s as a club-level series.
Yeah, the championship in the States, of course, some factory-backed and with prize money, something that we haven't really seen in British motorsport really at all for a while. Certainly not on the large numbers you get there. Interesting though, British drivers decided to try it, but I think probably the costs would. You need to be winning the championship really to get your money back, even with the prize money, and I think this year in particular it's meant the driving standards have gone a bit crazy, and there's been a lot of damaged cars, which sort of goes against the point of what you're achieving, doesn't it?
We're on to the last lap here. George King did his personal best lap of the race and the best lap of the race on the previous lap, 2:24.41, extending his lead to 3.26 seconds over Jordan Johnson. Also did a PB, but just a bit slower.
Yeah, Johnson only a tenth outside of the fastest lap, so if you can get that, every point counts in this point system, really, doesn't it? So if he could get that, that would be pretty handy.
It's kind of wasted on George King, isn't it, who's not really going for the championship, so it would be better in a way if one of Jordan Johnson or Ben Hansey had it. Hansey quite a bit, so his best lap time was 2:26.07, so more than 1.6 seconds slower than the race leader.
Yeah, but Ben Short mentioning earlier that he doesn't think he'll be contesting the final couple of meetings, which I would imagine probably means George King won't be either. So that will open things up perhaps a little bit at the final meetings at Silverstone at Donington Park. A couple of tracks actually which should suit this style of racing very well, with big long straights on the international circuit at Silverstone. I think it's a Grand Prix track this time round, isn't it, at Donington in September?
I think so. Yeah. So watching the leader George King head through. Was told to pull his socks up yesterday by Ben Short, and he said that he had done for this morning's race, but it was a bit of a closer contest between the two of them. And here, George King, after the demise of Ben Short on lap 1, which remains a bit of a mystery, has led throughout. He's heading into the final couple of corners now. Through Quorum he goes, past the stricken car of Ben Short, which stopped at that part of the circuit, and into Murray's for the final time. So it is going to be number 4, George King, the drive from Ben Fleet, that is going to come through. Still lots to be sorted out further back, including in this battle between David Brown and Jake Mickelwright. But up to the line comes George King to take the checkered flag. There's a 5-second penalty for Lloyd Huggins, by the way, that just appeared on the timing screen. Second place goes the way of Jordan Johnson. Third is Scott Leach, number 13. In fourth place, it is number 17, Oak Richardson. Fifth to number 40, Ben Hansey. And over the line together there for 6th and 7th, Ian Tomlinson and Lloyd Huggins, who probably won't quite hold... Oh, no, he does just hold on to 7th place because he was just over 5 seconds clear of Thomas Holland, who was 8th. 9th, Matthew Pennefather-Neal, and Samuel Gorman was 10th.
Looks like Becky from Fire Club Racing's had the honour of waving the checkered flag, but her style of waving is slightly different to perhaps some of our more experienced marshals here at Snetterton.
She'll have to work on her technique, won't she? But it's like when you have a celebrity waved at the end of a Grand Prix.
Well, I suspect she's enjoying it a lot more than they do.
Probably. She's actually pleased to be here. Anyway, and she'd probably talk to Martin Brundle on a grid walk if she was asked as well. Anyway, race is finished. George King that's won by 4.1 seconds from Jordan Johnson in second. Scott Leach is in third. Let's have full confirmation of those results then as the final few cars just make their way across the line. 7 laps it was completed for George King, number 4, and he beat Jordan Johnson, number 92, by 4.1 seconds. In third place was number 13, Scott Leach. In fourth place was number 17, Oak Richardson. Fifth was number 40, Ben Hansey. Sixth was number 9, Ian Tomlinson. Seventh was number 14, Lloyd Huggins. Eighth was 230, Tom Holland. Matthew Pennefather-Neal was 9th in 21. Samuel Gorman rounded out the top 10. A blanket finish for 11th between 27, David Brown, and 32, Jake Mickelwright. With Matthew Short only another few hundredths behind. Then Adrian Johnson was next in 14th. And further back, we had in 15th position the car of Martin Vernon, number 99, ahead of Amy Worthington, Mary Barnard, Jack Lawrence, Nico Favreau, and Steve Quenby. And as Josh says, we head to Silverstone in 3 weeks' time for the penultimate meeting of the season for the 5 Club MX5 Cup. Donington Park in September will host the final rounds of the championship. You can see that Becky's already made her way down to Parc Fermé as well, where she's going to hand out a winner's garland to George King and a winner's cap as well. And all being well, very shortly we'll be able to hear from Scott Leach, who was third, Jordan Johnson, who was second, and our race winner, which was George King. Matt Suckley, I can see, is down there, and he is almost ready and waiting to talk to us. A reminder, we've still got 3 races to come here this afternoon, including next for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy. But first, here's Matt.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with race winner this time, George King. George, we've had a lot of talk about socks this weekend. Pull your socks up. Well, you did that in that race, but unfortunately for Ben, his fell off. So well done, race victory.
Yeah, I mean, obviously really happy with the race win, but it's unfortunate that Ben had an off, and obviously it still stopped on lap 1. Otherwise, it could have been a really good fight. But I'm happy with the win. So.
What happened to Ben? Do you know what happened in front of you?
I'm not sure exactly what happened. It was coming through the bomb hole, and then I looked up and he was just already off the track, going grass cutting, and I don't know really what happened. So.
But great result for you. You kind of got away, didn't look back, the gap grew, and you were happy with everything that happened.
Yeah, really happy. I mean, once the toe broke from Jordan Scott, it was kind of just managing my pace, trying not to let the tyres fall off and let them catch up. But overall, yeah, really happy.
So 5 races for you this year, your first win now in the championship. You back for the next one?
Unfortunately not. My other European races are clashing with these races, so I think this is my last one for the year until next year. So.
You've enjoyed it though?
Yeah, always love it coming back to the Mazda.
Great to see you, well done.
Perfect, thank you.
There we go, George King finishing as our winner in the final MX5 race. We'll get our second place driver in as well, which was Jordan Johnson. So Jordan has been on the podium already this weekend, and you're back here for the final race.
I am. I made amends for my mistake this morning, so yeah, well happy with that.
And how was the race overall for you? Some good battles?
Yeah, good battles. It was more of a case of just, I didn't think I was going to catch George, just keep Scott behind me and maintain the gap really, but the toe's so strong down the start finish straight today. He's every time I got a bit of a gap, he was right back on my tail for turn 1. So
good points in that race though. You've clawed some back, which is helpful for the championship once again.
Yeah, I think I should have the lead by a few points now. I don't know where Mr. Hansey finished, but he was a few places behind, so we'll take that.
Yeah, I think he was in 5th place, so all good there. Next stop, Silverstone, one you enjoy?
Never been around this layout, to be honest, so I'll have to book myself into some testing on Friday and get learning.
Good stuff. Nice way to end the weekend. Well done, Jordan.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Jordan Johnson in 2nd place. We'll have a quick chat as well with Scott Leach, who finished in 3rd. That's it, Scott. Stick your hat on. Well done, 3rd place. Good result, good race.
Oh, fantastic. A fantastic result to finish the weekend off.
Nice stuff. And in terms of you and the championship, how's that gone for you this weekend? You've got yourself some good results.
Yeah, so I think I'm winning probably 4th or 5th, but these results probably cementing 4th at the minute, so yeah, really good.
And such a competitive championship this year, some strong competitors around you, and you're doing well, but it just shows the calibre of the class this year.
Oh, it's so close at the front, really, but if you keep with someone around this track, then you can stay with them. If they get away from you, then the gap just opens up. So luckily I stuck behind Jordan and enjoyed it.
So a couple of rounds still to go this year, Silverstone and Donington. How do you normally fare at those circuits?
I like both of them, to be honest. They're only down an hour down the road from me, so Donington last year I did really well, so hopefully I can move this on to the next 2 rounds.
A nice way to end the weekend, a nice podium, so a good journey home.
Yep, thank you. Very good.
Good stuff. There you go, Scott Leach. Thank you very much indeed. So our top 3 down here, Scott, Jordan, and of course George, who took the win in the final race of the weekend for the MX5 Cup. They'll be back out at Silverstone. Up next, though, by far the longest race we've got here this weekend at Snetterton. It's going to be, of course, the 116 Trophy. The car starting to line up
in one of the nearby villages, and have been treated some great sights during the course of this weekend. That's not such a great sight though for Martina Ward. Front of her MX5 is rather bashed up after that contest, which is unusual because, as Josh was saying, during the course of that race, usually the driving standards are very good indeed and not too much in the way of contact. But yes, the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy 90-minute race, as we were saying. It includes 2 mandatory stops for all of the teams, because there are teams of either 1, 2 or 3 drivers, and those pit stops have to be taken between 15 and 75 minutes into the race. They cannot be taken behind a safety car though, so that's something that has to be borne in mind as well. And there's also some success penalties that are applied to drivers that have been successful in previous races as well. So I'll just tell you who those are now. 2 drivers will have, or 2 teams will have a 30-second penalty in this race. Matthew Highcock, who won last time out, will have one, and so too will the 209 car of Paul Abraham and Will Abraham, because Will Abraham wasn't able to serve that the last event. And then we have the 87 car of Louis Woodward. He has a 20-second penalty, and Freddie Tatham has a 10-second penalty. But let's take a look then at the grid for this race, because it is a big grid of more than 40 cars that we have. On pole position then, it is the number 555 car of Matthew Highcock, and besides him the 87 car, which will be started by Louis Woodward. On the second row it's going to be Theo Millward going first in car number 80. He was a winner yesterday in the 116 Sprint Series, and 173 Matt Priestwood, who won the other race yesterday in the 15-minute contest. Row 3 is going to be Peter Keane, number 151 on the inside, and number 48, which is Daniel Scott, both of those solo drivers. On to row 4 of the grid. That's where you find the car that we started by Alan Caulfield, number 5. He'll hand over to Anthony Seddon. 89, it's Freddie Tatham besides him. On the 5th row, it's going to be number 50, Rob Carvel. He will be starting that car. Besides him will be Richard Lakey in number 1. On the 6th row of the grid, it's going to be the number 252 car of James Dunn. And number 19, Sandro Ballesteros, after some damage yesterday. Row 7 is going to be number 50 on the inside, Liam Brezitz, and 47 started by Connor Anderson. Row 8 will be the 221 car started by Andy Bicknell and Pete Brand in number 86. On row 9 it's going to be 10, which is Paul Whiten starting that car, and 44 Richard Phillips, with on row 10 number 25 Ethan Hall starting his car. 93 will be Guy Povey starting that one. On to row 11, 797 is going to be started, or 707 I should say, being started by Jez Banks, and 209 being started by Will Abraham. On the 12th row, 232 started by Jonathan Baker. 111 is the solo driven car of Antonio Almeida Souza. Row 13, you have the 57 car of Toby Partridge, and 52 started by Gary Dalton even. Then on to row 14, you have Simon Hopcroft Lopez in number 320, and Ben Wilshire starts the number 101 car that he shares with Will Tyndall. On row 15, it's number 83, Philip O'Halloran, and 16, Omar Mahmood. On row 16, it's going to be Paul Blakesley starting in car number 82, and Paul Offord drives number 64. Row 17, number 31, Sam Holman, and number 28, Melissa Bexley. On row 18, it's number 78, started by James Poole, and 247, which is James Allen. On the 19th row of the grid, it's going to be 102, Sean Frey starts that car, and Andrew Partridge will start 220 before handing over to Neil Fox. On the 20th row, it's 305 and 71, 305 being started by Lloyd Fountain, and 71 by Christopher Godden, before handing over to Son Jack. And on the 21st row of the grid, it's going to be 40, which is started by Belray Manku, and 33 Simon Newton, and then Ben Gundry starting number 24 on the 22nd row of the grid. So that is the order that they will start in, and the cars are still coming out onto the grid now. There's a lot of them, and it's going to take quite a while for all of them to form up, and then we will go into a green flag lap and a rolling start for this race. It's the 4th event of the season. We've had races on the Silverstone National Circuit, Brands Hatch and at Croft so far. They go back to Silverstone to race on the International Circuit next month, and then Alton Park in October to complete the season. The wins so far, well, 2 of them have gone to Matthew Highcock in the Treble 5 car, and he's on pole position again today. And the other win has gone to Will Abraham in the 209 car. That came at Brands Hatch, Highcock winning at Silverstone and at Croft. Louis Woodward, though, has been and never present on the podium, solo for the last 2 events. He shared with Andrew Haddon at Silverstone, as he does again this weekend, and that car is the one alongside Matthew Highcock on the front row of the grid. And as we said, the 209 car of Will and Paul Abraham is a bit further back on the grid. He's going to start in 22nd position.
I may have a question that you may not know the answer to, maybe one for Matt. Do we know if Andrew Haddon's a historic racing expert?
Well, definitely one for Matt.
Okay, so Matt can try and find that out. Because then Andrew Haddon that races historic Grand Prix cars. If Marcus was here, I'm sure he'd be on top of that.
He would definitely know.
But he drove the car yesterday in the sprint races, and I think it got a bit bashed about, but the car's back there on the front row. And both of those front row cars are the ones with penalties for success. Compensation penalties, as some championships like to call it. It's a very busy grid.
It certainly is. It's fantastic. It's going to be a very busy pit lane as well. That's one of the reasons why we don't allow pit stops to happen during safety cars, because it would just get so congested were pit stops be allowed behind the safety car. So for safety reasons is one good reason not to allow that.
Yeah, instead you sort of just have 60 minutes of cars flowing in and out of the pit lane, seemingly constantly. But yesterday the races, I know they were sprint races, they were a little bit chaotic, which necessitated safety cars, so that's going to be a consideration. Now, I would imagine there will be a lot of cars, particularly quick ones, pitting early, because this is a long lap, so you can easily keep on the lead lap, and you obviously want to, I'd imagine you want to get your pit stops out of the way early if you can keep on the lead lap. Is a strategy that I would come if I was a team manager, to see if any of them repeat that.
Well,
what we don't want is all of them coming in after 15 minutes if they've all got the same idea.
No, but equally, there are some single driver teams where that it's quite easy to do that. You can take your stops relatively early, but if you have 2 or 3 drivers, it doesn't necessarily work. In the interest of you're trying to fairly split the cost of racing between 2 or 3 of you, then you want to divide the racing as equally as you possibly can, while maintaining your best chance of success as well. But a big part of it is just the enjoyment of going racing as well.
In the front orders of those who are trying to win, there's not any free driver combinations. So I suspect you probably can split it evenly with still having one of those earlier pits. Now, is this going to be a potential problem over the next 90 minutes? We had this at Croft, didn't we, with the 116 trophy last time out, where rain beckoned. We had some rain in the race, but nothing too dramatic until the race finished.
Yes, and I headed outside to do the podium interviews, so luckily that's not a factor today. Yes, that was the wettest it was all weekend, I think, when I was out in that.
Well, yeah, because even just walking to the car, which I parked about 10 yards away, I got soaked, so goodness knows what it was. You must have spent the whole drive home drying out.
I think.
But it was quite warm though before that, admittedly.
It was.
But the temperature dropped dramatically that day too. It was a lot warmer than today. It was 25, 26 degrees in the day, and it dropped to about 16 degrees in about 10 minutes. And the local roads were almost flooded, weren't they, within minutes?
They were.
So yeah, I don't think we get that type of rain. The race would have had to have been stopped, wouldn't it, if we were running in those conditions. But if it does rain, I imagine we won't need tyre changes if it rains, because they are on a treaded tyre. But it will make it tricky. We've had, I think the first 116 trophy race we had here, which was potentially during the pandemic, was really, really wet. I think that was possibly a summer meeting as well. And yeah, these cars, because they do run on a budget tyre, but that does mean perhaps they don't give huge amounts of grip out if it does rain. But we shall see what happens over the course of the next 90 minutes. Quite a few drivers have mentioned it in other races in their post-race interviews, haven't they? So I think people are keeping an eye on what may happen. I'm sure all weather apps and websites will be saying different things, because that's normally what happens in these situations. My one is saying 4:45, which is sort of the last 10 minutes of the race, but I will believe that when I see it, because like I say, they don't tend to be overly accurate.
Well, my app is giving me the forecast for the next 90 minutes, and it's saying overcast, but it is not saying rain here. So
I suspect Matt's have a tell us something different.
Yeah, so we will see. We'll see. We should be hopefully more or less get away with it for this one.
He says.
But the 116 cars are off on their green flag lap, on the way around. In fact, already coming out of Nelson. They'll get into 2 ranks of cars.
It would be interesting if the racing style is different to the sprint races yesterday. Because there was some incident, as we mentioned.
I suspect the first few minutes will be quite frenetic.
Especially if there's cars sort of out of position at all, qualifying. I think we had some more lap deletions again for track limits, didn't we?
Yes, there's a few I can see on our list after qualifying. Right, the safety car has got a wriggle on. I think he's heading down pit lane now. So it's down to Matthew Highcock and Louis Woodward to try to control the pace, and they will, when they come out of Murray's and head up the centre straight, they'll see that the red lights are now on the gantry. And when those lights go out, if the starter is happy, we will have our 90-minute race for the Gasshocks 116 trophy underway. You can hear the engine notes rising as they start to gather pace. They start to head down the centre straight towards us, and the red lights are on. They go out. So away we go then, and it's a fantastic sight and sound, and a colourful sight and sound as these cars head up towards Riches for the first time. There is the 80 car of Theo Millward still there in third place as they head through Riches for the first time. They're going 3 wide, a bit further back in the pack, including the 101 car there of Ben Wiltshire. They turn their way through the hairpin for the first time, trying to sort themselves out. I think it's so far so good. I think everyone has made it through. There's the 111 car, a bit patched up after yesterday's races. That's Antonio Almeida Souza, who was in the wars yesterday. They stream out of Palmer now and down towards Agostini and into the hairpin they go. Is Matthew Highcock leading then? Number 555 from 87, Louis Woodward in second, Matt Priestwood in third, and Theo Millward in fourth position. So they have changed around for third and fourth, but the two leaders are in the same order as they were, and there's one just going out into the race now from the pit lane. That's the number 57 car of Toby Partridge.
Yeah, he came into the pits after the green flag lap, so obviously realised an issue which seemingly is sorted now, but sort of half a lap or so behind the pack, which sees some battles there for Richard Lakey and Sandro Ballesteros initially out onto the Bentley straight. Yeah, they're side by side, and they're running sort of in the second half of the top 10 or so. But it is then the double winner this year that leads Matthew Highcock, who won the most recent race at Croft and won at Silverstone too. Louis Woodward, who's been on the podium in all the races, I think, and that is a problem.
Well, you think it is, assuming that was attached to the car at the beginning of the race, which it probably was. A wheel up against the barriers somewhere. Not quite sure where that is off the top of my head. But hopefully that didn't cause too many dramas for people. So we're coming towards the end of the first lap of the race. The cars streaming through Murray's and out towards us on the start and finish straight. Again, we'll try and work out who that wheel might have parted company with, but it's Matthew Highcock leading, Louis Woodward second, Matt Priestwood third, Theo Millward fourth. We'll get back to fifth place. That's number 48, Daniel Scott. Peter Keane is sixth, Alan Caulfield is seventh, Freddie Tatum is eighth, Sandro Ballesteros is ninth, and Richard Lakey is in 10th place.
Cars still streaming across the line, 40 or so of them, and only now the back markers come through. There the leaders come out of the Wilson hairpin, so with Matthew Highcock leading the way, Louis Woodward second, Matt Priestwood third, and Theo Millward fourth. Those four have broken away in this early stage of the race. Now Toby Partridge is the only one who's not completed the lap according to the timing screens. Well, that is 41 cars. I mean,
he's still to come through, I think, Toby Partridge, yeah.
So who's lost the wheel?
Well, I don't know. There's no, unless there's a three-wheeled car going around. The Toby Partridge car, that was an engine light that came on. They changed the coil pack on that car.
Presumably it was attached to a car, the wheel.
Well, yes, it's a bit of a 247 James Allen, we understand, is the car that wheel belonged to.
So was that on the green flag lap, possibly? Because that car, I don't think, took the start.
So we have the cars heading their way around the... Right there, there's a green flag waving in the background at post 5. Just trying to work out what that is.
Probably the hairpin, maybe. potentially, all coming out of there. Is there a car that was stopped, perhaps? Yeah, just getting going now. You see out of the commentary box window, a white car. There's the car without a wheel in the pit. I think that must have been on the green flag lap for James Allen. And very little effort is going on to get the car back into the race. So it's damaged the left side of the car, I think, isn't it? A big crinkle in the bodywork. And some more damage as well, perhaps.
So I didn't quite work out exactly where that had happened, but presumably not too far away from an entrance point to the paddock, anyway. So that's a great shame. That was a car that's being driven solo, James Allen, the driver from Pontefract.
Presumably it didn't lose a wheel going onto the grid before the green flag lap.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Because it obviously didn't make the start.
No.
Obviously losing the wheel early on suggests it wasn't perhaps done up as it should have been. Or a failure straight away. Anyway, that car's not in the race. The rest are, 41 of them. And there is a battle for 7th position on the circuit between Alan Caulfield back out there. He missed Croft, I think. And he has a battle with Freddie Tatham, who is just behind in 89 for the Seddon and Caulfield crew. They've had a 4th this year. For Freddie Tatham, he has had a podium earlier on in the season, which was a 3rd last time out at Cross. So he's one of those drivers with success penalties in this race. The penalties that come to the first pit stop, Liam?
Yes, that's right.
Gold one out over the dirt.
Liam Brezic's, that is, isn't it? The blue and orange car. Just looking at how the number 5 displays on the Alpha Live timing tower, I think Alan Caulfield should team up with David Coulthard in a future round, and then there'd be AC/DC. Anyway, 6.5 minutes have gone in this race, and we're watching the 221 car go through there. Andy Bicknell started that. Maximus Bicknell will take over for the second half of the race. There's the 50 car of Liam Brezic's as well.
The car that had the hairpin earlier in was 16, I think, which is the car that was started by Omar Mahmoud earlier on. That was at Wilson, I think, so he's dropped to the back but has continued.
So top 4 there, getting away. Matthew Highcock, Louis Woodward, Matt Priestwood and Theo Wood. It's not quite as intense as sometimes the opening laps of a 116 trophy race are, but still pretty close, and also close with 5th and 6th between Daniel Scott in 48 and 151 Peter Keane.
Dan Scott seems to have been doing well this weekend.
Yes.
He was quick yesterday in the sprint. He's 5th here. I don't think he's been in the top 10 this season in one of these races, but he is right in the front order now. You said that it was less frantic. The top 3 have got themselves together all of a sudden, with Woodward quicker than Highcock, but Priestwood quicker than the pair of them. And now Priestwood's in a nice position here because he hasn't got a success penalty, unlike the 2 ahead. So they are looking to pull away, but aren't able to do so at the moment. There's Peter Keane chasing Dan Scott, who's still got the novice cross on the back of the 48 car. Dan Scott from Colchester in Essex, who had only started racing this year, so it's certainly been improving as the season's been going on. He's not quite been able to cling on to the top 4, but he's going well there in what is 5th position. That's Dan Scott.
Yeah, there he is, just ahead of 151, which is Peter Keane, who's been quick over the last couple of seasons in this category. The 2 of them side by side now through. Hamilton, Keane on the inside line for the left-hander. Yeah, and he squeezes through there to take 5th place away from Daniel Scott. So that's a change of position. And up front we have a change of position as well, because the leader, Matthew Highcock, has been passed now by number 87, Lou Woodward, who was successful, of course, yesterday in the 120 Coupe Cup races. But Highcock, who's been twice a winner this season, has been passed by the man who's been an ever-present on the podium this year. Lou Woodward has yet to have his first win in 116 trophy this season, though. But he's through into the lead now. So Woodward number 87 in front as they turn their way through Brundle and Nelson and on towards the bomb hole. The man from Gloucester, 36-year-old director, started racing 3 years ago in this car, but prepared by himself, newly prepared for this season. Had his first 116 trophy win at Donington Park last year. He's ahead of Matthew Highcock and Matt Priestwood in the 173 car, the 18-year-old powder coater from Halifax. That's really Tatham just going through there already. What are we on? Lap 4 about to be completed. We're getting track limits, warning flags. I'm sure there will be some penalties during the course of this 90-minute race.
In past races, not necessarily here, people have been parked for that, haven't they, in these races?
Well, of course, if the penalties mount up, you get a 5-second penalty, then a 10-second, then a 30-second of a drive-through, and then the next sanction beyond that can be a black flag.
7 tenths between these three, but on that latest lap, Theo Millward dropped away from the top three, still in fourth, but is not quite attached to the leaders as he once was. There's Woodward then, so now he's got to the front, he can't get away. That 87 car from the 555, which have seemingly been the cars to beat this year, particularly at Croft. They were much faster than the rest.
That's the 16 car going out beneath our commentary box of Omar Mahmood, too early for a mandatory driver change, but that was the one that was off at the hairpin earlier on, so that's sort of way back now in 41st place.
Down into Oggies later on the brakes for Highcock, now in second. And now can the two with these penalties really are keen to put some space between them and the rest. They're going to lose a lot of positions potentially in that first stop, which can't come this time around. Maybe not the next, but then the one after that for sure. The pit window will be open. For some, maybe on the next lap through. So it'll be interesting how many do opt for that early opening stop. Then I suspect the second stop will be a bit later in the race. But top three, nose to tail. Matthew Highcock's the only one out of these three who wasn't racing yesterday, but Louis Woodward was in a different car. Matt Priestwood was successful. He had a class win yesterday in the sprint challenge. But through Coram, flat out, I suspect, in these cars all the way up to about this point, where then you brake, go down a gear, turn the car left. For Matthew Highcock, he's turning right though, because he's had a big slide, and the success penalties are the least of his problems at the moment as he's grass tracking back onto the road.
He might even lose third place there to Theo Millward as well. See, in the pit lane, the safety car lights are possibly on. We'll keep an eye on what's going on with that. That's the 31 car going through there of Sam Holman. 220 is the car started by Andrew Partridge as well. So there are dices all the way down the order in this Gas Shocks 116 trophy. As you'd expect with such a big grid, there's cars going past our commentary box 2 and 3 abreast at the moment, as well as we work lap number 6 now of this race, which is being led by an increased margin, 1.4 seconds now the gap over Matt Priestwood, with Theo Millward up to third. Matthew Highcock after that off Murray's down to fourth position, so that could prove costly for him. And it might give him even more encouragement to take his first pit stop at the earliest possible opportunity.
Which it will kind of be open, I reckon, at the end of this lap, at the end of 6 laps. So Matt might want to be aware of that as the aircraft displays continue down the road at Old Bucking. I think that's the Typhoon, isn't it? Which means I think it'll probably get quite noisy here at Snetterton over the next few moments, and will out noise the BMWs quite significantly.
And the commentators as well. Good scrap going on there involving the 252 car of James Dunn, I think. And there we go. Sorry, the 232 car that was of Jonathan Baker. I beg your pardon. There's someone going off. That's Guy for Povey He's a very experienced driver, but he's not immune to going off in the number 93 car. As behind him is the 320 machine of Simon Hopcroft Lopez, who's in 25th position at the moment.
I think he was just behind the DTO Motorsport car, a team that also run cars in the British GT Championship, amongst other things. So, also got a category of car where they could bring new drivers into racing as well. 44, Richard Phillips, I think there. He's been around the 116 trophy for a while. Louis Woodward may have had a big lead in, but he's lost the lead as they come up across the line. Matt Priestwood has come into the lead by the looks of things.
Yeah, by 0.24 seconds over the line that time from Louis Woodward. Millward still third, Matthew Highcock fourth. It was a slow lap for Woodward rather than anything else, wasn't it? So may have been a slight mistake from him that time around.
You don't that often see too many mistakes, I don't think, in these races. So interesting there. Pit window open board is out. So do they have to pass the pit window open board first?
I don't think so. And there is a car I can see just coming into the pit lane as well from our commentary box window. Can't see who it is. Well, the 59 car is already in. That's Rob Carvel and Harry Volcard's car.
Yeah, so I think they think that this is probably the best time to make the first stop, which I would agree with. It's quite possible that there may be no safety car at all in this. Snetterton is a circuit that you can get away with it a bit more than others, but we shall see if that remains the case. That's what we want, really, because that gives us a fair representation of how a 90-minute race should go. But as a race strategist down there in the pit lane, you've got to be aware of what may come. Also in the pits, 320, Simon Hopcroft Lopez with BMW M kind of livery on that car.
And you see that the drivers have to go in at a 45-degree angle and then be pushed back out into the pit lane to help to ease the potential congestion in this relatively small pit lane. So there's the leader, Matthew Highcock. He won one of the races yesterday, as did the car in third place, driven as it was then by number 80, Theo Millward. He was very excited to have his first victory in a 116, or in any racing in fact. And between them at the moment is Louis Woodward. So we've had 3 different leaders so far.
How many of these 4 are going to peel in on this lap as they come out of the final bend? Is the answer 0? Or
well, it's one of them, and it's Priestwood that's gone in first. Matt Priestwood has gone in from the lead of the race, so Louis Woodward is back out in front now from Theo Millward in second. Matthew Highcock is third. Peter Keane, number 151, will be up to 4th place. Daniel Scott 5th, and that's the 52 car of Gary Dalton. Perhaps just struggling a little bit. It was passed by Christopher Godden there.
broken front right corner on that car, Ian, I think. Or was it front left corner? Yeah, the wheel, I can't remember now. One of the wheels was not pointed in the direction that it should have been. And that, of course, is a rather significant issue. So that car before the pits, and then to see if it can recover. A few more cars did pit as well, I think, a bit further down the order, including, I think, Alan Caulfield and Richard Lakey, a couple of the drivers a bit further up the order into the pit lane, amongst others. So they flow through. This is the battle a bit further back. Even if you are further back, perhaps less experienced, you have a lot of drivers to race against. Number 82 there, Paul Blakesley, turning his way through Ritchie's corner, the driver from Tiptree in Essex. Famed for making jam, Tiptree. He's been racing for a few seasons now. He's raced Porsches before, but now wins the 116 trophy in this car that he shares with James Cannon, that's prepared by TH Racing. 78 was a bit sideways in all of that. That was James Paul, who is from Epping, also from Essex. So there's going to be a lot of drivers from Essex in this battle. And he's in the 4040, the former 4040 racing car that now he prepares himself, the company director.
Matt Priestwood's back out into the race, so too is the number 5 car of Alan Caulfield and Anthony Seddenly. And Brazitz has had a moment a car that's a bit beaten up after yesterday, number 5 up after yesterday, number 50, but he'll get back out into the race. So 5 and treble 5 have already pitted, and there's a few more going back out into the race. 47 and 10 I can see. So 10 was the car started by Paul Whiten, and 83 is another driver that's now been into the pits, Filippo Halloran, the XMR2 racer. Again, we don't know whether he's handed over to his co-driver or not, but Harry Scott is the second driver within that car. That's one of the things with this race is after the start drivers have got out, we don't necessarily know who's in the cars for the remainder of the race, depending on whether they've done a driver change or not, because we obviously can't keep track of all of those pit stops.
It's the leader in. Team's getting ready.
Yes, I think he is. It looks like a white car is heading down the pit lane.
All in?
Yeah, Highcock's in as well. Woodward, I don't think is.
Yeah, Woodward. He was the leader. Woodward was the leader.
Sorry, Woodward's in. I didn't mean Woodward. I meant Millward. Millward isn't in, so I think he's still out there. Yes, he's now leading from Sandro Ballesteros in second. Pete Brand is third. Andy Bicknell is up to fourth. James Dunn is up to fifth place, and we've had a spin there. That was one of the cars in that battle, wasn't it? James Blakely, was it, number 78?
James Poole.
James Poole, sorry.
Yeah, the F-in man, who's new to racing, but he's got back going in this 78 Racing UK run car, novice cross on the back, as he is new to racing. A lot of cars have pitted, I think, is what we say now, don't we?
Yes, that's right.
I think this is the favoured strategy. There's Dan Scott, who was going well, he's in. So actually only 8 cars have come through, not into the pits at this stage.
Yeah, still quite a few cars still to come through to complete their laps, though.
And that group over a minute behind.
Yeah.
So on the previous lap, Priestwood pitted, so is he going to get out, or is he going to come, well, he should come through ahead of the other two, because they've got longer stops, haven't they?
Yeah, you would think so.
Now here's Peter Keane coming out, so where's Priestwood? He's not through yet. Here he is now.
He is, yes.
So Priestwood's going to still be ahead of Keane. As you can see there, Keane out of the pits, Priestwood ahead. So that's our leading stopper, 173. Mac Priestwood, the teenager from West Yorkshire, who's competed off-road motorsports before now. But he's quick on the circuits, already proved, and he leads our pit stoppers from Peter Keane in 151. But there's Matt Priestwood then, 173, novice cross on the back. He is in something like 14th overall, so therefore probably about 2/3 of the field have pitted in early on.
Yeah, I would say so. 555 is back out into the race. Well, Matthew Highcock after serving that 30-second penalty, which he lost about 10 seconds to the Louis Woodward Andrew Haddon car, which only had 20 seconds to serve there. And there's the 173 car, so leading stop, as you say, Matt Priestwood.
So what we now really need to see is where the Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss car, Millward at the wheel early on, when he pits and how he filters in. So how many positions back is Woodward? 6, and then another 6 to Highcock. So they've got a lot of progress to make. At Croft, it felt like they made those inroads pretty early in the race, but that's not the case today, I don't think. So they've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah. And that's now Theo Millward that's staying in the car by the looks of it. So Theo Millward and Chris Baylor, so he's just gone in, so he stopped a lap late, so Sandro Ballesteros has now taken over the lead of the race from Andy Bicknell in second. Then it's the 232 car up into third position now of Jonathan Baker and Charles Smith. Guy Povey is fourth and Liam Prezitz is in fifth position. Those are the only drivers to have come through so far at the end of lap 9. But as we say, it did look like Theo Millward staying in that car, and he'll be certainly one to watch. He should be, you would think, after that stop reasonably close to Matt Priestwood.
Yeah, I wonder, because we've had quite a lot of early stops, if we may then also see some early second stops as well, if you can stay on the lead lap. That is the important thing. Track limit penalties have begun. Not a third of the way into the race. That is going to the 221 car of Andy Bicknell, 5 seconds. He starts with, how many more is he going to get?
Yeah, that's a shared car with Maximus Bicknell as well. So that's the 59 car of Rob Carval. That was one of the very earliest stoppers, and that car is in 24th position.
I missed.
Oh, that's Antonio Almeida Souza spinning and keeps it out of the barriers.
He's had enough damage for one weekend already. Don't want any more. So across the line, Millwood was 5 seconds ahead of Priestwood, but obviously he had to get back up to speed. So we need to see if we can pick out 173 and 80 to find out who's in what order at this stage. And I missed that one going out to the pits. Quite quick pit stops here, so it sort of happens quite quickly. So this is on the road, is the battle for 6th position between the number 82 car.
Paul Blakesley, isn't it?
Yeah, Paul Blakesley versus Paul Offord. So if we can look back about 20 seconds, we find out who our leader or in reality is really after the pit stops.
It's Theo Millward. I could see out of the commentary box window that he is ahead just of Mac Priestwood. They are turning their way onto the Bentley Straight now, so I can see that it is Theo Millward that has stolen a march there on Mac Priestwood. There we go, with the 16 car, which is at least a couple of laps down, I think, also involved. But there's Priestwood. I think you're fine. Yeah, just ahead with the sort of yellow headlamp covers. Theo Millward just ahead.
So urged on by his win yesterday. Isn't the lead? Oh, look, Highcock's in for a second stop already.
Yep, so he's done both of his stops in the very early stages. Of course, he's got the luxury of doing that, being a single driver.
But he is a lap down on the leader, so that is potentially crucial. He's a lap down on the top 4, so he needs the top 4 to pit before if a potential safety car comes out. Hopefully, we won't get one, like I say. This is the car that had the broken steering arm. 52, the Gary Dalton car, who is from Norfolk. He is from Durham, and he's new to racing after competing in karts previously for the IT director.
Yeah, sharing that car with Richard Marsh as well this weekend.
So our leading stopper is now 6th across the line. There is Millwood and Priestwood behind. Then we look back to there, 151 Peter Keane is up next. Then it's Alan Caulfield, then Dan Scott, then Andy Bicknell, I think. And then it's Louis Woodward, something like that. So Louis Woodward is he's 19 seconds behind these two Ian, and he had a 20-second penalty in the stop. So that's going to be difficult to catch, I think, in pace, because he hasn't really been any quicker than them over the course of the race so far.
And you can see it on screen now, it's for 6th place overall, the battle. I think all of the 5 cars ahead of them yet to make their first stops. We've, as I said, now had some that have made second stops as well, but this is effectively the battle for the leader. Matt Priestwood up the inside of Theo Millward into there, Christine hairpin there, and he goes through to take the place that could well become the lead of the race a little bit later on, but for now it's for 6th position. So Matt Priestwood, 173, the Yorkshire driver, takes over from Theo Millward from Shropshire. And the 2 winners from the sprint races yesterday doing battle here. Now, has Theo Millward got any answer here? They're turning their way out of Oggies now, up towards Williams and then onto the Bentley Straight. Or is Matt Priestwood going to be able to get away? Antonio Almeida Souza's been into and out of the pit lane, I can tell you as well.
I don't think he's getting away yet, because Millwood in the Bob Ellsworth run car was chasing really well, and if anything was challenging, as we see a off for the 40 car.
Barraj Manku in that car at the moment.
Here they are, they're side by side. On the outside line is Millwood, and is he going to get around Priestwood? Priestwood up over the curbs, and he had a lot more confidence. I wondered if he had a little bit too much confidence on the brakes there, because he's slow out of the corner. Back up the inside comes Millward. So this is turning into a really good motor race for what could well become the victory. These were the 2 with the others who have had success in the past, who were up the front, so therefore are certainly in good position. They're only a few seconds ahead of Peter Keane, though. So they battle like this here, and a big slide there for Priestwood. This could bring Peter Keane, yet Citroen racer, into contention too.
Yeah, he's less than 5 seconds behind these, isn't he? And then another 5 seconds behind them. Behind him is the Anthony says an Alan Caulfield car as well.
Not sure he's 5 seconds behind anymore, Peter Keane.
No, just having a look at the gap. It's about 2 seconds behind now, isn't it? So the last 3 seconds battling with each other on that lap potentially. Well, not potentially, they did. Peter Keane actually did his best lap of the race at 2:29.78 as well, which also helped. And the best lap of the race overall is a 2:29.19, I think, to Priestwood.
So that also means that Louis Woodward now is 16 seconds behind them in his chase. He is 10th overall now, so he's getting himself into a pretty nice position.
If it wasn't for that 20-second penalty, he'd be leading.
Potentially, anyway. And another car coming down the pit lane. Teams getting ready. That's Toby Partridge, who had those problems earlier on. The driver who has assistance from touring car legend Steve Soper again this weekend. But for this battle for what is now 5th position on the road, Theo Millward versus Matt Priestwood, a battle that was pretty interesting on the last lap. Priestwood got through, I think, at the hairpin at Agostini. He hasn't done that this time. But we saw how effective the tow was for Millward down the Bentley Straight, and how good Priestwood was on the brakes there, how committed he was. So let's see if a challenge can come back for the 18-year-old Priestwood in the 173 car.
I think someone else might be getting a 5-second penalty, but I'm not sure who. I don't know if there's anything you can see on your screen there, Josh, that would give us a clue. No,
yes, it sometimes takes a few moments, doesn't it?
It does, so we'll keep an eye on that, but it looks like the penalty board is going out to somebody else now. A car with a two-digit number this time, I think. Which narrows it down a little bit. It could be Theo Millward, who knows? He's in the 80 car that's in the lead. Well, not the lead of the race, but likely to be with stops have been made.
There's probably more two-digit numbers than any other
Yes.
type of number, isn't there?
Yes, that's a fair point.
At least 2/3 of the grid, I'd think.
There are quite a few 3-digit numbers, though.
It's 1-digit numbers, that would be easier to work out.
Yes.
There's only a couple. Peter Keane still hasn't got past the lap 16 car. The Portlock Taylor Mahmood car. There's the penalty. Is it a stop-go penalty or is it the other side?
Yeah, it's hard to tell because we can only see the back of the board rather than the front that the drivers can see. So.
Ballesteros has pitted, so that means more people will be brought onto the lead lap. And he will rejoin a little bit further down the order. Here he comes out the pit lane now in 19th. Andre Ballesteros, the 16-year-old student from Manchester, will rejoin in something like 10th position.
So 2-3-2, Jonathan Baker takes the lead of the race then. At the end of 12 laps in the car that he's sharing with Charles Smith and from Chatham. Therefore is out in front. As we have a car in the pit lane, that is the 16 car back in once more. It's already been in the pit stop once, I think, for an unscheduled stop, but this now I think is an expected driver change. Side by side between Priestwood and Millward again. Agostini, it's Priestwood that is back ahead once again. He's sorted that out at the hairpin.
Can he keep it this time? Because we've seen that once before, a couple of laps ago. It's turning into a pretty interesting race, and maybe because everyone pitted early, almost everybody significantly, I guess, it's making it a little bit less confusing than sometimes too. So with the long lap, perhaps that's helping that to be the case, with a more obvious strategy choice, and also helped by having this competitive battle. And again, he's quicker out of Williams' Millward, so I think he's going to challenge here up towards the S's. But we cut away from that. Hopefully we'll get a shot of the leaders again in the moment, but all kinds of stuff is happening out of Ritchie's. There are 3 cars abreast. But for what is basically the lead battle, Priestwood held on. He's done it this time. He stayed ahead. Now, can he get away from Theo Millward, or later on in this stint are we going to see Millward fight back, I wonder?
Yeah, well, there's still a long way to go. 56 minutes of this race left. These drivers have both got another stop to make during the course of the year. I think there are some spots of rain now falling as well. We've just spotted one on our commentary box window as well. It's not very much to worry about just at this stage, though. There's that wheel that we lost earlier on from the 247 car. Still any sign of that penalty having appeared on our screen? No.
I wonder if it was a stop go. Nothing on your message?
No, nothing I've seen. and now black flag is being prepared. Oh, 31 it was, getting the stop-go penalty, which is...
Sam Holman.
Okay, we've seen him on camera relatively recently.
He was 26th.
Now getting the black flag as well to reinforce that message.
Peter Keane is almost with that battle now between Millwood and Priestwood, I think.
Well, there are the two cars. Is Peter Keane anywhere close by? Let's just have a look to see. Yeah, there he is, Peter Keane in the black car, number 151, just in behind them as well now. So the three of them you can see together along the straight past the restaurant towards the left-hand hairpin at Agostini. So it's effectively a three-way fight for what will become the lead. It's actually at the moment for fourth position with 3 cars yet to have made their stops. 232 Jonathan Baker, 50 Liam Brazitz and 93 Guy Povey. Not taking the same strategy as some of the other teams, clearly. So the first 3 are equidistant now as they head through Oggies on lap number 14 of the race.
Matthew Highcock, who made those 2 stops and set the fastest lap of the race, is in 35th. He's just done a 2 minutes.
Whether it's been Jack or Christopher in the car this weekend, it's been off the pace a bit, I'm afraid, that one.
I think it had engine issues yesterday, so the fact that it's not running as it should be. Still, I do wonder. So we've had the top 3 through. They're cars that haven't pitted. The black flag's still out, except for the 31 car, you reckoned?
Yes.
Has this dice, which will become for the lead, basically, come through. 3 of them now. Priestwood has a bit of trim possibly hanging underneath the car. There, then Millwood and Keane. Now they're quite a long way ahead of the rest, 8 seconds back to Alan Caulfield. Then Dan Scott and Louis Woodward up next. So Louis' progress pretty positive. He is what behind this group now? 15 seconds, so it's slowly edging down. Can he get there before the end?
Well, it's raining now. My app says there's a 30% chance of rain during the sort of next 90 minutes, so we're in that 30% at the moment.
Snetterton can have its own climate as well, like most racetracks seem to manage to get.
At this stage, it's not enough still, I don't think, to cause any particular problem for drivers. So it's 3 cars that are in 4th, 5th and 6th, but the de facto lead of the race, heading through Hamilton once again. We've come up towards half race distance here. Leader having yet to make their stop is 232, the Baker and Smith car, from 50 Liam Brazitz, 93 Alex and Guy Povey.
Wipers on now, so that's the first I think we've seen of that. So drivers with concern, bigger swaps more frequently on our commentary box window now. The wind pretty strong, so I guess the rain could blow in and out pretty quickly. It's not like big dark clouds like we had at Croft, is it? But it's just generally overcast here at Snetterton.
Sam Holman has come in now to the penalty area, and that's because of the black flag that he'd been in receipt of.
We don't know what he's done to...
Stop-go penalty would suggest it's something that maybe happened at his pit stop, maybe an issue there, an illegality during the pit stop that he made.
So isn't Priestwood getting away on what was, even if it's not slipperier now, it's that question mark in the driver's head, isn't it? And he's done off-track racing in the past, Priestwood, so he won't be too concerned by the grip levels, you would think. That's sort of cliche, but sometimes cliches are there because they're true.
Yeah, well, it could be something that he's just a bit more confident in than the other 2 drivers around him.
Be interesting what these times are then. 2:31, so maybe a second or so slower than the previous lap. And that slightly larger margin. Now, winter wipers on constantly, it seems. Of course, when you're going 100 miles per hour or so at the end of the straights, little bits of rain, although it sounds on our camera effects-wise, perhaps there's more than a little bit of rain out there now. We get the benefit of being in a nice dry commentary box, but for spectators here at Snetterton and marshals, they have to be out in the elements as they have been all day. You may not think it's the end of July here in the UK, but it's sort of the month we've been having while the rest of Europe is in heat wave. No heat concerns here. So how's... we've got more track limit penalties for Andy Bicknell. Have we mentioned that? He's up to 15 now. So Andy Bicknell continues to get in trouble, and one off. So that's the first car off in these conditions.
That's the 40 car, which was started by Barraj Manku, but it might well be one of his co-drivers now, Harminder Sond or Lucas Pichère.
There's a lot more rain now, so that rain that Patrick started a bit heavier at that end. But typically that is where the rain comes from here at Snetterton, from the southern end of the circuit. So, yeah, I was going to look at Louis Woodward's times. Has Louis Woodward been in for a second time now? I think so. Has he? Yes, he's 26. So that's the car that goes out now, isn't it? So Andrew Haddon back out is into the race for the first time. And he has rejoined ahead of Matthew Highcock. So he's potentially the first of the double stoppers. Andrew Haddon now at the wheel of the Louis Woodward car. Because we are coming up towards half distance, so the double driven cars here, and this would be a sort of the sensible time to change over, I would think.
You would think so, yes, all of the things being equal. That 40 car, Lucas Pichère, one of the three drivers in that, he has done effectively some F1000 racing in the past, when it was known as Formula Jedi, back in the 2014 championship. He was 16th. He's also done various other radical racing, and most recently Lotus Cup Europe as well.
10-second penalty going out. So we've noticed the Bicknell car had a 10-second penalty. But I don't think anyone else had a 5, so I'm not sure what that would be for. Matt Priestwood now is 1.7 seconds ahead of Theo Millward, and we're into the 32s, so the lap times have gone out slightly. Quickest person on the circuit at the moment is, I think, the Rob Carvel, Harry Volkard car, two of the more experienced drivers. There's Matthew Highcock. Right, this is important because he's trying to get the lead, get back onto the lead lap, isn't he? He's right on the tail of Jonathan Baker, who's yet to pit. Highcock's pitted twice, and this will put him, who is in 30th position, back onto the lead lap in.
Yeah, I think he's done it as well, hasn't he? So down the Bentley Straight, he has gone and back onto the lead lap as well. So that, as you say, could be quite important as the race goes on.
So I wonder if that means then for the Priestwoods and the Millwards, whether this is the time where you start thinking about pitting for that second time.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's about a minute and 20 seconds, so it is about a stop behind, effectively, isn't it?
Well, you've got Woodward, or now Haddon, just ahead, I think, by a few seconds.
Yes.
So that does mean, I think, Highcock's got closer to Haddon/Woodward during that time. I wonder if that wheel did come off coming out of the assembly area, because it is in a position which I don't think I've ever seen happen before.
No, that is a bit odd, isn't it? Where it is, you're right, just outside, close to the exit of the assembly area.
We had a dramatic moment at Cadwell Park when Andy Hiley's wheel broke and came off coming out of Charlie's, and then headed all the way down the Park Hill.
All right.
And headed towards the track and then away from the track, thankfully, but then stayed upright on the grass for the rest of the race.
Leaders into the pits. Jonathan Baker in to hand over to Chris Smith in the number 232 car. And so that driver change happening pretty much at the halfway point in the race. 44 minutes gone, 46 minutes to go. So the driving split pretty much equally between those two drivers, as equally as they could have done during the course of this race.
Matthew Highcock has caught Andrew Haddon, so that 10-second deficit on the first pit stop has been brought to nothing. And Matthew Highcock is about the quickest driver in these conditions, and there they are on the screen. They're just getting past Melissa Bexley for position, so that is for 24th position, I think, as they pass the 30-year-old mechanic from Sunderland. But this two very quick cars, potentially the two quickest cars within the race, that could well come into overall contention before the end, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely right. So it's really intriguing, this, with these cars in sort of different strategies, different positions. But certainly Matthew Highcock doing a good job here to keep himself in contention, having made 2 early stops. There's been 1 early stop. Bicknell now has got a 15-second penalty. That was the car that we saw getting a 10-second penalty board a minute ago, if we hadn't already mentioned that. There is the Godden car into the pit lane, so it looks like it's Jack Godden getting into the car now, I think, in number 71, having taken over from his father, Christopher. Getting strapped in. Here is Highcock. Is he about to get past the number 87 Haddon? Can't we think it is Andrew Haddon at the wheel at the moment? He has done. He's gone through the bomb hole. So again, another important move that for Matthew Highcock as he continues on in his pursuit of what would be a 3rd win of the season in the Gashots 116 trophy.
We've not seen anybody win with a success penalty before, have we? And we've seen people on the podium. Well, Louis Woodward's actually been on the podium in every race.
Exactly.
But no one's actually won one with a success penalty yet. Some way to go, I think, before Matthew Highcock can achieve that. But the ambition is there.
59's just going out again. That's the Carvel Volkod car. That's the 2nd stop that they've made, sorry.
Highcock's 20th now. So he's a minute 53 behind Priestwood. So yeah, that's more than a pit stop, I think. A minute through plus the transition time. Side by side, 102, the other DTO Motorsport car who drives that one. That's a free driver car. Sean Frey, James Allen and Elliot Cole. So is that a different James Allen who was in the 247 then? We've got 2 James Allens in the race.
Okay, I'm not sure.
I'm guessing it must be, because the other one was supposed to drive the whole time in the other car.
Matt Priestwood's in the lead now overall, by the way, by 1.76 seconds in car 173 from Peter Keane now, 151 in 2nd place. Theo Millward, I think, still out there in number 80, is 3rd. So that means everyone's now made a stop, I think, that at least 1 stop. Anthony Sesson and Alan Caulfield are 4th in number 5. They're about 13 seconds behind the leader. That's about, well, just under a second ahead of number 48, Daniel Scott, who is in 5th place. And 6th place is number 19, Sandro Ballesteros, who I think did lead for a while before he made his stop. So he's that's a pretty good effort to be 6th overall, having made his stop now, just ahead of Pete Brown. So we've got 7 drivers still within 29 seconds of the lead, even after 18 laps and 47 minutes of this race.
Yeah, we haven't seen Ballesteros in the top 10 before, I don't think. So potentially a very good result on the cards. Obviously still half the race to go at this stage though. And lap times, that's what I was going to mention. Lap times are now back to what they were before, so dry lap times pretty much. Even with the spots of rain, they're not causing too many issues for the track surface, and drivers are learning about that now and able to lap quickly. Now the leader's in, possibly, because a lot of cars have come through recently, which could suggest that's been the case. No, I think the one a bit further back is in, possibly. Matt Priestwood should be across the line shortly as our race leader. Yeah, 221 Bicknell is in, so that'll probably be a driver change to Max, who I think won one of the sprint races at Brands Hatch a couple of months ago. So, yeah, we had a car off, it's a 78 again. That's a 2nd off that we've seen for James Paul and Paul Rains. Paul Rains, who shares that car with James. He's from Northamptonshire, also new to racing this year. And they've got back going, but running a bit further down the order now in 31st. As the leader goes through then to start lap 20. There he is, Priestwood. He's now 1.4 seconds ahead. The gap coming back down. Peter Keane in 2nd. Theo Millward 3rd. So here the leaders are out of Ritchie's. About to put a lap on the Connor Anderson and Rhys Jones car. Connor Anderson from Kent. He started racing last season. About to go a lap down. So the driver with the novice cross still on the back, Matt Priestwood, leading the way here.
Yep, he is, and we've got 40 minutes of this race to go now. It's far from over though, because there are pit stops to be made, and although they're a standard 60 seconds, There is scope, of course, to be faster on the in or the out lap. So the gaps as they are, it's entirely possible that the pit stops could decide this race still.
The other thing that could decide is track limit penalties. Louis Woodward / Andrew Haddon now got 5 seconds. That is a significant runner, we think, into the final parts of the race. A 5-second time penalty.
Yeah, that car running 17th overall at the moment. Matthew Highcock winning 16th, just ahead, having made 2 stops.
That was the car that had quite a lot of track limits in quali too. Was it not?
I believe it was certainly one of them. So there's 80, Theo Millward in 3rd position, chasing after Peter Keane. Anthony Sezin and Alan Caulfield 4th, Sandro Ballesteros 5th, Pete Brand in 6th position.
Dan Scott's been in, he was one of the front runners.
Yes.
In 48, and he has got out ahead of Matthew Highcock, who is across the line now and some 15 seconds behind or so.
Yeah, of course Highcock had that extra 30 seconds to serve at his first stop, didn't he? So Scott was effectively sort of benefited from that.
Well, at one stage Woodward was only 15 seconds behind Priestwood, who is now behind Highcock, and then Dan Scott is 15 seconds up the road. So could Dan Scott be in a somewhat favourable position?
Could be a useful position. Yeah, because Highcock minute 52 behind the leader, Scott a minute 36 behind the leader. Just need to see exactly how long it is into and out of the pit stop. Matt Priestwood just going past the commentary box, putting a lap on, I think, the number 47 car there, which is the Connor Anderson-Rhys Jones driver for Kent duo.
Lead gap 1.6 seconds. Wind wipers off now. I think we've still got spots of rain, but they're not affecting the grip levels at this stage. And there's Keane and Millward. Similar pace for the two of them last time round.
A couple of drivers thinking a stop-go penalty. I think it's the Connor Anderson car that we've just seen, and Rhys Jones car 47, and also 101, which is the Will Tyndall Ben Wilshire car. It's going out on the pit wall at the moment. Those drivers, I don't think either of them are trouble in the top 20 at the moment. Melissa Beckett's just been in for her stop and back out again. So there's Matt Priestwood in car 173, the car that was raced with some success in previous seasons by Sam Carrington-Yates.
Is that the car with the lap record here, potentially?
If that's the driver that had the lap record, I would think it probably would be, yes. Yes, it is indeed, and that was a 2:27.43. We've not been below a 2:29, I don't think. Oh no, we have 2:28.83, haven't we, for Highcock?
Yeah, it's the only
during
one.
the course of the race.
Obviously, track conditions have been questionable. So the Gordon car, I think, is about to go 2 laps down. So yeah, they've not had a good weekend here at Snetterton. Connor Anderson's got a lap down, but he's not losing touch really with Priestwood. So Anderson 22nd, the first car, a lap down, but he's just done his personal best lap on the last lap, which is one to Rhys Jones at the wheel now with that one. I think he's perhaps a bit more experienced. I think in his first 116 trophy race. He's able to go with the leaders pretty much now.
Well, that's the car that's due in for stop-go.
There's a lot more rain this lap.
There is.
So there'll be an interesting run up towards Ritchie's. It's not, again, heavy, but it's more than what we have seen so far. And the lead gap's down to 1.2 seconds. But there is a lapped car between first and second. And now there's 2 lapped cars between them because the Gordon car has gone between the leader and the chaser. Now Jack Gordon now it is, just gets well out of the way, doesn't he? He allowed through the faster machines this weekend.
Yeah, normally he'd be there right at the sharp end, wouldn't he, Jack Gordon? With the pace that he shows, but clearly some car troubles this weekend that are hampering him and his father. It's a great shame. Hopefully they'll be back on form for Silverstone in a few weeks' time. Penultimate race of the season for the 116 trophy. Yeah, car coming into the penalty box now is the 101 car. That's the Wilshire and Tyndall car. And 44 has come in, and I think Toby Partridge has come as well for their second stops. 44 being Richard Phillips, who's 7th coming into this, coming into the pit stops.
So now Peter Keane is tucked up behind the slower, well, potentially slower car of Rhys Jones. Now, interesting, we haven't had these second stops for many others, have we? Pete Brand possibly in on this lap. He was near the front.
Yes, it looks like he's dropping the down the time screen, so either it's a problem for him or he has headed into the pits. Yes, that's Pete Brand just going back out into the race, number 86.
So Dan Scott is our first two-stopper. He's 9 seconds ahead of Matthew Highcock, then Andrew Haddon, then Pete Brand. So he comes out as the 4th car to have pitted. The car in 9th place is the first car to have completed the pit stop. So now Daniel Scott, who was a minute and about 36 behind the overall leader, is now a minute 44. And not got the pace in these conditions, and quickly being caught by Matthew Highcock by over a second a lap.
Yeah, that's right. So Highcock probably will, in the next few laps, get the better of Daniel Scott.
Priestwood through. Lap times haven't really been, well, maybe a little bit, but not terribly affected by that extra bit of moisture. 2.7 seconds a gap, a better lap for Priestwood over Keane. Another car into our penalty box, I think.
Yeah, that's the 47 car now, the Conor Anderson Rhys Jones car. And Ian Thompson-Clark, of course, can see down there as well, just explaining the situation, timing the stop part of the stop-go. And they're getting a black and white driving standards flag as well in the pit lane, so salt being rubbed into the wound there. Car goes now back out into the race.
Bit further back than it was.
Yeah, 32 minutes to go.
But that car is out the way now for Peter King, because I think he was sort of stuck behind it for a bit.
Wonderful start to see some more second stops in the near future.
Well, they've got to be done in 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, 32 minutes to go, so 17 minutes left before the pit window closes.
Somewhat surprised we haven't seen more earlier, particularly. Well, Chris Bayliss is not going to get half the race, is he? Because Theo Millward still at the wheel. Same for Anthony Seddon. He's not been in the car that Alan Caulfield started. But the others are at the real sharp end, are all single-driven cars.
The Abraham cars up to 7th, what have they done in terms of their stops? Presumably they've just done one stop.
Yeah, they've not had huge amounts of pace today, I don't think.
No, but
today's a car that's won.
It has.
Brands, was it?
Yeah, came through from 22nd on the grid, so probably has made a bit of progress as the race has gone on. Now, there is a change for second, because Theo Millward has got back ahead of Peter Keane there. So you mentioned that Peter Keane was perhaps being held up by the 47 car, which had pitted. Well, it's actually lost out now to Theo Millward. They're getting on for 3 seconds behind the race leader now as well, Matt Priestwood. So I wonder if either of them will head for the pits this time. There's Millward, there is Peter Keane. They're about 12 seconds clear of the Snetterton and Caulfield car. Someone else getting a black flag now. Not sure who that is. The Abraham car's getting a 5-second penalty. We'd already mentioned the Lee Woodward car got a 5-second penalty earlier on. But the Abraham car in 7th now has as well.
3.8 seconds, Priestwood's gap. So it continues to go out.
Yes, again, as it's getting wetter, perhaps his advantage just stretches a little bit, given his confidence in the car in these conditions, perhaps compared to others.
His lap time hardly off a dry time until Millward's out wide. Peter Keane draws up alongside. This is at the Wilson hairpin. And Keane then makes his way round the outside.
Just behind them, but on a different lap, in 18th position, we've got Lewis White and Turner, who's another reasonably quick driver. So we'll see if he's really on a very similar pace to these cars.
So Keane's back ahead, isn't he, after that mistake?
Just going past the number 40 car, a couple of cars just hanging out of the pits, but no one right at the sharp end, I don't think, at the moment.
This is all allowing the leader to get away. This is potentially all bringing Matthew Highcock back into contention, because he's lapping over a second quicker than these two. But not really any quicker than Matt Priestwood, the leader. He's still catching Dan Scott. He's Highcock, who's made 2 stops, remember. As has Scott. Alan Caulfield's in to hand over to Anthony Seddon, so where are they going to rejoin? Where's Dan Scott?
Just coming through now, so he's going to be ahead. Is he? Or by the time he gets up to speed, it's going to be pretty much neck and neck between those two as they head into Ridges. And Scott's gone ahead.
Dan Scott is still just the leading stopper, double stopper.
Yeah, very nip and tuck.
And how much time have Keane and Millwood lost on this lap as they've battled to Priestwood, I wonder?
Yes, might have been to their advantage to work together a little more to make sure they could try and stay with Priestwood if they could. Is he coming in this time, Matt Priestwood? I think he is. Coming into the pit lane this time. Yes, he is. The race leader's in. Matt Priestwood's in for his second stop.
Did Peter Keane come in too? It looked like he may have done.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there's a black car heading down the pit lane behind him.
So an important stop this to make sure they get it done. Not under 60 seconds, but not too much over.
Yeah, 60 seconds, and to avoid speeding in the pit lane as well, which may well be why we've had some of the other penalties and stop goes. That's often a reason why we do have those penalties for speeding in the pit lane, or possibly not stopping long enough at your pit stop as well.
No driver change needed for these two, of course. Unlike when Theo Millwood comes in, he'll have to hand over to Chris Bayliss. A slower lap by Millwood with that battery, a 2:33. So tyre pressure adjustments perhaps in the pit lane.
So there is Theo Millwood then out in the lead of the race once again. Sandro Ballesteros come back up to second place. But he's also yet to make his second stop. He's 26 seconds behind the leader at the moment. Just keeping an eye on Matt Priestwood down in the pit lane to my left. He's still there in at 45 degrees at the moment. He's now being pushed back, and he's going to get back out. He's going to be ahead of Peter Keane, but I think he might have lost about a second or two to Peter Keane in the pit stops there as they go back out into the race.
They are both ahead of Dan Scott, as we thought they should be, who is the next stopper. Yeah, Keane slightly quicker perhaps in the pits than Priestwood. So Priestwood the leading completed stopper, Keane second, and across the line now Dan Scott, who is about 20 seconds behind. So now we await Theo Millwood to pit. There's our potential leader at the end of all this, Matt Priestwood. We have to await the Theo Millwood to Chris Bayliss stop to come, and a few others as well, actually.
Yeah, Sandro Ballesteros, the Ambrezits and the Abraham car, which was the winner at Brands Hatch, all yet to make their second stops. They've got 11 more minutes to do so, because 26 minutes of the race remain. There's Peter Keane then, who's now showing 6th on our timing screen. Matt Priestwood is showing 5th, but he's the de facto race leader by about 3 seconds or so at the moment. Looking for his first win in an endurance race, had a sprint race win for the first time yesterday, but ever since he made his debut at Silverstone, a very encouraging debut it was there. He's shown the pace that could at some point yield a race win in the longer distance races.
52 back out, that was the one with a broken corner. Suspension perhaps earlier on, so that was a good fix. I'm guessing right at the back of the pack now.
Leader into the pits, and that is now a driver change. So Theo Millwood out of the car. They're preparing the car for the much taller Chris Bayliss to get in. So imagine the vet's made some adjustments to the seats there, the belts being done up. Of course, trying not to lose any of the 60 seconds in making all of these changes. Get a driver plugged in as well and back out into the race. So it'll be interesting to see exactly where Chris Bayliss feeds into this for the 24 minutes of racing that he's going to have here. And they're just waiting now for the 60 seconds to be up before they push the car back out. So they've not lost any time there doing the driver change, Josh.
No, that's how you want to do it. They did it all about 50 seconds, something like that. Where's Matt Priestwood? Has he had a good lap? There he is on our inset, down and coming out of Murray's. Still at half the pit lane to go for Chris Bayliss.
It's going to be tight, isn't it? But obviously Matt Priestwood's going to have the momentum and he's going to get the lead.
He's going to be second because, of course, that was where the battle was with Peter Keane on the road before.
And it's going to be very tight between them. There's Peter Keane just coming into shot now. He's got the momentum going into Richie's corner.
He knows the track because, of course, for Chris Bayliss, he's literally just jumped in the car and is straight into a battle. That's what endurance racing is all about.
But really, that sort of pretty much replicated what the situation was before those final pit stops, hasn't it? In that you got the leader a few seconds up the road and the next two cars battling for second place.
Yeah, so say this is Chris Bayliss right into the firing line, really. He doesn't know the conditions. He's hasn't been in the car for a few hours. So this is, I say, what endurance racing is all about, really. And this pairing have had a best out of 6 this season. They've got a chance of a podium today, though, over the last 20 minutes or so, and he's done a good job not to let Peter Keane through straight away, but Peter Keane does look a little quicker. He's trying to draw alongside. He might be there this time into Hamilton. He's fully alongside. He's probably going to be more committed. Oh, and already sideways for Chris Bayliss. He doesn't spin, but just working out those grip levels, Ian, it's a very difficult situation for him.
Yeah, he's lost a few car lengths to Peter Keane as a result of that. For fourth place, what will become fourth place, Matthew Highcock is still a contender for that. He's about 3 seconds behind Daniel Scott, a couple of seconds behind the Sutton Caulfield car. So for what will become fourth position, I think we could see Matthew Highcock claim that, which in a way would be ideal because it's the best result you can get without picking up a penalty for the next round at Silverstone.
He's a lot quicker, isn't he? So he should get there pretty fast. So that'll be another battle for us to look out for soon. For what is currently 7th, 8th and 9th, 48, 5 and 555. But like Ian says, we've become fourth as Ballesteros, Brazitz and Abraham all pit later. And that, when these pit stops happen, will all allow that man there, Matt Priestwood, to take the lead of the motor race. He's got more traffic to deal with before the end. He runs wide. That could be a problem for him as the race goes on. Don't do that too much more often. Possibly Liam Brazitz into the pits this time, I think, Ian. So just 2 more stoppers to go, and then the order will be more obvious on our timing screens. So the gap between Priestwood and Keane, 4.4 seconds. And there's Highcock. So this is, and he's already got Dan Scott. Has he already got both of them then up across the line? He's alongside Anthony Seddons. They've both walked past Dan Scott, who's dropped back unfortunately for him. Highcock's on the outside, heading into Richie's. And can he swoop around the outside here? 555. Anthony Seddon in 5 on the inside line. They're side by side. I think Richie's is pretty much flat in these cars. But Anthony Seddon, who's been racing these cars for as long as anybody, has been able to hang on for now, I think.
Yeah, and through the hairpin they go. Better exit for Matthew Highcock there. He draws alongside for what will be the outside line for Palmer. Can he make this stick? Highcock, who's had 2 wins this season, so he knows what he's doing in these 116 trophy cars now. Trying to drive all the way around the outside at Palmer. They're still side by side as they go on towards the straight, towards Agostini. Just behind them again now is the 48 car of Daniel Scott, making it a 3-way fight for 4th position. Down into the hairpin they go. And still trying to go around the outside is Highcock, but I don't think he's quite going to make it work because the number 5 car of Seddon is there, but he's still side by side on the outside line. Matthew Halcock, can he do it at the fast left-hander at Hamilton? The answer to that question is no. And is he going to lose a position to Daniel Scott here as they head into Ockies? Not quite. So it's still the Seddon car number 5, Highcock treble 5, Daniel Scott number 48 disputing 4th, 5th and 6th positions, or what will become 4th, 5th and 6th positions, because we've still got 2 cars yet to make their second stops.
Yeah, that's right. They're about 15 seconds behind Chris Bayliss, so unless Chris Bayliss is a bit slower than we think he might be, it's going to be difficult to catch him. We'll be able to tell his lap time next time round, his first flyer. Here comes Highcock again. He looks to the outside. There's a lot of traffic to deal with soon, and here is all that traffic. You've got Toby Partridge, Melissa Bexley and Elliot Bridgman's car are all involved in that as well. They dive to the inside, all 3 of them, and Dan Scott, can he get alongside Matthew Highcock here? He can. What a move that is from Dan Scott. That was brilliant stuff, using the traffic to an advantage. He'd had a better run out of the previous corner. That was really good driving there for Dan Scott to get what in reality is 5th position back. Sandro Ballesteros from the lead into the pit lane as well, so that now leaves the Paul and Will Abraham car with its 5-second penalty. It's the only car at the top of the order yet to make its second stop, so it should soon be Matt Priestwood back into the real lead of the race on the timing screens. But half a second quicker than him on the last lap was Peter Keane. So Keane going after Priestwood. The gap's under 4 seconds again. What about this squabble behind? They've got Toby Partridge to lap, and Dan Scott, who's just gained a position, going past Matthew Highcock, is challenging Anthony Seddon into Richie's corner. So Dan Scott's really come alive in this battle, although he's run a little wide. So that could allow Highcock to come back through. It almost took the other 2 to catch him, Ian, for him to sort of bring his pace back up again. Absolutely right. It spurred him into action, hasn't he? Highcock up the inside into the Wilson hairpin. I think he's just about going to make that work. Yes, he does. So Highcock in the treble 5 car gets back through now to 5th position. Scott back down to 6th, and now we're back into a situation where Matthew Highcock is going to try and take P4, what will become P4, away from the Anthony Seddon racing car. Sandro Ballesteros, by the way, rejoined in 10th, so his top 10 is on, but for what is 4th position in reality for 5th at the moment. Here comes Highcock to the outside. They still haven't got past Partridge at this stage, but I think compromise line there for Seddon. This time it's the inside for Hamilton. Seddon trying to squeeze him, and he's managed to stay ahead of Highcock there. I didn't think that was going to be possible. So the same order. Great dice this. This could go right to the end, this battle, if Anthony Seddon can keep Matthew Highcock at bay. This has felt like a pretty entertaining race throughout, Ian. Yeah, it's been really good, hasn't it? 90-minute race, but it's flown by. I mean, there's still 17 minutes to go, of course. Highcock's got a better exit to Williams, and he's been given just about enough room, I think, by Anthony Seddon. But the 2 cars in front of them that they want to lap side by side, so this is going to be a tricky situation. Now, it has been a really good run for Highcock all the way down the straight. It's a long straight in these cars, and he's alongside Seddon. But where are they going to go? Because these 2 cars of Partridge and of, I think, Neil Fox as well ahead. Anthony Seddon's held on again, but he's got a slower exit, so this could give Highcock the opportunity to do what Dan Scott did to him a lap ago, but not quite. It's the same order. It's still Anthony Seddon out front, but they've still got to get past Toby Partridge's car. The Abraham car that did lead is now got a 15-second penalty, but I think that car has now just pitted. So it is now Matt Priestwood into the lead of the race, number 173 by 5.25 seconds from Peter Keane in second place. He pulled out 1.3 seconds on that last lap, and Theo Millward and now Chris Bayliss in that car about 10 seconds behind the leader. That's the Abraham car that's into the pits, the last of the significant stoppers to come in. Looks like Paul Abraham getting into that. So about over 4th across the line up towards Ritchie's. And are we going to see a change here? Let's see. They still can't quite get past the Toby Partridge car. So these guys now are half a minute behind the leader. Because of this battle, their lap times have increased. This means that Anthony Seddon has almost, Andrew Haddon, I should say, has almost caught them. And now this time Highcock's down the inside of Seddon, and he's got 4th position. There's a touch there. Dan Scott's car is damaged. Because of that, he's got a big dent in the panel, and Andrew Haddon's gone past him. Is this a real problem for Dan Scott? He was on for a really good result, but he has had that bit of contact that's lost him at least 1 position at this stage. 15 minutes or so to go. The 209 car goes back out into the race. The Abraham car, Paul and Will Abraham, Paul in the car now, we think.
So here we go. We've got 555 Highcott. We've got number 5 Anthony Seddon. They're still trying to get past this Toby Partridge number 57 car, which is more or less lapping at the same kind of pace. It is delaying these a bit more though. Highcott trying to get up the inside of that back marker now, and he does go through, but he is going to be 20 seconds behind the next car in front, which is going to be Chris Bayliss, and there's only less than 15 minutes to go.
And Chris Bayliss, his pace is fine, so I think that's as far as he's going to get. But like you say, it's a good effort from there. At Brands Hatch with his 30-second success penalty, he got to 7th. So this has been a better run than that. But Brands Hatch was a bit more confusing because of the shorter layout and the safety car periods. There was at least one, maybe two, I think, there. So this has been a more pure race, and the longer lap potentially is sort of worked into the advantage of an interesting race, I think.
One into the pits, that's Sam Holman again, I think, in the 31 car. Up on the jacks, potential misfire, I believe, on that car. But may not get it back out into the race now with less than a quarter of an hour to go. Shame that his race seemingly has finished that way.
Toby Partridge with ease lets Andrew Haddon through. I think the teammate car maybe made life a little bit more difficult for others. There's all kind of boards going out now, aren't there? There's
pit window closed board will be one of them, won't it?
Yeah, and then the other one's track limits warnings this time, I think.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. This car's streaming over the line. I mean, how many of them are not running? I think probably only. I think we've got 39 still running here. So that's pretty good going, isn't it? That's quite a high level of reliability.
But I think the Dalton car got back going after they changed the suspension or whatever was needed, steering arm. So probably, possibly 40 of the 41. We obviously lost the car with the wheel before the race as well. There's 6 cars with track limit penalties in total. The other ones, I think, a bit further down the order. So the only significant one in the top, 15, is Louis Woodward / Andrew Haddon.
Yeah, and as things stand, going to cost them one place, that penalty, because Daniel Scott only just behind, less than a second behind. So when 5 seconds are added, they'll fall behind. That's the car in 3rd place, Chris Bayliss. Just falling away a little bit from the 2 leaders, but not so much that he's likely to be caught by Matthew Highcock in the closing stages. There's still about 19 seconds between them and only 12 and a bit minutes to go. He's just pulling out to overtake the 52 car. That was the car you were talking about, wasn't it? That had the long stop.
Not making life terribly easy for Chris Bayliss to get past.
No, and using all of the circuit and some more of it as well. Yeah, definitely doesn't want Chris Bayliss to get through. I think he will just about manage it now on the run to Coram, though.
So in this type of endurance race, every overtake is really a real overtake. Everyone in the same class.
Yes, no one's got a big power advantage, have they, over anybody else to make an easy pass in a straight line.
And so complications make it much more simple to follow, because it's not like some endurance races which are for a single class of car that then decide to split them up into driver ability, which is all rather confusing. No worry about that here. All one class, so the best drivers come out on top. Yeah, it was a 2:34 for Bayliss, so that did hold him back, but he is through now, which should be enough to keep Matthew Highcock at bay, who comes across the line now. There he is. He is 14 seconds behind. He did catch 5 seconds on that lap to Chris Bayliss, but I don't think, as long as Bayliss can pick up his pace, I don't think that's going to be a gap that is catchable.
So Matt Priestwood looking good for a win here, had a 2nd place at Brands Hatch. Peter Keegan, I think, heading for his first podium of the year, and so too Chris Bayliss and Theo Millward as well, also heading for their first podium of the year.
Peter Keane's had a 4th, but as you say, not a podium. For Millward and Bayliss, their best has been a 6th.
And converse, it's going to be the first time that Louis Woodward isn't going to be on the podium this year.
He's not only the only person to be the only person to have all 3 podiums, the only person to be in the top 6 in all the races as well.
Well, he should continue that run.
A penalty, yeah. Because Dan Scott's
Had a slow lap, long lap for Dan Scott. He's dropped back.
He had that contact, didn't he? And he seems to have affected him by some way, perhaps. Hopefully still on for a top 10.
Matthew Highcock is almost exactly half a minute behind at the moment, and he had that 30-second penalty to serve, didn't he, at his first pit stop. So if he hadn't had that, it would have been very nip and tuck between him and Matt Faithwood for the win potentially. And that shows exactly the value of the penalty, doesn't it? Really. To try and mix up the results a little bit.
Well, it's made his life a lot harder. He's had to overtake a lot of cars, which hopefully has been enjoyable for Matthew. A long old tussle at Croft with Louis Woodward, wasn't it, that he had? But a different type of race this time out.
Nine minutes to go. Still the best lap of the race. It's a Highcock, 2:28.83. Only driver to break the 2:29 barrier during this race.
After that initial bit where it looked like Peter Keane may chase Priestwood, the gap has been going out, hasn't it? 7 seconds. So what have we got? 4 laps to go? Yeah, 4 laps to go. So it'll be a 35 lap race. Oh, look, a couple of the RL Motor Services cars have got themselves together.
Yeah, and that's just been a change of position actually, I think, because the Richard Lakey, Tommy Farrell car are now ahead of Richard Phillips. The Phillips gone with a 5-second penalty as well.
So that was 13th position. Farrell was quite quick yesterday in the sprint races. I think got caught up in an incident or two. There's Bayliss, so he's 11 seconds ahead of Highcock now, who was 3 seconds quicker again. So if that chase continues, Highcock could catch Bayliss on the last lap. But here's Dan Scott, and he's losing more positions, isn't he? Because that's Sandro Ballesteros on one side of him. Is that James Dunn on the other side?
It looks like it, yeah. So he's losing a couple of places there. And Melissa Bexley found herself in all of that as well. Probably against her will. And but as a result of that, it's now Sandro Ballesteros that's gone through to 7th, isn't it? And James Dunn 8th.
Yeah, I think he got past James Dunn on the last lap. So this end of the race for Sandro Ballesteros has been pretty good for the 16-year-old who was involved in an incident yesterday. The ex-junior saloon racer.
Pete Brand could get past him as well, couldn't he? Because he was quite strong yesterday as well. He's only just behind in 10th place in that number 86 car, the black car with the sort of purpley pink spoiler.
Let's see if Dan Scott's pace comes back up like it did before when he got lost out, or if that damage is affecting him in these final stages, because his pace has fallen right away. And Pete Brand on the inside at Williams, and they are wheel-to-wheel, both drivers with novice crosses on the back. There's quite a big gap behind them, so for Dan Scott that first top 10 finish could still come, but it's not going to be as good as it looked to me at one point. They're side by side behind still for that 9th position. We look at Ballesteros in traffic. The car of Neil Fox about to go a lap down. But for Dan Scott, he's held on. He's still ahead there of Pete Brand. It looked like he may not achieve that at one point, but he is still in front.
Certainly is.
Or maybe not. No. They turn out of the next corner.
Yeah.
I think Pete Brand has got through. So that's 3 positions lost for Dan Scott in that single lap.
What have we got left? About 6 minutes. So probably 3 laps to go.
Highcock 8 seconds behind Bayliss, 3 seconds quicker again. So this chase is on.
It is just about possible, isn't it, for Highcock to get a podium here?
Does he want a podium?
Well, it's a 10-second penalty that you get for finishing 3rd at the next round. That's at Silverstone on the international circuit next month. But I'm sure he just likes to finish as high with the order as he possibly can.
But I guess he might have a radio call to know what's going on as well, because that is allowed here. Now, who was the latest driver there to get track limits? Possibly that was the 44 one you spoke of. Just going out to the drivers.
I mean, Highcock is miles faster than anybody else at the moment. He's 1.2 seconds faster than the next fastest driver, which is Caulfield. But most of the others are more than 2 seconds slower than Highcock. He is a class act, I think it's fair to say.
Not sure how much racing he's done out of this.
Not a huge amount, I don't think.
So 5 minutes to go, 2 laps at the end of this, and I think the leader will be starting that penultimate lap very shortly for Mac Priestwood, looking for his first win in the Gad Shocks 116 trophy. The two DTO Motorsport cars have got themselves together. They're on the infield at the moment, and they are battling for 30th position. So it is a battle on the circuit. This position has changed since the start of the lap. So the car shared between Sean Frey, James Allen, Elliot Cole have got through the car that shared between Ben Wilshire and Will Tyndall. And the 52 cars still making life difficult for others, and this is Matthew Highcott this time around the outside, who is trying to get on with things because he's trying to catch Chris Bayliss for 3rd position. And he carries speed, he's off the circuit. Highcock is over the track limits there, over the sensors. So that will be pinged for Highcock, but is he still catching Bayliss? Bayliss is catching Peter Keane, who did a 2:38 on the last lap.
That's a problem. He's got a problem, hasn't he? Well, he made a mistake on that lap because that was 9 seconds, or certainly 8 seconds off his best time.
So the gap 3.5 between Peter Keane in 151 and this car 80. Bayliss, who is 7 ahead of Highcock, who didn't catch particularly much on that lap.
Yeah, 2.5 he made up. He really needed to be making up sort of 3 seconds a lap, didn't he?
But instead, to chase on for 2nd. So Peter Keane should be in front of this car. Is the car well? We're not going to see that just yet. But hopefully in a moment.
It's the 111 car of Antonio Almeida Souza. 3 minutes of the race left to go. There's the Highcock car. You just saw the Bayliss car going through.
How late is he on the race? Really quite something there. Oh, Keane's off.
Well, and I wonder if that's the first time he's been off. Now, that will have cost him time at Hamilton. Will he be able to go through? There's the Fly Motorsport car. And there's Highcock right behind it now. So they've got the 83 car in between them.
Bayliss is 2nd, therefore. Must be. Yeah, just up the road. Chris Bayliss is up to 2nd.
Yes.
It's not a result they thought they were going to get.
And now there's the fight for 3rd place.
So Highcock may get the podium after all, with a potential issue for the car ahead. It's had a couple of Freebird laps.
It's just going around the Harry Scott car, as that will now be driven by Filippo Halloran, started the 83 Fly Motorsport car. Oh, and the 2 cars from the teammates have come off, the DTO teammates, 101 and 102, are both off together at Agostini. Don't know what's happened there, but a contrast between them, and now Highcock's gone through. Highcock has gone through to take 3rd place. So he's got into a podium position. Peter Keane has ailed somewhat over the last couple of laps. He had a slow lap the lap before. It looks like another slow lap again. So maybe problems with the car. He was off the road, certainly, on the run to Hamilton there, wasn't he?
And he's off again.
Yeah, and now I think he's going to pull off by the looks. So that's heartbreak for Peter Keane, who's come very close to a podium position here, and it's not to be for him.
40 cars to the flag is not going to happen now. We've suddenly lost a load after 1 hour and 27 minutes went so well. The final 3 minutes, we've lost 3 cars by the looks of it.
Just over the line to go on to the last lap then has gone Matt Priestwood about 20 seconds ago, and now Chris Bayliss has done the same, and Matthew Highcock has done likewise. So we're working the 35th and last lap of this race.
Parts of bits falling off DTO Motorsport cars as they get into a safe place. There's Priestwood. He leads by 25 seconds over Bayliss, who is less than 4 ahead of Highcock. So can Highcock chase for 2nd? I wonder.
Well, it's just about possible, but there's only 3/4 of a lap to go for them. But Priestwood has driven a really good race here. He is going through Hamilton for the final time. Down towards Oggies he goes. The 18-year-old from Halifax, a powder coater. three-time Polaris SXS Racing champions, and some karting as well. In the Anthony Snetterton Racing prepared car, the ex-Sam Yates car. Backed by Bramblewood & Co, Spraytech, the Wheel Guru, Apple Yard Leisure, PDS Eco, the Vehicle Wrapping Centre and Fibre King. Favourite circuit is Alton Park, but maybe we'll revise that view after this race.
A bit like at Croft, the rain intensifies onto the last lap of the race.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite going to get to what it was there, though, thankfully.
Indeed.
Out of Nelson goes Mac Priestwood then, 25 seconds to the good, as I say. He turns his way now out of the bottom hole towards Coram Curve, so just the Coram right-hander and the Murray's left-hander to go. He's got his headlamps on, as well he might. What a great drive this has been, a first sprint race victory for him yesterday. And look at this, for second place they're right together.
So he has caught him. Highcock's got 4 seconds on this lap, but he's not really got many opportunities left.
As Matt Priestwood comes up to the line, the checkered flag is made ready, and it's a first victory in the Gasshocks 116 trophy for young Matt Priestwood.
For second, round it outside at corner for Matthew Highcock, hasn't worked out. He ran out of grip. What about into the last corner? He brakes later. Can he get the run? Are we going to have a race to the line after 35 laps of racing here?
It's going to be nip and tuck, isn't it? Highcock is trying to get alongside Chris Bayliss now on the run to the line. They are going to be absolutely side by side. Coming up to the line, it's just going to be Chris Bayliss that holds on for second position in car number 80. There was daylight between them in the end. 18 hundredths between them at the end of 35 laps and 90 minutes of racing. Matthew Highcock made up 3.5 seconds on the final lap to get ahead, or to nearly get ahead of Chris Bayliss on the run to the line.
This is a battle for 10th, 11th and 12th coming through Coram. So there's so many battles. No safety cars to interrupt these battles during the course of the race. So this is potentially be one of the best 116 trophy races, I think. Ian, I don't know if you agree. There seems to be stuff pretty much happening all the way through it.
Yeah, well, what a race that was, and for that man in particular, Matt Priestwood, he has taken the victory. More cars coming through, and that is the fight for 10th, won by 2/3 of the race. As the rest of the field stream through, there's 1 or 2 more cars to take the checkered flag at the end, and I think everyone that, unless they had sort of a really troubled race in terms of having a long pit stop, has done at least 32 laps, and the leaders did 35, so no one sort of massively off the pace apart from the Dalton and Marsh car.
More than half the cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, that's right.
I say in an uninterrupted race, so that's pretty good, I think.
Certainly is. Shall we see if we can bring you the results for that race then? 35 laps it was. Completed by Mac Priestwood in the 173 car. And he came home 27.17 seconds clear of Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss in second position. Third place, the treble 5 car of Matthew Highcock. Fourth place, number 5, Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield. Fifth place, number 87, Louis Woodward and Andrew Haddon. The 5-second penalty being inconsequential in the end. Good result for Sandro Ballesteros, led the race for a while in amongst the stops. 6th for him, number 19. 7th, number 252, James Dunn. 8th, number 86, Pete Brand, and 9th, number 48, Daniel Scott, who was contending for a podium at one point but faded away towards the end. 10th to number 89, Freddie Tatham. 11th to 59, Rob Covell and Harry Volkard. 12th to number 1, Richard Lake and Tommy Farrell. 13th to number 44, Richard Phillips. And although he will drop behind Lewis Whitentone and Paul Turner when the results are classified, Liam Brazitz were 15th, the Bicknells was 16th, the Povies was 17th, Jez Banks and in number 707 car, Daniel Perry were 18th. Baker and Smith were 19th, and Simon Hopcroft-Lopez rounded out the top 20. But there are plenty more drivers, as you can see, that made it through. As Josh said, I think 22 cars on the leading lap, and a lot of these, just to call out, Peter Keane unfortunately didn't make it to the checkered flag after his car failed towards the end. Well, that's the Gasshocks 116 trophy race. It was really good fun, and there's still 2 more races to come on a now slightly rainy afternoon here at Snetterton. We've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship up next, and the PD Extinguishers Toyota MR2 Championship before we round out the day's racing here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. But we can go down to Matt now in the Parc Fermé.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner in inclement conditions now. A little bit colder from what it was earlier in the day, but Matt Priestwood is our winner. Matt, you did the job yesterday in sprint racing and your first win in the 90-minute race. Well done.
Yep, thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting race. Long. We had a good battle at the beginning. We pitted straight away. We actually came out behind in second, well, theoretically second. Had another battle. Managed to get past, and then from then on out we just managed to build a bigger and bigger gap, so very good.
It's always hard, isn't it, in these races, because pit stops can happen whenever through the pit stop window, so you never quite know until the last kind of 15 minutes. But did you have an inkling of how well you were going and what might be on the cards?
Yeah, we had an idea. I mean, the pit stops, problem was we could be pitted and we came back out in traffic, whereas I think the lads who stayed out ended up with a clean lap in, so that were a bit of a problem, but we managed to overturn it and come first. So.
And with this weather as well, I know it's spotted with rain a few times throughout that race. Did that have an effect at all through the end of it?
Yeah, it were on and off of how much you could push the car, you know. But we balanced the car fairly well and came out on top.
So after these results this weekend, I'm sure you'll relish in the next challenge now.
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. Well done this weekend, Matt. Congratulations on sprint and also the 90-minute race. We're going to have a quick chat with Chris Bayliss and also Theo Millward in the 80 car. And we'll start with Theo because you're in the car first off. How did that go for you?
Spicy. That is the word we're going to use. Yeah, it was an amazing start. Obviously, the front boys are super quick, so trying to hang on. And then we started to get a bit too much heat in the tyres, which got very, very exciting. Then the rain came, and then the superstar got us over the line.
And Chris, yeah, we moved to you. How did the race go for you through the last half hour?
It was incredibly hard work, incredibly good fun. Our team have built an absolutely phenomenal car that just gave us the balance we needed to just hang on. You know, Highcock was catching us up like anything. I was looking in my mirrors for the last, 7 or 8 minutes of the race and just trying to drive my heart out, and we just about brought it over the line in second, so couldn't be happier. Absolutely couldn't be happier.
It was really close, wasn't it? I bet you were jumping in the car trying to draw it across the line as quick as you could.
I was willing it on with everything, and it made it over the line, so absolutely fantastic.
Good stuff. And Theo, you enjoyed it? Good result for second?
Amazing, yeah, and we got the result yesterday as well, so it's been amazing. It was the first time we ever raced here as a team. It was at Snetterton about 4 years ago, so to come here 4 years on and have the result has been amazing.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. Congratulations on second. We'll try and grab a quick word with Chris, who is behind me. Chris, well done. Matt, sorry, Chris is there. Matt Highcock in third place. It's always hard to do these races on your own, but you did well and came home in third place.
Yeah, can't complain at that. I had a 30-second penalty from the win at Croft as well, success penalty. So I'm amazed that I got up to third, to be honest. But I was driving, that was probably the hardest I've ever driven today. And some really good battles, amazing battles. So yeah, chuffed to bits.
And again for you, through that final corner on that last lap, trying your best to get past for second.
Yeah, I was doing all I could, but yeah, I couldn't do any more anyway. I'm sorry, I'm lost for words. I'm just knackered is the word,
But it's a question of if it wasn't that 30-second penalty, of course, for winning last time out, it could have been another win, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could have been. I think I got fastest lap as well. I'm not sure, so probably, maybe. Who knows? You don't know how these races are going to go. They're so long. 90 minutes is a long time. Anything can happen,
So you're looking forward to the next one now?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, can't wait. I love it.
Good stuff. Well done, Matt. Congratulations on third place there. So another cracking race for the Gaz Shocks 116 trophy. And it looks like the rain has come at whatever time anyone predicted, because someone's app was right. It has now started raining. So this is what I'm sure we're going to get for the final two races of the day here at Snetterton. So I'm going to take shelter, but we keep the theme of BMWs on the way next, because it's the second race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. 20 minutes to look forward to.
The 22nd race on the programme is for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We had these out a little bit earlier on, and we have got two cars. We have the cars about to come out onto the grid. Just a little bit of clearing up to be done first, so we'll just talk through what happened in the earlier race first of all. So Niall Bradley it was that took the race victory earlier on, but only by 0.3 seconds in the end from Graham Crowhurst in second place. In third place was the treble 4 car of Ollie Neves. Paul Cook is the driver that he did battle with, and Paul Cook took 4th position. Brian Branson was 5th, and Mark Burton took a class winning 6th in his M2 class car. Other class winners in class 6, Stephen Schreikart, championship leader, he took 13th overall and a win in class 6, and the cup class was won by Gareth Thomas in 19th position overall in the number 68 car. So that's what happened in the race earlier on, but we've got different conditions now, so that's going to be an extra added dimension to this race. Just a few cars being cleared away from the 116 trophy race, which although they had been running quite well, most of them, until the end. There was a couple of comings together towards the end of the race, in particular amongst the DTO team. I think all of those cars will shortly have been cleared away, and we'll have the BMW Car Club Racing Challenge cars being brought out onto a rather wet grid, as it will now be. So we'll talk you through the grid, which is based on the results of the earlier race. So pole position is going to go the way of number 47, which is Niall Bradley, and alongside him will be number 15, Graham Crowhurst. The second row will have the treble 4 car, Ollie Neves, and 26, Paul Cook. Row 3 will be 126, which is Brian Branson, and 29, Mark Burton. On the 4th row will be 66, Mark Colmer, and 77, Paul Travers. Row 5, 37, Cavan Granger, and 35, Colin Whitmore. On the 6th row, it will be 96 and 5, that's David Morris and David Heisman. On row 7, 43 and 48, Stephen Schweikart and Mike Nash. Row 8 is 27 and 76, 27, Chris Blakey, and 76, Stuart Pywell. Row 9, 60 and 31, 60, Carl McMillan, and 31, Paul Laramie. Row 10, 68 and 79, Gareth Thomas and Sergei Miniv. Row 11, 4 and 42, William Lake and Paul Neville. Row 12, 75 and 46, Craig Emerson and Ken Van Howen. And row 13, 1 and 24, Lee Pearcey and Jazz Sapra, if they are there. Lee Pearcey was a non-starter earlier on, and Jazz Sapra did start from the pit lane, but I don't think was eventually classified because he didn't come under starters' orders. So
we are missing Paul Cook.
We are.
Second row.
Yes,
now,
there is a gap.
We heard from Ollie Neves that there was an incident, didn't we, between the two of them. So whether that is related or not, of course, with these changing conditions, whether there may have been some preferred setup changes before the cars headed to the grid.
Yeah,
there are other gaps.
Yeah, there are. Mike Nash is missing from row 7 in the number 48 car. I can see that is a gap. So we've only got.
What about David Heisman ahead of him, also missing?
And actually, I'm just having a look. Okay, so David Heath. Okay, so the grid has managed to jumble itself a little bit, I think. Okay, yeah, you're right. David Heisman is missing as well, isn't he? So yes, Heisman is missing, and as is Mike Nash. You're right, both of those are missing.
Sapra's there at the back, but Pearcey is not.
Okay, so what's that? 4 cars missing then, we think. So probably going to have 22 cars taking the start of this race.
Although, how wet is it? It's obviously rained, but it's only not spray or anything like that, I doubt, once the cars get going.
I've not seen, but I may not have noticed whether there's been a notification of whether they're going to get 2 green flag laps or not. They're going off on at least 1 green flag lap now. So it will give the drivers some opportunity to establish how much grip there is out there. But yes, slightly depleted field, unfortunately. It should be an interesting race, though, this, Josh, because the conditions have changed from earlier on, and that might play into the hands of some drivers that didn't have quite such a good first race.
Yeah, that's right. And the power of these cars, if the conditions are tricky, that could be a problem. Good to see Noel Bradley there, actually, just remembering back what he was telling Matt Suckling earlier about his clutch and whether there was oil being dropped out of the car, but he's there. he felt that perhaps a damper race would be of assistance with that problem. It sounds like his season's been a bit difficult at times. He's had to miss a meeting or so. I don't think he was at Croft, was he? That was the one he missed last time out. Was the Darlington and District Motor Club event at Croft, the BMW Car Club were at. It certainly sounds pretty wet on our effect mics up there at Wilson. So yeah, with lots of power, this could be tricky. It could bring Mark Burton into contention perhaps in the 330, the M2 winner from earlier. And look out also for our championship leader, Stephen Schreikart, the driver who has won 7 times this year within Class 6. So an intriguing race in prospect, I am sure.
No,
it's not wet, but it is raining.
Yeah, it's damp, isn't it? Paul Cook's car's on the trailer going home, apparently. Matt Suckling reports. So we know Paul Cook at all for this race. Be interesting to see what Jazz Safra can do from the back. He's going to take the start of the race this time by the looks of it.
Whoa, Mark Burton. Oh, and the next car's spun, so it is
Paul
slippery.
Travers, yeah.
It is slippery out there. That was at Oggy's. First of all, Mark Burton got very sideways, and then Paul Travers, he was trying to follow the Burton slide, and then lost it. So it is pretty slippery.
And that's Sergei Maniv, isn't it? Getting very sideways through Oggy's. So it's a good idea, though, to check on the green flag lap how much grip there is, rather than on the first lap of the race.
So getting these cars off the line, we might see a lot of wheel spin. These cars have got 300 brake horsepower plus, probably getting towards 400 brake. The cars at the front, the big, powerful M3s, the M-powered 6-cylinder engines. So an intriguing race in prospect here. Some drivers were not hoping on the rain. Well, the rain has arrived. And like I say, an intriguing race it should create for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
It looks like they're going to get 2 green flag laps as well.
Okay.
Because the green flag's still being shown on the start line.
There's a decent amount of time on the timetable, so should potentially still get a full 20 minutes of duration.
Yes, hopefully.
We had a similar situation last time out at Cadwell Park with the 750 Motor Club, where we had a number of races with 2 green flag laps because of rain. We had that meeting. We had to bring lunch early due to quite significant amounts of rain that flooded the circuit out briefly. But it was a much warmer day then. That's sort of when we sort of had more thunderstorms at the beginning of July. Now it's just been colder and damper and overcast. Not the type of weather perhaps you'd expect in July, but that's what we've got.
No, and I think it's going to be set in now for probably the rest of the day's racing here at Snetterton. So another green flag lap being undertaken.
And the drive home.
And the drive home, yes.
Which is longer for some than others.
It is. Well, at least I'm going in the opposite direction from where the rain has come, so hopefully it will have cleared up over towards the west. So yeah, another green flag lap being completed by these drivers. You can just about hear on the trackside mic there the rain pitter pattering down.
Crops are growing strongly here, aren't they?
Yeah, I was just saying, and perhaps I've spoken too soon, we've not had anyone off into the crops this weekend.
It feels like it doesn't happen as much as it used to.
No.
Because this was around the time traditionally the British Touring Car Championship would be here. And you'd always see a picture of someone off into the crops, wouldn't you? But
yeah.
It doesn't feel like that's happened much over the last 5 years or so, not compared to sort of earlier eras.
Much to the relief of the farmer, no doubt.
Not unless he's not growing his crops quite so close to the track as he once did.
Maybe.
But yeah, that was sort of the tradition here at Snetterton.
See that windsock in the background just over the Tools restaurant building, still pretty much horizontal, so it is still quite breezy. And this rain probably coming down more or less horizontally.
You can see the slides, Oggy's again.
Right, Paul Travers has negotiated it safely that time, which is good to see.
I think it is really tricky there.
I think it is, yes.
So that is a corner to watch. See, there's a few of you up on the bank here at Snetterton at Palmer, where you'll be able to see that There's rather less people on the bank at Agostini than there was this morning and yesterday.
Yes.
I imagine it is not particularly pleasant on those banks this afternoon.
Wind blowing straight into your face as well.
Yeah.
At Agostini.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think the banks here at Snetterton are some of the highest points in Norfolk, aren't they? Isn't that what was claimed?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Jazz Sapphire has had a spin.
Well, he was at the back of the field anyway, so it's not as if he's going to lose any positions and have to start at the back. He was at the back anyway in the 24 car, drive from Kenilworth. So I'll try and catch the pack.
What can Mark Burton do then, I wonder, in these conditions? Can he take it to the M3? It's a tall ask.
I think there's a chance that he could. He's a good driver. We saw that in low-cost champion there.
Thinking back to the end of last year, and qualifying for this championship at the season finale was in damp conditions, and we had a rather mixed-up grid. I can't remember if it was damper than perhaps it is now, or somewhat similar. So, yeah, we're about to find out, I guess.
We certainly are.
Getting these cars off the line is going to be tricky. I think there's going to be lots of wheel spin, and if you can get the start good, especially for Bradley and Crowhurst on the front row, that could be critical. So the drivers in position. Are they being shown aboard by one of the...
it might just be rain lights on or something like that,
yeah.
I suppose. I did notice that myself, and that was probably what my theory was. So last few rows of cars coming into position ahead of this, what should be a 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
Start line marshal team here at Snetterton, always here every weekend of racing here at the circuit.
Great work that they do, many thanks to them, and indeed all of the marshals here at Snetterton this weekend. Really, really are grateful for all of the support that you offer. Right, just Supper at the back is just slotting into his position, and so 5-second board is shown. And we are ready to go racing then at Snetterton. The BMW Car Club Racing Championship is underway. Better start there by the multicoloured car of Graham Crowhurst from the outside of the front row. Mark Burton has indeed made a good start in that less powerful M2 class car, and he is up to second position. He's got ahead of Niall Bradley as well, who's gone down to third place, and they all stream through Riches for the first time.
Bradley's off.
He is off, so he's lost several places now. So it's Crowhurst leading, Burton in second, Brian Bransom, the local driver, in third place. Ollie Neves is fourth, Paul Travers is in fifth, and Stephen Schreikart in the first class 6 car is up to sixth place.
Yeah, so the order is mixed already after just a couple of bends, and perhaps more crucially, they're getting the cars off the line. Like you say, less wheel spin for cars with not so many.
Was Burton in the lead there? He is. Mark Burton's in the lead.
Well, this is pretty remarkable stuff then, isn't it? So, yeah, I'm sure Mark Burton would love a win at the race, and they're both running wide, trying to find the grip here. Snetterton is known to be pretty slippery in difficult conditions, and I think we are finding that out during the course of this. Well, green flag, time to take side by side as Crowhurst comes back, but Burton around the outside of Crowhurst, who has he grabbed the lead back? Well, not yet. They are wheel to wheel, and Mark Burton, and Crowhurst is locked up, is he? Desperately trying not to run into the back of Mark Burton. He spins, Ryan Crowhurst spins out of second position, and he's got to be careful not to clatter into anyone as he rejoins Ian.
Yeah, he's lost, I think, about 3 places there. Paul Travers has just got in ahead of him as well in his M2 class car as well. He's just ahead of the class 6 leader, Stephen Schreikart, and now he's got Niall Bradley on his recovery after going off the road at Riches. He's going to be right behind Crowhurst as well. In a straight line, you'll see that Crowhurst should be able to get past Travers again. But for the lead, it's Burton, and he's a bit crossed up going into Brundle Nelson.
He's not going off.
He's not going off. You thought he was going off, Josh, but he didn't. He's still there in the lead of the race. So it's Burton that leads. In second place, it is Brian Bransom. Third is Ollie Neves. Fourth is Graham Crowhurst. Fifth is Niall Bradley. Sixth is Paul Travers.
Yeah, so that was a lively moment for Mark Burton. He had a huge moment through Brundle. I was convinced he wouldn't be able to slow the car down for the right-hander, but he did, impressively. But Brian Bransom is going after him, so he's an invitational car, Bransom. So I'm sure a overall victory could be on the card. He's a local driver. He's done a lot of racing here at Snetterton as Noel Bradley goes off again. Perhaps that local knowledge for Brian Bransom coming into effect. He's going to challenge for the lead on the run up towards Ritchie's, and then Brian Bransom then will take the lead into Ritchie's corner. Can he make it stick though? Mark Burton is desperately late on the brakes. He's sideways. There is full commitment here from Mark Burton. And the car hasn't raced huge amounts in. This is the car, is it not that Imran Khan and Andrew Lightstead won the Club Enduro Championship in, I think.
Yeah, 330 BMW, and around the outside he goes at Wilson Hairpin. Bransom, who's going to be quicker in a straight line when he does get the opportunity to get the power down, but through the corners, Mark Burton in this 330 is absolutely mighty. We're taking almost the karting line there around Palmer's, and it's worked out for him. He's now several car lengths ahead of Bransom. Crowhurst up to third, Bradley fourth, and now Ollie Neves back to fifth.
So you need a lap chart per corner in this race, let alone at the end of the lap. Bransom, interestingly, taking the tighter line, but I don't think it's particularly... Oh, he might have a go this time. He's got the traction, and this time Brian Bransom is alongside, but we know Mark Burton is rather brave in the 330, but perhaps this time Bransom has done it as a twitch out of the corner. Well, Burton is sideways too, but it looks like Brian Bransom has done it, so he takes the lead of the race. He's sideways. Mark Burton will fight back. He's on the inside line. He's side by side with Brian Bransom, the local driver on the outside. Burton is sideways. He loses the lead then, so Brian Bransom has done it then in this car that was repaired ahead of this event by Generation Bodyworks, who are based nearby, and Brian Bransom takes the lead of the race, and he's got past Mark Burton. That big slide for Burton has slowed him up, and maybe will allow Graham Crowhurst to come through into second.
It does. Crowhurst takes second place there along the Bentley straight into Brundle, so it's Crowhurst now second, Mark Burton in third. Fourth is Niall Bradley in the white and green number 47 car. Fifth, I think, is that still Ollie Neves? Yes, it is. And sixth is Paul Travers in the second of the M2 class car. So it's the invitation class car in the overall lead of the race now. Ooh. Brian Bransom.
There's a lot of water on the curbs, and Burton found it, had a huge moment again. But Crowhurst has recovered pretty quickly, hasn't he? So he's catching Bransom at a rate, I would suggest. So Crowhurst could still win this. Of course, he's leading his class, so for points, Bransom doesn't matter. Oh, and if we had a first accident of the race, that's out of Williams.
That's Ken Van Houen in the 325 Ti.
Perhaps he avoided the barriers. He's got back going. Meanwhile, the leaders, there's going to be a challenge into turn one here. Into Ritchie's. Here comes Crowhurst on the inside. He was 3 seconds quicker than Bransom on the last lap, but Bransom hangs on. He's still ahead.
We've had the change for third, though. Niall Bradley getting ahead of Mark Burton as they came over the line. So Bradley up to third.
And the fastest lap, too.
Yeah, so watch out for him. And now pin 2, Wilson Hairpin. Are we going to get the change? I think we are there. Graham Crowhurst goes through. So the number 15 car of Graham Crowhurst retakes the lead of the race then from number 126, Brian Bransom. And it's now Bradley, number 47, in third.
Yeah, the graphic there confused me. It's not quite accurate. The Steam Strike Card hasn't set the fastest lap of the race. So that has gone the way of Noel Bradley. There he is, the driver with the fastest lap, Bradley, 2:35.4. Crowhurst trying to get away. They are the two drivers that have won all the races this season. Bransom trying to hold Bradley back. Bradley, though, finds the gap, and Bransom gives him the room. He doesn't want to have a damaged car again. He doesn't want to spend more money just yet. So he's dropped down into third position, and that means Bradley is up to second. So how far behind? He was a couple of seconds behind Crowhurst. It looks like it could be less than that now. Lap times, by the way, 2 minutes 35. That's half a minute slower than what they were doing earlier this afternoon. That is how tricky it is.
So they're turning their way out of the right-hander.
They were turning, but not in a right-hand movement. They had full opposite lock on.
They were indeed. So there's Bransom in the 126 off, the Norwich man. See other cars in the background turning their way out of Agostini there. Here's Graham Crowhurst, though, heading into Brundle and Nelson. with Niall Bradley behind him. So these two first and second now. Third is Branson. Fourth is Mark Burton still in the Class M2 leading car, 3:30. And then it's quite a long gap back from Burton to whoever it is in 5th place. Whether that's still Ollie Neves or not, I'm not quite sure. We'll no doubt pick up on that shortly. We're working lap 3 of this race, which has had 7.5 minutes elapsed already. The lap times at the moment are in the 2:35s for the leaders compared to the 2:03s in the earlier race. Graham Crowhurst doing a 2:03 to set the fastest lap. But sort of half a minute off those lap times in these conditions.
There's a huge margin, isn't it, of differential, which is actually usually the case, it has to be said, on this layout. 2:34.5 for Crowhurst, a new best. He's 2.2 seconds ahead of Niall Bradley, with Branson and Burton in chase. And then this big gap back to, is it Paul Travers? He's got himself up ahead of Ollie Neves, who probably hasn't driven this car very much in the wet and is struggling a little bit. So Paul Travers, who's doing a decent job, to be fair, they're in 5th position in here, 3:30. Not a driver with the type of success in other categories that Mark Burton has had.
Stephen Schreikart's now up to 7th place because we may have lost. Colin Whitmore's just lost a couple of positions, I think, on that lap. It was the fact that Schreikart and Grange were just lapping quite a bit quicker than Whitmore. He's now dropped down to 9th place. Mark Coleman's just in a personal best lap up into 10th. He's gone. As the two leaders now pretty much together. 2.2 seconds was the gap at the beginning of the lap, but it's not that now.
No, Bradley then chasing. No, Bradley chasing the car in front. He was a 2021 champion in this class. Graham Crowhurst was last year's champion in the M1 class as well. But like you said, that gap's come down. This is the point through Oggies where the cars really do get sideways as they try and put all that power through the rear wheels. But they're both controlling the cars after they both had off-track excursions on the opening lap. We saw Niall Bradley on the grass at Ritchie's. We saw Graham Crowhurst rotate at that corner at Oggies. So they've both had their moments, but they are back in front. They are leading the way. And these conditions perhaps mean there'll be a little bit less lap traffic than earlier. There'll be less laps in the race. We had 10 earlier. We're not going to get that many in this time because already we've had half the race and we're only on lap 4. So Graham Crowhurst, watch out for the curves because they are containing the moisture more than the tarmac. And through Coram. Now this, you won't be flat out through here today or in these conditions in these cars. So they'll be coming out of the throttle and then get the car slowed down for Murray to get it turned in. They're not putting the power on, but not too much, not trying to get too much wheel spin. Perhaps changing up a gear early before the revs get too high. And towards the end of the lap, Crowhurst has pulled the margin back out to almost to what it was. Not quite, but it's 1.8 seconds. But the first half of the lap, it certainly came down. Then Crowhurst a bit quicker in the second half of the lap, Ian.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? So 1.86 seconds, the margin at the end of the lap. 6.5 seconds down behind the leaders is Brian Branson in the orange car that's just come into shot. This rain is quite persistent now, isn't it? It's reasonably heavy as well. And so there's no real significant improvement in the lap time. Bradley's done a 2:33.69, but we're not finding sort of seconds or even huge amounts of tenths each lap.
Yeah, it's getting wetter, but perhaps not actually less grip because as it gets wetter, it starts to become a little bit more. Oh, look at the background! Branson had a huge slide, but I think he held on to it, did he not?
He did, yes.
But that's a quick corner, really, Palmer. Now, in the first half of the lap again, is that where the advantage is for Niall Bradley? Is he quicker through this first part of the lap? It feels like he may be. Then Crowhurst in this BMW Art Car livery, replicated the cars that raced in the Le Mans 24 Hours in the late 2000s with, I think people probably like Jörg Müller at the wheel in those days. But it is then possibly Andy Prio too. It's Graham Crowhurst then that leads the way, like Ian was telling us earlier. Not such an easy livery to put together yourself, but he's made it work, I think, pretty well.
No, it looks good, doesn't it? And especially in these lighting conditions, that it seems to shine out particularly clearly. Headlamps on for Graham Crowhurst here, and after Niall Bradley's victory earlier on, looking to equalise, make it 5 wins apiece from the 10 races that we'll have had during the course of this season, because Bradley missed a meeting. Crowhurst a bit further ahead in terms of the point standings in the championship. Bradley missing the event at Croft.
It was 2010 BMW produced this livery for Dirk Werner, Dirk Muller and Andy Clio in the Le Mans 24 Hours in the GT2 class, as it was then.
So coming through to complete another lap, and they're starting to get into some traffic as well any moment. Crowhurst completes 5 laps, he's in a 2:32.5 now, and Bradley also into the 2:32s, a 2:32.93, but the gap going out to 2.29 seconds now, first to second, and they are going to start lapping some of the Cup class cars, I think.
A lot quicker than Branson. He's there he is.
Yeah, he did a 2:37 that time. Not actually his best lap, but his best lap is a 2:37.
Perhaps with no championship to worry about, not worrying about risking the car in these tricky conditions. There he is. On dry setups too, probably, because it was dry when they went out there. So there he is. So in this car that was repaired, I think, last week by Ashley and Wayne Bryant at Generation Bodyworks. I think about half an hour or so away from the track, and Branson fighting this car. It's sliding around, but he's been able to hang on to the car there. Down the straight, past the restaurant at Tyrrell's, into the hairpin at Agostini, slices up the inside of Ken Van Howen, who had that spin early on. So he has been lapped, but I think it'll be a little while before they get any more in.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. As we watch the Brian Branson car head through Hamilton here, he's about 11 seconds or so clear of Mark Burton in 3rd place.
I wonder if he's just enjoying himself with the slides, or if it's a bit horrible to drive. Can't really work out which one it may be.
No, it's difficult to say, isn't it? But it's almost losing it again there. Rear wheel off onto the curb and the damp grass. So he's fighting it either for good or for bad. It's hard work, whatever, for Brian Branson. Still to say, Stephen Schweikart still ahead in Class 6 in 8th place overall, and the Cup class has Gareth Thomas ahead again in 15th place overall. William Lake is 2nd and Paul Neville 3rd within that class.
So Branson into Brundle and into Nelson. Power on, out of the corner. Leaders up at Coram, similar gap for them. We're going to get two laps at the end of this one, so it'll be an 8-lapper for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which still has a couple of meetings to go at Brands Hatch and Donington Park. Brands Hatch will be a very different meeting because there'll be a lot of lap traffic around there on the Indy circuit.
Yes.
And also at that meeting is the Ultimate BMW race, isn't it? So if you have a BMW and would like to take part, you don't have to fit into the regulations of the Car Club Championships there. That race was at Donington last year. Brands Hatch this season in 4 weeks' time, I think.
Yeah, over the bank holiday weekend, isn't it? At the end of August.
Yeah, on the Saturday.
So we are coming towards the end of this BMW Club Racing Championship race, working the penultimate lap. Now there is Mark Burton in 4th place, early leader of this race, of course. I think he would have enjoyed that, but has now just settled down into a routine and a rhythm, I think. He's half a minute behind the lead now. Oh, and off has gone David Morris, number 96, off onto the grass.
That one's a bit more damaged than the earlier one.
It is, and yeah, I think he's probably just realised that and he's just going to try and park it up against the barriers there.
And you can see from the barriers that that part of track is not the first top person to have an incident there over the years. It's a little way out the corner, but when drivers run wide at Williams, out over the curb, so then the back end goes and you've got no chance of saving it generally, and you end up clattering the inside barriers. You've seen a lot of that over the years on this layout. Back to Mark Burton though, he's looking for win number 6, I think, of the season within the M2 class. I imagine he's probably disappointed he hasn't had Lee Pearcey to race against, because those two would be pretty evenly matched. On occasions, Pearcey's been the quicker. Meanwhile, for the lead, Noel Bradley has closed in with that traffic potentially, which they have now found the next group to get through. This is going to be a tricky moment for Crowhurst. He's got Bradley coming up the inside, but there's a slower car there. But Crowhurst potentially run out of room on the outside. They're side by side, and Bradley's done it, Ian.
Yeah, Bradley's done it. They had to go either side of William Lake there through Nelson. And Lake being the operative word in this race because of all the rain, but it's now Bradley that's gone back through, taking advantage through the traffic. Crowhurst not going to take this line down, I don't think. Should just be a lap to go at the end of this one, because we've already had 18 minutes of the allocated 20, and Bradley's off the road at Murray's, and Crowhurst will go back through. He was very sideways, the car then just off the circuit, and Crowhurst said, thank you very much, I'll take that, I will go back through. And in fact, it's the checkered flag this time, so a couple of minutes early. No chance for Bradley to try and come back. It's Graham Crowhurst that takes the win then by 1.35 seconds in the end from Niall Bradley.
Yeah, I suspect that was because of the extra green flag lap, so therefore a couple of minutes taken off the distance. And what a dramatic last corner. It's the second time this weekend a race has been decided at the final corner due to a mistake. We saw yesterday Craig Bell spin his Formula V win away, this time after just grabbing the lead. Now Bradley make a mistake, having a trip across the grass. And Graham Crowhurst continues this tradition where they stay on the same number of wins, 5 wins for the pair of them. Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit. At Oulton Park, they both shared a win, and now at Snetterton too.
Yeah, Mark Burton we just saw go through to take Class M2 in 4th place overall. Here's going to be Paul Travers over the line to take 2nd place within that class, and then Ollie Neves completes the top 6. He was on the podium earlier on, but I don't think quite enjoying these conditions as much as he did a little bit earlier on today. And then the next car through, I think, is going to be a back marker, in fact. That is the 46 car. That's Ken Van Houen. The next car on the lead lap should be Cavan Granger. I think he will take 3rd place within Class M2. Yep, he's on his way up to the finish line now. And then it's going to be Stephen Schreikart who's going to take 8th and the Class 6 victory. So he's had another successful weekend. In the overall championship standings, he will be in very good stead going into the next meeting, which, as Josh says, will be at Brands Hatch, the penultimate event of the season. And then Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit will round things off in September. The rest of the field just making their way through at the end of that race.
Gareth Thomas dominating the Cup class again, 40 seconds ahead this time. More than that, even 50 seconds ahead of William Lake. So that is pretty impressive for Gareth Thomas.
Yeah, because I think Slake was lapped, wasn't he, as well? Whereas I don't think Thomas was in the end.
Thomas only had a couple of wins before this weekend, one at Silverstone, one at Oulton Park, but no one's been able to keep up with him here, whether it's dry or wet.
Okay, so I think that's about everyone over the line now. Just 1 or 2 cars perhaps still to come through at the end of that BMW Car Club Racing Championship event. And we will look forward to the one more race that we have on our programme today for the Toyota MR2 Championship. Let's have a look, though, at the results of that race. And it was a win then for number 15, Graham Crowhurst, who completed 7 laps, and he won the race by 1.35 seconds from number 47, Niall Bradley, in 2nd place. 3rd place is number 126, Brian Branson. 4th to number 29, Mark Burton. In 5th place, number 77, Paul Travers. 6th, treble for Ollie Neves. 7th was 37, Cavan Granger. 8th, number 43, Stephen Schreikart. 9th was number 66, Mark Coulmer. And 10th was number 27, Chris Blakey. The class wins going to Graham Crowhurst in Class M1, Mark Burton in Class M2, Stephen Schreikart in Class M6, in Class 6 I should say, and in the Cup class, Gareth Thomas, I think the only driver in that class to finish the full race distance. So that brings the BMW racing to an end for this weekend. As I say, one more race to go for the Toyota MR2 Championship, the cars for which will be released shortly. I can see down in Parc Ferme we have, I think, 3 drivers getting wet and ready to talk to Matt Suckling in Parc Ferme.
Yes, thanks, Ian. We're trying to stay as dry as possible down here in Parc Ferme, but we have got a race winner, which is always good. Graham Crowhurst, who took the win this time round. That was tricky. A few slides, a few spins, but enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, when you're facing backwards, looking at the rest of the grid coming towards you, you kind of think your day's done, but I mean, that was unreal. I mean, I want to say well done to everyone that was racing there, because we, as far as I know, were all on dry setups. It was dry when we went to the assembly area, and then the rain we knew the rain was coming, but we thought it might hold off. But we were on full dry conditions, dry tyres, and just couldn't get any heat into anything. But I mean, brilliant race. I mean, just sideways everywhere, basically.
I don't know if I should ask this question, but is it fun to drive in these conditions because it's more of a challenge?
I think it was fun because, like I say, to my knowledge, everyone was on dry setup, so we're all in the same boat. So it was fun, but I would choose a dry race. So I feel like I was going to write my car off at every corner.
But still, you came on top, so well done, Graham.
Thank you very much.
There we go, Graham Crowhurst, your winner. Let's bring in Niall Bradley, who finished in 2nd place this time round. Niall, again for you, that was challenging, and you lost it all on that final corner on that last lap.
I did indeed, yeah. I got into the loud pedal too quick. But yeah, no, it was wicked, really good. Car's super stiff, but we are all in the same. Yeah, I loved it, absolutely loved it. Bit gutted about the last, but you can't win them all.
And of course, normally with these sorts of cars, we have the more less powerful cars coming towards the front. But you guys did a grand job to make sure you kind of balanced the power and the weather and made it to the end in a good position.
Yeah, they are really, really tricky because they're so responsive, so light. They are a handful. But if you look for the lines and stay off the dry line, it helps a lot.
You've enjoyed the 2 races though?
Yeah, it's been a good weekend. Car's still alive, that's the main one.
Good stuff. Nice to see you back out. Thanks, Niall, indeed. And we'll ring in Brian Bransom as well, who finished in 3rd place, staying dry in there. But Brian, well done. You were out there, you were pushing hard, and we thought your local knowledge might be the trick for this one, but 3rd place it was in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It was really greasy, like nearly as bad as last weekend, to be honest with you. But yeah, no, it was all good. It's just really greasy. Car was probably the wrong, a little bit wrong setup for it. Probably a bit too stiff. But yeah, I was glad to bring it home, to be honest with you, and bring it home 3rd. And what more can you ask for?
Yeah, and the marshals just getting ready to greet the drivers as they come out onto the grid for this 2nd PD Extinguishers Toyota MR2 Championship race of the day. Earlier on, it was Carl Johnston that clung on to take a narrow victory when Sean Traynor couldn't quite capitalise on a 5-second penalty that Carl Johnston had for exceeding track limit. So a 5.15 second victory became a 0.15 second victory, with Sean Traynor not doing enough on the final lap to stay within those magic 5 seconds. Dan Sylvester took 3rd overall and won Class B for the Mark IIs, with Ben Rowe 4th, Adam Lockwood 5th and Neil Stratton in 6th. So the grid for the final race of the weekend then is set by the fastest lap times from the earlier race. So we have on pole position the number 69 car of Carl Johnston, and besides him, number 27, Sean Traynor. On the 2nd row of the grid, on the inside, it's number 21, Daniel Sylvester, and next to him is 84, Neil Stratton, who was 6th in the earlier race. On row 3, it's going to be number 31, Ben Rowe, and number 11, Adam Lockwood, the championship leader coming into this weekend. Row 4 has 99, Billy Boggis, and number 9, Tim Heron. Row 5 is 78, Jim Mew, and 82, Andy Ruthven. On row 6, it's 71, Graham Mailings, and 65, Veer Aldridge. Row 7 is 4, Peter Higton against 15, Gavin Aldworth. Gareth Baxter, number 14, alongside 17, Maxine Nichols on row 8. Christopher Allison, number 37, and Jonathan Grimes, number 79 on the 9th row. Andrew Strange, number 51, and Sergei Balayev, number 88 on row 10. Andy Williams and Nick Lear in 30 and 36 respectively on row 11. Simon Quinn, 67, and Patrick Stoner, number 20 on row 12. And then number 3, Martin Collins, and number 87, Michael Glynn, who was found to be underweight after the earlier race, will round out the field. So Josh, looks set to be an interesting race this, because like the BMWs before, we've had one dry race and now we're going to have a wet race.
Yeah, so we don't know quite what will come of this. Obviously, these cars are a lot less powerful than the BMWs, but still it's going to be tricky. I think we're going to get a green flag lap. A green flag, I think, in the hands of one of our start line marshals. So unlike the earlier race, we will get a green flag lap so the drivers can figure out the conditions. Championship-wise, Adam Lockwood has extended his lead over to Graham Mayling, so obviously they've both been caught by Sean Traynor. But as Traynor made the point earlier, which was a very good point indeed, Cole Johnston is the one who's ahead when drop scores are accounted for. So we must factor him in, although he's 8th in the championship or thereabouts in the total scores at this stage. At the end of the season, you can drop your 2 worst scores, and he missed the last meeting, which was at Mallory, was
Park,
it? Yeah. So that means that does bring him into contention.
On the other hand, though, it does mean that he can't really afford any more issues during the rest of the season, because that will start to then play into the hands of the likes of Adam Lockwood and Graham Mailings, etc.
So it's suddenly got a lot heavier, the rain, as the cars have headed off. So this is pretty grim now.
I don't know how much difference there is between a dry and a wet setup on these cars, but at least these drivers have had some warning, haven't they, to possibly make some adjustments.
Yeah, that's for sure. See the A11 in the background, which runs parallel to the circuit. At this point of the track, originally the track headed off towards the A11. Left back in the 1970s, and it was a longer lap. And Dan Sylvester is showing us that it is slippery out there.
Yeah, slippery Sylvester off the road. He is going to get back on before all of the cars go past him, so he should be able to take up his correct grid position on row 2.
Well, this is going to be an embarrassing YouTube video, isn't it, for Danny Sylvester? A spin on the green flag lap. Or is that going to be edited out, I wonder?
Well, I should think it'll be warts and all. Anyway, so he's going to try and make up those positions and retake P3 on the grid. It is pretty unpleasant out there now for all of the remaining spectators, and in particular the marshals. So thank you once again for the marshals who've done such sterling work this weekend. Hopefully have you all back in a couple of weeks' time when the 750 Motor Club return for another meeting that will be streamed by Alpha Live. So do tune in for that as well. And we will also in between times next weekend here at Snetterton, there's a meeting organised by Motorsport Vision Racing, and later on in August there's a Caterham Motorsport Festival and also the Citroën de Chevrolet 24-hour race as well to round out the month.
Yeah, the next live streamed and the next 750 Motor Club meeting, we will have historic 750 Formula, Road Sports, 750 Formula, the modern category, Porsches, Classic Stock Hatch, Hot Hatch, Sports Special, Sports 1000 and Club Enduro as well. So another busy meeting with 12, 15, 18, 20, 21 races on that occasion.
Okay, well Dan Sylvester doesn't need to feel out on his Todd now, because he's also having split as Michael Glynn. Now he was at the back anyway, so he will retake his position on the back of the grid, and he was on the back by virtue of being disqualified from the early race because of that technical infringement.
So I think Cole Johnston's getting sideways our pole man, but I think he did some rallying, didn't he, in his fast? So he potentially will not be too concerned by these limited grippy conditions. He's chucking the car around to work out the grip. Perhaps those with oval experience as well will have an advantage. I think we had Formula 1 stock cars down the road last night at Mildenhall, which is sort of 20 minutes away from the circuit. I imagine that was pretty entertaining on a very short oval, these powerful machines. But as I say, those who have raced ovals in the past as well, I think Graham Mailing's one of those, potentially will not be concerned by the conditions. And actually for Graham Mailings and his championship chances, a good result here is quite necessary, because the first race didn't go very well at all outside of the top 10. So the cars making their way down into the grid positions ahead of what should be a 15-minute race. We'll see if it gets shortened by a lap or so like the previous one. here for our final race of the weekend at Snetterton, courtesy of the 750 Motor Club.
Wipers on the windscreens of the majority of the cars, if not all of them, as we await this, what's scheduled to be a 15-minute race for the PD Extinguishers Toyota MR2 Championship. You've got the two roadsters on the front of the grid, black car of Carl Johnston, the white car of Sean Traynor, then you've got the white car with the red roof, the Mark II of Dan Sylvester, and then the yellow car with the black roof, the roadster of Neil Stratton. Red lights go on and red lights go out, and not a great start from Sean Traynor there from the outside of the front row, but having said that, he has got the leap off the line and is going to lead, I think, into the first corner. Yes, he does. So Sean Traynor, despite not an initially good getaway, has the advantage over Carl Johnston. It looked like Adam Lockwood was up to third position there on the way into Riches as well. So we'll keep an eye on that and see which car, the Mark II or the Mark III, this favours. Well, certainly it's Mark III's in the first four place at the moment. Lockwood is third, Stratton is fourth, Dan Sylvester is fifth, and it looks pretty horrible out there now, doesn't it, in these wet conditions. Here they come then down towards Palmer, and it is Sean Traynor having a fair amount of speed into the corner, but he gets around Palmer. Slightly sideways is Carl Johnston. Lockwood is third. Dan Sylvester is fourth. Graham Mailings is off the road.
Yes, that's not in his plan, I don't think. As more cars get started, there's a lot more spray now than what we saw in the previous race. So the cars make their way down. So Sylvester's back to fourth, is he? Because Neil Stratton has lost a number of positions as well, I think, on the last corner or so. This will probably be no more than 6 laps, if that. Then for third, Adam Lockwood is under pressure from Dan Sylvester. Who's that up next? Is that Andrew Ruffin?
Yeah, Andrew Ruffin there.
And Ben Rowe. So they're up next. Rowe gets sideways. This is the corner, yeah, that has been tricky in the previous race as well. And there's a huge amount of opposite lock going on there. That is a corner that just keeps on going, but you want to get the power on because you've got to accelerate to the next corner. It's in the dry, you get full throttle as quickly as possible, but in this wet, perhaps that is less advisable.
Christopher Allison there recovering from a spin in the number 37 car. So that's the third place man, Adam Lockwood, just heading through. He's not going to be third for much longer though, because Dan Sylvester goes around the outside into Brundle and secures the move. So Dan Sylvester gets back into his grid position of third. Adam Lockwood down to fourth, and fifth at the moment is Ben Rowe now, isn't it, I think? As Neil Stratton has dropped back, he's lost a couple of positions after being fourth initially. Outside the top 6 now, I think. There's Sylvester, number 21 in the first of the MR2s, the Rogue Motorsport car. Out of the left-hander at Murray as they come. There's Stratton, there's Tim Heron. Good weather for herons. And then Graham Mailings coming through.
Somebody just behind them spun and is just rejoining. But for Traynor, he was hoping for some rain, was he not, earlier? And that first lap has gone well. 1.2 seconds up the road from Cole Johnston. Traynor much more experienced, of course, in this championship. Multiple champion is Sean Traynor. Oh, and someone's had a big loop in the background.
Ruthven, I think Andy Ruthven, the ex-mini race, has gone round, but quickly got it pointing back in the right direction again.
I'm not sure if was luck or judgment how it ended the spin. There is Tim Heron and Graham Mailings, and Ruthven's got to be careful again not to have another loop, but that time I think he did okay. Again, Ben Rowe, another massively experienced driver in the category, trying to move forward. He's going after Adam Lockwood is Ben Rowe, and Sylvester's caught Johnston, who's going off the road potentially with a big slide. So Sylvester now, is that more that Johnston's had a problem? I think it is. He was only a second behind Traynor at the start of that, but there's a lot more than that now. But for Johnston, he is losing more positions potentially at the next corner. Ben Rowe and Adam Lockwood as well. What would we be saying at the beginning of the race about Cole Johnson can't afford any more bad results with those 2 drop scores coming from non-starts at the last meeting?
Yeah, well, we'll see if he can if he can come back here. The instructor, race and rally instructor, and stunt driving instructor as well. But he is slowing now, isn't he? I think possibly it's a problem with the car rather than anything else, I'm afraid. So it could be Cole Johnson who could ill afford a non-finish or a poor result. Looks like he's going to get one. So it's Sean Trainer leading. It's Dan Sylvester second, but Ben Rowe up to third.
Trainer had a huge moment as he braked under the bridge. I think he's okay. But I guess there's been a lot of moments, hasn't there, in these last couple of races in these conditions. Yeah, Trainer's fine. But that was a sketchy moment. Doesn't need to push on so hard now, perhaps, with that big lead. Depending on what he thinks the pace of these Mark IIs can do in these conditions. Now they've got to the front of the pack, or the front of the pack chasing pack.
Yeah, absolutely right. Does he see them as a threat or not? Lockwood there in 4th on his own at the moment. Neil Stratton back up to 5th, with dramas for a couple of cars ahead of him on this lap, being Cole Johnston and Andy Ruthven. So up to Murray's comes this fight for second between the 2 leaders in the class. Briefly on board with Dan Sylvester as he comes out of the Murray's and up along the start and finish straight. Ben Rowe just behind him and to his left in the spray. And get back then to Lockwood with his headlamps on, of course, in 4th place. Of course, the Mark IIs don't have their pop-up headlamps on.
Similar thing to the previous race. We're about half a minute just under off the pace of race 1. Huge slides for both Sylvester and Rowe through Ritchie's corner. They were about a second or so slower than Trainer. Well, Sylvester was. Ben Rowe was a very similar pace to Trainer on that lap. So Ben Rowe, who hasn't had huge amounts of success this season in the MR2 Championship, is looking for a good run here. He's had a best result of 6th before today. He was 4th. His best result of the season was earlier this afternoon, in fact. But he's in 3rd here, and a class win as well on the card if he can get past Dan Sylvester ahead of him.
It's been a championship contender in the past, of course, as we go on board now with Maxine Nichols, number 17, in 16th position. She's battling with these tricky conditions. So perhaps the windscreen a little bit misted up there as well. There's Andy Ruthven with Graham Mailings, very deep diving into the corner from Ruthven. The man from Meriden, the village right in the centre of England. And then behind him it's Fear Aldridge and Gavin Aldworth. Benny Bogg is someone who was up there in race 1, but he's down in 13th in race 2, so whether he's had a moment or just not fancying these conditions, I'm not quite sure.
It's Graham Mailings, who's having a fractionally better race than earlier in 7th. Not sure who wasn't sideways there. Everybody was crossed up, particularly that man there, Gavin Aldworth, in 15, who is there in what is 10th position. And again, it's misting up a little bit perhaps in the cockpit of that car for Gavin in P10, chasing Veer Aldridge just ahead. And Graham Mailings has lost out, has he, to Andrew Ruthven, who had to spin, of course, the lap or so ago up at Ritchie's. So Graham Mailings has dropped in behind on what has been a trying weekend here for the driver who won at Brands Hatch a couple of months ago. There in 71, Graham Mailings.
So out of the bomber hole towards Coram they go. The fight for 7th position as things stand. Mailings in the G&T Motorsport car. Sean Traynor can tell you already through to complete his 3rd lap with 8.5 minutes of the race having gone by. That time he was within 200ths of his best lap at 2:46.79, but Dan Sylvester did a 2:46.37. So he now has the fastest lap of the race. Dan Sylvester in 2nd position. He was over 2 seconds faster than Ben Rowe on that lap. So he's put some daylight between himself and his pursuer, has Dan Sylvester. I guess Ben Rowe, we just need to be mindful of Adam Lockwood, although Lockwood was even slower than Rowe on the previous lap.
Yeah, so Sylvester, there he is, the fastest man in the on the grid. Up a gear towards Palmer, the long left-hander. What type of line is he using here? Pretty wide one trying to find the grip around the outside. Huge amounts of opposite lock. And then power on past Tyrrell's. There's the restaurant on the right-hand side of the circuit. Passes that, then onto the brakes, using the middle of the circuit, trying to keep off the traditional racing line where it tends to be less grippy. Don't want to lock up here. And then you're out of the hairpin he goes. Kicks up the spray. He's 4 seconds behind the leader, Sean Trainer, with a couple of 3 laps to go. 5 minutes on the clock if we run to 15 minutes, and there, even on the external cameras, you can see Sylvester getting opposite lock, trying to control it. This is at Oggies, this is where it's tricky, particularly tricky, like I say, in the dry. There you get on the throttle hard as early as possible, but in the wet, it's a very different story. And then through Williams, up the curb, that kicks the back out again, but he controls it. And he continues to run in P2, trying to chase Trainer, the leader. There's Trainer just ahead in 27, 4 seconds or so in front.
Yep, as they head along Bentley Straight into Brundle and Nelson then for the 4th time in this race in these really appalling conditions that we have now at Snetterton on this 300 circuit. I guess the drivers probably knew this was coming. They've been keeping an eye, no doubt, on their weather apps. So they've had a dry race and they've had a wet race, which is good, I suppose, to have different conditions throughout the day, different challenges for the drivers. I'm sure they all would necessarily always welcome that. But Sylvester there in second.
Especially for those who now got to pack up.
Yes.
After this, that's where it becomes particularly horrible.
Michael Glynn's been off as well by the looks of it, but he's back on the circuit in the number 87 car. He's running in 20th position. Lockwood and Stratton for 4th and 5th have got themselves together now. The gap between these two was 2.2 seconds a lap ago. It's come right down.
Meanwhile, up front, Trainers reclaimed the fastest lap at 2:45.9, but as you say, for 4th, Neil Stratton has been catching Adam Lockwood, the championship leader, who's yet to win a race, but on net scores is the championship leader, but quite a bit faster behind is Stratton. Lockwood did a PB, but nowhere near as quick as the chasing car. Neil Stratton in 84, the man from Derbyshire. They're in what is 5th position. He started racing back in 2009 in the Toyota MR2 Mark 1 Championship. He raced in this championship since 2018. He was the runner-up in the Burkitt Relay back in 2018. And now he drives this car, which is prepared by VT Racing. VTR, as you can see there on the side of the car, chasing after Lockwood ahead in 11. The gap at the line was something like 0.6 of a second. Lockwood trying to pick up his pace. He's seeing the car behind is quicker. So he's seeing if he can replicate the speed shown by Neil Stratton. Huge amounts of spray being kicked up in the face of Stratton ahead. Was Lockwood a little bit slow through that previous corner, Ian? Is a challenge going to come here?
Looks like it might do. Pretty much no telling, less than the car length between them. Different lines now being taken through Oggies, but Lockwood remaining ahead. I think it was a bit slow actually for the yellow car of Stratton. Well, it's not too much further behind now as they head out of Williams and onto the Bentley Straight. Now making their way down to Brundle and Nelson. You can see ahead of them they've got Ben Rowe. It looks like they're almost side by side now as they head along the Bentley Straight. Nice wide section of circuit as you can see. And Stratton all crossed up there as they went into the braking area for Brundle. And as a result of that, Lockwood is still ahead as they turn their way now through Nelson towards the bomb hole with 13.5 minutes of the race having gone by. Sean Trainer, can see, is already arriving at Murray's. And these two still at it then, battling for 4th position. What will be second within the class. Over through Corham they come. Sean Trainer about to go on to his last lap. So it does look like we are going to get the full 15-minute distance for these cars. 11:84 then. Lockwood and Stratton still locked in combat as we watch Sean Trainer now head on to his final lap.
6 seconds clear of Sylvester. So he is going away. Meanwhile, for fourth, just looking out of the commentary box window, a challenge from Neil Stratton that doesn't come off train. He's had a moment on the brakes into the hairpin, but he's caught it this time. No dramas there. So he continues to lead. 6 seconds clear then of Dan Sylvester in P2 and Ben Rowe in what is third position still. And then the battle for fourth. That's where the change could come on this final lap of the Snetterton circuit. 3 mile layout, as we've heard from drivers, pretty much the longest circuit on the calendar for majority of championships. And therefore there's lots to learn, and therefore in the wet conditions there's a lot to figure out where the grip is. Some corners, perhaps the racing line is different to others. Here's that battle then. Lockwood has held on after a lap of challenges from Stratton. We look to find that battle then. Can Adam Lockwood keep him at bay for another half a lap? It's 11 Lockwood ahead.
Into Oggies then for the final time. Sean Traynor already on to the Bentley Straight. He's got less than half a lap to go. He's got 6 seconds in hand over Dan Sylvester at the beginning of the lap, who'd got 4 seconds, nearly 5 seconds in hand over Ben Rowe. Back to this battle for fourth and second in Class C, and it's still the same order in that it's Adam Lockwood ahead of Neil Stratton, but there's a lot of spray being kicked up. Meanwhile, Sean Traynor through Brundle and Nelson, he has gone. You can see just how wet the circuit has got now. It's been raining for, what, an hour or so, something like that. He's still pushing on, Sean Traynor. Through the bomb hole he goes now towards Coram for the final time. So he narrowly missed out on a win in the earlier race by 0.15 seconds on corrected times. It looks like he is going to get the win from Dan Sylvester on this occasion. He is through Murray's for the final time. There's the fight for third just going through Coram, but here is the checkered flag to bring an end to what's been a soggy last couple of races. Sean Traynor wins round 10 of the Toyota MR2 Championship, backed by PDEC extinguishers by quite a convincing margin from Dan Sylvester in second place. Ben Rowe, number 31, takes third. For fourth, it looks like it's going to be Adam Lockwood who prevails in number 11 from number 84, Neil Stratton, and then we've probably got another 10 seconds or so to wait for the car in sixth place, which is going to be Tim Herron. Over the line he goes now.
Yep, just ahead of Andy Rufflin, and Graham Mayling's had a slightly better race than earlier. And then I think Thea Aldridge and Gavin Aldworth will complete the top 10 then for our final race of this weekend at Snetterton. And I think on the whole we've had some good racing, big grids to enjoy here at Snet, and looking forward to being able to do it all again in a couple of weeks' time with a different number of 750 Motor Club categories, hopefully not in these conditions.
Absolutely hope it's much better weather for that event in a couple of weeks' time, or something than we've had for the last couple of races anyway. So final cars just coming across the line. As they're doing so, another big thanks to all of the marshals for everything that they've done to keep this meeting running smoothly, and indeed all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club. Lots of hard work goes on to put on all of these race meetings, and thanks to all of the crew at Alpha Live who've been producing the live stream as well, which Josh and I have been talking over for the last couple of days. The MR2 Championship, by the way, will continue at Silverstone in 3 weeks' time. That's on the international circuit. They'll then go to Anglesey in September and Alton Park in October to complete their season. And still everything to play for, really, in the championship, with Adam Lockwood obviously leading the way coming into this weekend, but Sean Traynor having a win and a second there, and Carl Johnston having the win earlier and being in a good position before this weekend, before drop scores were taken into account. So a rundown of the results then. Sean Traynor, number 27, it was, that took the win at the end of 6 laps by 6.95 seconds from number 21, Daniel Sylvester. Ben Rowe, number 31, was third. Adam Lockwood, number 11, took fourth. 84, Neil Stratton was fifth. 9, Tim Herron took 6th. Then Andrew Ruthven was 7th, number 82. 8th, number 71, Graham Maynings. 9th, number 65, Fear Aldridge. 10th was number 15, Gavin Aldworth, ahead of Billy Boggis, Gareth Baxter, Jim Mew and Peter Higton. Further back we had Jonathan Grimes, Maxine Nichols, Christopher Allison, Andy Williams, Michael Glynn, Nick Lear, Andrew Strange, Patrick Stoner, Sergei Baliev and of course Carl Johnston, the retirement after just 1 lap of racing. So that brings to an end the weekend's racing. We've just got a few more interviews to hear from downstairs in a moment, but as ever it's been a pleasure to work with Josh Barrett up here in the commentary box. Look forward to working with Josh again later on in the season. He'll be back here for that meeting in 2 weeks' time alongside Marcus Pye and Chris Stevens. But some very good racing we have had this weekend. We've really enjoyed it. So from Josh and myself, it's a very good night, and we'll leave you in the hands of Matt Suckling. Good night.
Thank you, guys. Yep, down here for the final podium of the day. Final chat with Sean Traynor, who takes victory this time round. Race 1 second, dry. Race 2 wet. You win. That's not too bad.
No, well, I did say I was open for the wet, didn't I? And I say with the gearbox issues, I didn't have to come out of fifth very often, so it was pretty good. But yeah, and I like the wet anyway. And Carl took it to me for the first sort of lap or so, and then he just disappeared. So I presume there was a mistake somewhere. And then I could see the 2 Mark IIs behind, and I drove one for a lot of years, so I know how good they are in the wet. So I just tried to maintain that gap, and lucky enough I did it. So, and then the last 2 laps was just, rather than try to push for a quick lap, we're not going to do nothing today. I thought, just come home. I made a few mistakes in the last one.
I must say it was probably tricky out there. You kind of had a few moments where you're just trying to find the grip on certain corners.
Yeah, definitely. There was the trouble is you went from one corner, 1 lap, to the same corner the second. None of them were ever the same, so I'd go for the line on that, and then all of a sudden the grip wasn't there, and it was changing lap by lap. So it was difficult positions, but I like it like that.
Yeah, 2 good results today. Well done, Sean. Good luck for the next one. So Sean Traynor takes victory. We'll bring in Dan Sylvester, who finished in 2nd place this time round. A bit like Sean, twice on the podium. Good results.
Yeah, feeling good. That was a really spicy race, obviously, with the rain. I had a bit of a moment on the green flag lap. That was very embarrassing. I don't know if the commentary I don't know if you saw that. No?
We caught it, yeah.
Yeah, you might have caught that. So obviously my confidence took a bit of a knock, but I just tried to focus on the job at hand, and yeah, I was pumping in some good lap times towards the end. I think car was feeling really good.
And you had the experience from behind because Ben Rowe was on your tail for most of that race.
Yeah, I remember thinking at the time, because I had Sean in front of me and Ben behind me, and we're in the rain, so this is where experience counts, right? But yeah, I managed to. Ben had a few moments, so it was. He was putting some pressure on me, but I think he was putting a bit too much pressure on himself. And yeah, in the end, it was P2. So yeah, I'm well happy with the finishing position.
Good day, well done, Dan. Congratulations on your 2 podiums. And we'll grab a quick word with Ben Rowe, who loves a chat. So come and join us, Ben, for a bit of a talk about how that race went for you. And to be fair, here today, 2 solid results, best of the season.
Oh, they were, absolutely, yes. Well, it's a driver's circuit, and you know it does make a difference if you can make the difference. So I don't think I've probably got the fastest car out there or the best setup or whatever, but you know I like a few corners, so we can make a little bit of a difference at least anyway. And in the rain, you know, it's. I mean, I've been doing this 15 years, so experience does count for a fair bit. And you know, you just go around kind of going, yeah, you know, it'll be real slippery here. You know, you can't carry any pace into a corner. You've got to be absolutely on it every single second, otherwise you're around in a circle. Dan spun on the formation lap. You know, it's how slippery it was. So. And as Sean said there, he's had experience in Mark IIs, but are Mark IIs preferred in these conditions? I think a heavier car in the rain is not a bad thing. You know, I've raced against Caterhams and stuff in the wet, and you know, with way more horsepower than me, and you know, they just can't do anything with it. So, and you can't carry the speed through the corners and that kind of stuff. So, and these, you know, the Mark IIIs are lighter, and they're more about carrying speed through corners, and you just can't do that today. You've got a finite amount of grip, and it's about that much.
Well, good stuff anyway, Ben. Well done.
Thank you very much. I've got to say hello to my wife, who's watching back at home, and she doesn't normally watch me racing, but hello, sweetheart. Thank you very much.
Done a proud today. Well done, Ben. Congratulations on a nice podium to end the day. So there we go. Things have come to a close here at Snetterton on this 750 Motor Club meeting. We really do hope you've enjoyed it. And don't forget, we'll be back with Alpha Live in just 2 weeks' time for another meeting with lots of different formula to look forward to. So hopefully you can join us here on the 12th and 13th of August. In the meantime, we end in the rain. It's been a glorious weekend, though. Thanks to the 750 Motor Club, thanks to Alpha Live, and thanks to all the team, Ian Soman, Josh Barrett, and myself, Matt Suckling. We hope to catch you very soon here, once again, on Alpha Live. Goodbye.